This is Book 5 of the Cyberstars Saga. Time Key. Written and created by John Roberts and narrated by AI in 2025.
Chapter 1. The Three Messengers.
Under the 3 moons of Polymnia and in the enormous crater owned by the Clay tribe, Maria ladled thick stew into her bowl. As she went back to her place around the fire, she made sure not to trip over her wings. Steam curled past her face as she sat cross-legged with her companions and strangers. The meat was rich, the broth heavy with roots and greens. She chewed slowly, swallowing past the tightness in her throat as she skimmed the dark-skinned humans of the Clay tribe, young and old. The guests ate with them, their silence thick with things unspoken. Not that anyone would be foolish enough to speak of the mission. Not here, not with so many ears. There were 5 bird hybrids now, including Maria, Quentin, and Falken. In the clones of a crow ninja. She didn't count the gigantic eagle as a hybrid, since it didn't seem to have any human limbs. The amber-eyed psychic, who the chief had introduced as Jennifer, sat across the fire, her black skin gleaming under the flames. She wore turquoise and gold earrings and bangles, but it was the large hematite pendant between her bare, pert breasts which caught Maria's attention. Maria had never seen a stone like it. Dark as night, polished until it reflected light in slivers. She doubted the woman needed it. Whatever force had brought her here, whatever bond tied her to the giant eagle squatting behind her, it was deeper than any charm. And then there was the owl woman. She wasn't coarse like the crow clones, and she was certainly more human than bird. The chief had introduced her as Shar Shuvu, and across the fire, she sat like something carved from moonlight. Her speckled white wings folded close as she dipped her bread into her stew with dainty human hands. The flickering firelight made her downy white chest look impossibly soft, the delicate feathers disappearing beneath the long ones that curved over her hips like a gown spun from starlight. Maria had never been drawn to beauty, not in the way men were, but there was something about Shar Shuvu that was hard to ignore. Her heart-shaped human face was porcelain pale with wide, knowing eyes. She was ethereal. The owl beside her was Shar Shuvu's father. He didn't look as human as his daughter, for the only thing human about him were his hands and arms. His ear tufts looked like horns over his gigantic gleaming eyes, and the sharpness of his beak and talons sent a shiver through Maria's core. The eagle. Its name was still a mystery. Stood just beyond the fire's glow, feathers ruffled in the chilly night air. It watched them all, eyes sharp, voice calm when it spoke in a man's voice.
The night deepens. We should not linger once the bowls are emptied.
The chief and the messengers had made their decisions. The 3 crows would soon part ways, each following a different path, their true destinations known only to those who needed to know. Maria scooped up the last of her stew with a strip of bread. She barely tasted it. She wasn't ready for Falken to leave. Across from her, he was finishing his portion, eyes darting from Jennifer to the eagle. He had that restless energy always wound tight before a mission, but this time Maria saw something else. Maybe it was the way Jennifer's gaze met his, steady, unreadable. Maybe it was the way she didn't bother explaining anything, just expected him to come. Or maybe Maria was just tired. She set her bowl down. Her fingers tingled from the heat of the fire, but her shoulders were cold. The night pressed in, the sky too wide, the flames too low. Jennifer stood, her pendant swinging forward as she moved. She didn't speak, just looked at Falken. He wiped his hands on his trousers, barely glancing at Maria before rising. That was what made her gut clench. Not the mission, not the secrecy, just that. Maria pressed her palm to the dusty earth. Falken had barely spoken to her all night. Now he was rising, leaving, following a woman who sat proudly bare from the waist up, her skin gleaming under the firelight like polished obsidian. Maria wasn't blind. Jennifer was beautiful, petite, sharp-eyed, powerful. She was slimmer and lighter than Maria. She had thick and shiny long black hair, and she rode an eagle in the sky like a goddess of old. She told herself she was being ridiculous. Falken wasn't even in his true form. He was in the body of a female crow. But did that matter? Would he still look at Jennifer and see something worth admiring? The eagle flared its wings, the firelight catching in the layered feathers.
We go,
he said. Falken stepped forward, his mouth open, then shut.
Stay safe.
That was it? No touch, no pause, no hesitation. Maria swallowed down the bitter taste rising in her throat. After everything they had survived together, she had expected something more. Anything more. A hand on her shoulder. A glance that lingered. Instead, he was already turning, already gone. He turned and walked to the eagle. She should have been used to it by now, the way men disappeared when war or duty called. But this wasn't just any mission. It was a woman he was leaving with. A woman who rode an eagle like she belonged in the sky. A woman who didn't have to ask him to follow. Jennifer climbed onto the eagle's back, gripping the thick feathers. She turned to Falken.
Ride with me for the first stretch. You'll need your strength when we take flight later.
Falken hesitated only a moment before swinging up behind her. His hands settled around her waist for balance. Maria's fingers tightened around her bowl. She told herself it was nothing. But the way his hands rested against Jennifer's bare skin made something coil inside her. The eagle took off in a rush of wings and wind. Maria's braids whipped against her face. She kept her eyes on them until they disappeared into the night. The stew sat wrong in her stomach. She hadn't been allowed to even ask where they were going.
The sky stretched in every direction, a vast sheet of black, broken only by the cold shimmer of distant stars. Quentin's wings beat steady against the air, each motion powerful, each lift drawing him higher. He had flown before, but never like this. Never towards something that felt so final. Sharshuvu flapped beside him, her movements smaller, weaker. She wasn't built for long flights. He could hear her breath between gusts of wind, measured but strained. She flew because she had to. They had left the crater without words. The tribe had kept the fire burning, stew bubbling. The messengers had warned them not to speak of their missions. Quentin had eaten in silence, Maria barely looking at him. He had felt her gaze stray to Jennifer's hematite pendant, the size of a baby's fist, resting between her bare breasts. He had seen Maria's fingers twitch, as if she wanted to snatch it away. But that was left behind. Now it was only the wind, the air, the endless dark. Sharshuvu turned her head slightly, her heart-shaped face visible against the stars.
You're quiet.
Quentin angled his wings, adjusting to the draft.
I'm thinking.
His crow's voice croaked out. He was always thinking. It was impossible not to. The thought of Saffron, of Lyria, of his kids on Luran, if they were even still alive, made him want to cry with rage. Every time he pushed it down, it surged up again. He pictured Juna on Zars, pacing inside her reinforced complex, checking news updates, watching the skies. She'd be safe. She had to be. But her mother and siblings? He couldn't lie to himself. She'd be terrified for them.
Thinking never did a man any good in the air.
He huffed.
You'd rather I shut my mind off.
You won't like what you find when you get there.
She said.
That's all I mean.
He didn't need the warning. The chairman was waiting.
Do you believe in change?
Quentin asked. Sharshuvu beat her wings harder to catch up.
Change is real. Regret is a trick.
The cold sliced through him. He thought of the chairman's crimes. The vault. The new bioshell.
So, you don't think he's changed?
Sharshuvu laughed, dry as dust.
You think he's like you? Like Anna?
Quentin clenched his beak. He wasn't like the chairman. He wasn't like Anna, either. Just because they had both worked as Skywater Shifters, they were nothing alike. He had spent over a month bound to Saffron's hive mind, losing himself in the collective. Now, here he was, alone in his own head for the first time in what felt like years. There was something freeing about it, but also something hollow. Quentin let the silence settle between them. Below, the landscape shifted. Rivers like veins winding through dark fields. The scent of the sea in the distance.
The vault is waiting.
Sharshuvu said.
We'll lead him back to where he was made.
Quentin glanced at her in the starlight. Even in the cold, under the weight of this mission, she was graceful. Her pale down shimmered under the 3 moons, soft where it curved over her torso, merging into the long, speckled feathers of her wings. The way her dark eyes caught the light. It struck him then. How truly beautiful she was. Not just in the way a woman could be, but in the way something untamed and free always held a quiet kind of beauty.
You'll watch the chairman strip himself down and slip into a new form.
Quentin exhaled, slow.
And then what?
Then we see if change is real.
You're different.
Quentin said before he could stop himself. Sharshuvu gave him a sidelong glance.
Am I?
From what I expected.
He admitted.
And what did you expect?
Quentin hesitated. He wasn't sure what answer she wanted, or what answer he wanted to give.
Something colder.
He said finally.
Something distant.
She let out a soft laugh.
Is that the impression I gave you at the crater?
Yes.
Well, you must admit that it was a tense situation.
They flew on. Char Shuvu dipped lower, gliding close enough for Quentin to hear her voice without shouting.
Did Anna ever tell you about me?
Quentin considered the question.
She mentioned you like you were something between a guide and a ghost. But you must remember she didn't trust me in the beginning, when I was a fugitive hiding out in her master's temple.
Char Shuvu's feathers ruffled.
I wasn't a true guide, and I'm certainly not a ghost.
No,
He agreed.
you were watching her, following her,
She nodded.
She needed someone.
and now,
Quentin asked.
who are you watching now?
Char Shuvu didn't answer right away. Instead, she flapped her wings and pulled ahead, higher into the sky. Quentin watched her go, and for a moment he wasn't sure if she was leading him or leaving him behind.
It wasn't the truth, though.
She said.
Anna thought I was some spirit guide. That's what I led her to believe when she used to come to Polymnia spiritually, in her shamanic form.
Quentin winced.
You weren't her guardian.
She chuckled.
Not like she imagined. She thought she was stepping into fairyland, walking through a dreamscape. She never realized she was leaving her body and traveling to actual places, to an actual planet.
Quentin frowned.
She thought she was having visions.
She did,
She said.
for years. Before her mother died in that terrible error conduit accident. She was a child, a dreamer. She thought she was safe, thought it was all in her mind.
And it wasn't.
Her feathers ruffled.
No, she was slipping through the cracks of the universe before she even knew what Skywater shifting and time travel was.
Quentin let that sink in. Anna had always been different, with her wild red hair, clear-cut logic, eccentric personality, yet strangely sensitive nature. But these spirit journeys she said Anna had taken? These were something else.
She was one of the few who could do it naturally.
Char Shuvu continued.
No technology, no portals. No bioshells with artificial jump nodes. She wove herself through time and space with nothing but instinct and a deep love for the elements.
Quentin's wings tensed.
Did she ever get hurt?
She gave him a sharp look.
You know the answer to that. She became a quadriplegic.
Quentin swallowed.
You still protected her, though. You traveled to the future and took her home through the portal to Zars to be with her father again.
In a quadriplegic state.
She said.
But I couldn't keep her from discovering the truth. The moment she realized I was only guiding her for the sake of Polymnia's future, she wasn't happy. And before then, when she realized it wasn't all in her head, the moment she understood she wasn't just seeing things but going places.
Quentin finished for her.
She started experimenting.
No, a man told her. The manager of a labor camp, where she had become a slave. He had been waiting for her all his life. He had met her future self.
Yes,
Quentin said.
Darwin's dad told me a bit about that.
She nodded.
And that led her to Skywater shifting, which led her to save slaves, becoming paralyzed, and led her to save your life.
You make it sound like it's my fault.
I didn't mean to. She became paralyzed before she found you.
The air between them stretched heavily. Quentin flexed his fingers. Anna and her family lived in Leron, only up the mountain from his parents' luxurious retirement home.
Is Anna dead?
I don't think so.
Char Shuvu said.
Not yet.
He stared ahead, toward the horizon where the chairman waited. He could hear the wind rushing past, feel the weight of the mission pressing into his bones.
The wind howled as the eagle carried Falken and the topless woman higher, muscles flexing beneath dark feathers. Jennifer rode bareback, balanced with the ease of someone born to the sky. Her black skin glowed almost black under the thin moonlight, her hands resting lightly on the bird's flanks.
You're worrying.
Her voice carried over the rush of wind. Falken shifted in his seat.
I don't fly often.
Not what I meant.
The eagle's wings beat hard, cutting through a layer of cold air.
I'm not a fool.
Jennifer said.
I know the woman inside the crow has feelings for you.
Falken barely heard her. His mind was circling the same dark orbit, the one he had been trapped in since the Nebula Strider detonated Major Donkora's flagship. His father had been aboard. His father, the great archluminary Ristev, was gone. Falken had been the one who betrayed the Luranese Secret Service in the first place. He had betrayed Maria. But eventually he wanted to make things better. And in doing so, he had killed his own father. He had thought he would feel relief. Instead, the void inside him stretched wider. Falken exhaled through his nose. Below, the ocean spread in every direction, endless and black, but Falken still saw the flash of plasma fire and hideous monsters. He imagined the silent moment before the explosion swallowed Donkora's flagship. He was still hearing his father's voice from years ago, cold and distant, calling him one of many sons, one of many disappointments. There was no grief, not really. Only the gnawing question, had he done the right thing? The eagle's voice rumbled through the air, bringing him back to the present.
We fly fast, but the journey is long. You should rest.
Falken adjusted his grip on the saddle.
I don't sleep well in the air.
Then we talk.
Jennifer said.
Or sit in silence.
Falken let the silence win. Hours passed. The ocean blurred beneath them, waves moving like ink under the moons. The longer he sat behind Jennifer, the more the memories clawed their way to the surface. Father had been a monster, a zealot willing to slaughter millions in the name of Volsha. And yet he had been his father. A father Falken had never been enough for. Now there would be no proving himself, no final reckoning. The man was dust, his legacy as fractured as the sun who had betrayed him. Falken's fingers had gone numb from gripping the saddle. Jennifer shifted, stretching her arms, the hematite pendant catching a flicker of starlight. Falken broke the quiet.
You wear that for a reason.
She touched the stone lightly.
For protection.
Protection. Falken had never had that. Not from Father's cold detachment. Not from the Secret Service's expectations. Not from the war on terror. Maybe that was why he didn't react to Maria's anger, why her glances slid past him unnoticed. He had spent too long surviving to recognize when someone simply wanted him to care.
Protection against what?
She gave him a sidelong glance.
What do you think?
But he didn't answer. The Euphorion Alliance had too many dangers to name just one. His father had been one of them. And now Falken had to decide if he was better than the man who raised him, or if he was just another version, carrying the same violence in his veins.
I was born under a black sun.
She said.
Born into a family who feared me.
Falken frowned.
Why?
They thought I was cursed, said my spirit had swallowed the light of the world before I was born, so they sold me to a desert witch.
That's ridiculous.
Jennifer grinned, teeth bright.
That's what I told them, but they were scared of my prophetic dreams and psychic abilities.
She rolled the pendant between her fingers.
A hematite stone grounds the spirit. It keeps me self-whole.
Falken considered that.
And has it?
Her grin faded.
I don't know.
Falken straightened, rolling the stiffness from his shoulders. Jennifer told him that the United Wheel of Polymnia lay deep in the Canyonlands, encased in its enormous diamond dome, its crystal bridges spanning the abyss. But it was still days away, and the exhaustion creeping into his limbs told him they wouldn't make it there without rest. Jennifer must have sensed it too. She leaned forward, guiding the eagle lower.
We'll stop soon. There's a safe place on the plateau ahead.
Falken said nothing. He let the wind carry his thoughts, his guilt, his uncertainty. He had spent his life fighting shadows, trying to escape the one cast by his own blood. But no matter how far he traveled, it always seemed to be waiting for him. Maybe Polymnia would change that. Or maybe it would prove that some things could never be outrun, not even when time travel was involved.
Chapter 2. Juna's Grief.
The house was quiet. Too quiet. Juna stepped inside, her boots leaving damp prints on the wooden floor. The air smelled wrong, stale, metallic. She placed her hand on the doorframe, steadying herself as dread coiled in her stomach. Rojas. Her voice came out thin. No answer. She walked deeper into the house, her fingers trailing along the rough edges of the walls. The curtains were drawn. A dish sat on the table, half-eaten, the food crusted and dry. Her breath quickened. She forced herself forward, step by step, until she reached the bedroom. A shape lay twisted beneath the covers. The sheets clung to the contours of a body, damp with sweat. Juna's hand trembled as she pulled them back. Boils covered his skin. Dark, swollen lumps spread across his arms, his neck, his jaw. His lips were cracked, his breath absent. She touched his forehead. Cold. Juna gasped and stumbled back. No. The room swayed. She dug her nails into her palms, trying to keep her balance. The virus, it had reached them. She had seen the reports, heard the rumors, but she had believed they were safe. Rojaz had been fine the last time they spoke. Her knees buckled, and she knelt beside the bed. She reached for his hand, hesitated, then curled her fingers around his. He had always been warm, always. Now he was ice. She squeezed her eyes shut, her body trembled, but she wouldn't cry. Not yet. A creak came from outside. Her head snapped up. Someone was there. Juna rose, wiped her face, and turned toward the sound. The hallway stretched empty before her, but she knew better. Someone was watching. She grabbed the knife from the bedside table and gripped it tight. "Who's there?" her voice had steadied. Silence. She took a step forward. Another. The floor groaned under her weight. A whisper. She spun, knife raised. Nothing. Her breath came hard and fast. She turned back to Rojaz. His stillness filled the room. She couldn't stay. Juna took a shuddering breath and forced her body to move. She walked to the table, grabbed a cloth, and covered his face. In the other hand she gripped a blade, though she knew that was pointless. Juna stepped backward, knife held firm. The silence stretched, thick and unnatural. The air in the house felt wrong, like it had been sealed too long, suffocating under its own weight. She needed to leave. She turned to the door. The moment her foot lifted, the floor creaked behind her. Not the house settling. Not her imagination. Someone was there. She swung around, blade poised, heart pounding. Shadows crowded the doorway. The shape wasn't fully visible, but she caught movement. A shift in weight, a breath too sharp. Juna didn't wait. She lunged. Her knife met nothing but air. A gust of movement, the whisper of fabric, and then silence. Gone. Her pulse roared in her ears. She scanned the space, willing her breath to slow. The house wasn't safe. Cortex Cove wasn't safe. Nowhere was. She backed toward the door, gaze flicking between the empty hall and Rojaz's still form. He was already gone. She couldn't be next. Juna stepped onto the porch, boots thudding against the wood. The air outside was cold, crisp, too clean after the stifling room. The wind carried the scent of pine, damp earth, the distant salt of the sea. The world hadn't stopped. It never did. Even when everything inside her had shattered. She had to think. The virus was here. Rojaz had died alone, unseen. Had the city known? Had anyone come to help? Or had they locked the doors, drawn their curtains, and waited for the sickness to pass them by? The whispering presence inside the house hadn't been the disease. That was something else. She pulled her cloak tighter around her shoulders and forced herself forward, away from the house, away from the weight of what she'd just lost. If the virus had reached them, it wasn't just a city problem anymore. It wasn't just rumors. It was here, spreading, taking, leaving bodies behind. She had to warn someone. She had to move before whoever, or whatever, was watching decided to strike. Juna took one last glance at the home she had once shared. Then she ran. Her boots pounded against the damp earth as she sprinted through the quiet streets. The town should have been alive with voices, the hum of conversation and hovers across speed streams. Instead, only the wind moved over the crystal pathways and gemdock plazas. She didn't stop running. Rojaz had been fine. He had been strong. He had been vaccinated. If the new variant had taken him this fast, then it was moving faster than the rumors said. That meant the others, the people she knew, the people she trusted, could already be dead. She had to get to the market square. If anyone was left, they'd be there. Her breath hitched as she turned a corner. The main street stretched ahead, normally packed with stalls and traders. There were corpses everywhere with boils and blisters all over their skin. A hover disc lay on its side, fruit spilling across the cobblestones, rotting in the damp. She moved carefully, stepping over fallen crates and the dead. Her knife was still gripped in one hand, her other arm wrapped tightly around herself. Every instinct told her to turn back, to flee, but where? The silence pressed in. She passed a butcher's stand, slabs of meat left to spoil. Blood pooled thick on the wooden counter, darkened to near black. A pot of stew had congealed over an extinguished burner. Flies clung to everything. A rustle. She froze, eyes darting toward the sound. Someone moved between the ruined stalls. Alive. Juna gripped the knife tighter. "Who's there?" The man stepped forward. He was wrapped in layers, his hood pulled low. His hands were empty, raised slightly to his sides.
"Don't stab me."
Juna didn't lower the blade. "You're not sick." He huffed.
"Would I be standing here if I was?"
That wasn't an answer. Juna took a step back. Everyone's dead. The man's shoulders sagged.
"Well, yeah."
He said sarcastically. She clenched her teeth. He stared at her knife.
"If you want to live, you need to get off this street."
Juna hesitated. "Are you alone?" A flicker of something. Pain, maybe, crossed his face.
"I have been since tonight. I wasn't always alone."
He gestured past the market.
"I have a place near the docks."
Juna scanned him again, trying to read between his words. If he was lying, she had no way to tell. If she stayed out here, alone, she had no way to survive. She lowered the knife slightly but didn't put it away. "Take me there." The man nodded once and turned. Juna followed, stepping over broken crates, past empty stalls, past a city that had already died. The man led her through the empty streets, keeping to the narrowest paths. Juna followed, glancing between buildings and alleyways. It looked as if some had abandoned Cortex Cove in panic while others had died quickly, still desperate to live. It was the children who really made her choke up and retch. Barra-glass entranceways had been left open. Speedstream stations offline. They stopped at the edge of a residential quarter. The buildings here were different. Half sunk into the earth, their entrances carved into thick wooden beams. Barra-glass panels shimmered, catching the dim light. The man climbed down a short slope, gesturing for her to follow. "You live here?" she asked.
"I lived. I have lost everyone. My family is all dead now."
She shivered, trying her best to hold back her tears. The air smelled of old wood, damp stone, and something faint. Something familiar. Not rot. Not sickness. Family. Juna's chest tightened. The home was small. One main room lined with shelves. A low wooden table stood near the entrance, cups still set out as if waiting for someone to return. On the wall, a barra-glass frame held a holographic moving image. 3 children. 2 boys and a little girl. They clung to a woman with long, curly hair. Their faces were round, bright. They had been happy when the picture was taken. Juna tore her gaze away. The man moved toward the back wall, pulling a storage hatch open. He grabbed a bag and started filling it. Dried rations, sealed water packs, a knife, a flare. Juna forced herself to speak. "Your family?" He didn't look up.
"Gone."
She waited. No more words came. Instead, he stood, slinging the bag over his shoulder.
"We need to go before the docks are swarmed."
Juna swallowed the lump in her throat and nodded. Into the blackness of the water, the docks reached. The tide was slow as it licked at the wooden planks. The larger boats were gone. Only a few rowboats remained, rocking gently. The man picked one and tossed the bag inside.
"Get in."
Juna stepped down and settled herself as he untied the rope, then pushed off with one foot, letting the water take them. The oars sliced into the sea, slow, steady strokes. Juna stared at the horizon, wondering why she still wanted to live. Probably everyone she loved had perished. For her to want to survive meant evolution was amazing. It seemed so much easier to fall asleep forever and erase the emotional pain. "Where are we going?"
"There's an island."
His voice was quiet.
"It's not far. It might be safe."
Might. She clenched her hands in her lap. Behind them, the city sat in silence. Ahead, the unknown. Juna exhaled and looked forward. She had no other choice. The island was a dark mass against the horizon. The man rowed steadily, his face set in grim focus. Juna sat opposite him, watching the way his arms strained with each pull. He wasn't slowing, he was determined to reach land. She should have felt relief. Instead, a deep, gnawing ache settled inside her. Her skin burned. It had started as a tingle at the base of her spine, creeping up in waves. She had ignored it. Fatigue, stress, the weight of Rojas's death. But now it was worse. The heat curled under her ribs, her pulse throbbed against her skull. Juna exhaled through her nose, forcing herself to stay still. She couldn't show weakness, not yet. The man glanced up.
You all right?
Fine. The word felt thick on her tongue. She flexed her fingers. No. She curled them into fists. No. Her throat was raw, her breath shallow. Not now. Not here. The boat rocked, the oars dipping into the sea. Juna looked at her hands. Sweat coated her skin. Her arms ached. Her legs trembled. A sharp pain flared through her gut. She sucked in a breath. The man paused.
What's wrong?
Juna gritted her teeth. Nothing. He didn't believe her. His jaw tightened. His eyes darkened. Juna looked away. He didn't speak. But she could feel it. The realization. She wasn't making it to the island. Juna pressed a hand to her forehead. Her skin burned. Her breath hitched. The virus had been in the house. It had been in the streets. It had been on Rojas's skin, and she had touched him. Her vision blurred. The man was still rowing, slower now. More careful. Juna's stomach twisted. I'll make it. The lie sat heavy in the air. The man didn't stop rowing, but his eyes said everything. Juna closed hers. The boat rocked. The waves whispered. The island was close. Too far. The heat in her veins thickened. Juna exhaled, slow. Then she let go.
Chapter 3. Flight of Secrets. The sky stretched vast and pale, the cold air from the western ocean pressing against Quentin's skin. Shar Shuvu flew beside him, her wings flapping slowly. She wasn't a strong flyer. He could hear her forced breath, as if she had to focus on keeping herself aloft. She was beautiful. She looked like an angel from his mother's religion, the Order of the Celestial Veil. She had the wings of a snowy owl, the white feathers speckled with silver, but her face was human, heart-shaped, pale. Her lips were soft pink, and her large brown eyes reflected the sky. His chest felt too tight, as if the high-altitude wind pressed against him from within. He tried not to think about Leron, but it was impossible. Mai and Dad were in that retirement home. Were they now corpses in there? Or had they escaped only to die afterwards? Were they dead? What about Milo and Minio? What about May, Lynn, and Sophia? Shar Shuvu seemed to think Anna was alive, but what about Matthias and Darwin? What about Matthias's sister, Ebony, and her 3 daughters? Sana would be dead if Minio and Milo were. She would probably prefer to die should their kids perish. Quentin gritted his teeth, the taste of old sorrow bitter on his tongue. What of the other worlds? Were they safe? Was Zars safe? He could still imagine Juna on Zars with Rojaz, sick with worry for her mom and 5 siblings on Luran. Saffron and Lyria were on Zars's moon, safer than most, but for how long? Would the infection spread? Were they already trapped, waiting for a rescue that might never come? He sucked in a sharp breath through his beaked nostrils, adjusting his wings as he forced his mind away from the image of his children's bodies buried under cold Luran soil, or burned like the rest of the contaminated corpses. Quentin kept his focus ahead, but his mind turned over the details. Shar Shuvu had told him that when Anna had first traveled 5 light years to the Crimson Scar, Shar Shuvu had been her spirit guardian. She had met Anna long before Skywater Shifting had been more than a whisper of an idea. Anna's imagination could teleport her, but only those trained in the arts of the third vision could sense those spirits in need. As they flew toward the community gardens where the chairman lived, she said,
My father is the owl who took Maria to the underground city.
Quentin glanced at her.
Yes, the chief said.
He's a great spiritual king.
She continued.
Once he ruled over all the shamans who came to Polymnia seeking guidance.
Quentin adjusted his wings, letting a gust carry them higher.
Were you meant to take his place?
Shar Shuvu nodded.
I was supposed to be the Bubo queen. The first was meant to help those whose spirit traveled here, the ones like Anna. I was training when I met her.
She looked ahead, her expression unreadable.
But you didn't.
No.
Her lips pressed together.
I passed the role to my brother, Shannis.
Quentin frowned.
Why?
She inhaled slowly.
I wanted to paint.
A strange answer. He waited. She glanced at him.
I wanted to create something of my own. Not just keep the stories of the past. I wanted to create a comic about how me and Darwin had rescued countless survivors from an alien invasion in Voria's future by leading them through the pyramid's gateway.
Matthias told me about that. He told me a dangerous man called Archluminary Ristev saw them leaping through the portal in the center of his pyramid when he was leading a sermon.
We have the same friends and enemies.
Quentin thought about how the daughter of a great spiritual leader, a guardian of shamans, gave up power for art.
Did they let you become an artist instead?
She let out a dry laugh.
Only partly. The United Wheel of Polymnia threatened me. Those Phoenix guards, the same ones I suspect murdered Crowleen, told me I couldn't share what I knew. The pyramids, Skywater shifting, time travel.
They tried to silence you.
They still are.
Quentin looked down. The land below now comprised meadows and rolling hills. He could see an immense forest ahead.
Do you regret passing the role to your brother?
She was quiet for a moment.
No, I found out it was unethical. It was all a trick. Time travelers told Jennifer.
Jennifer.
That woman on the eagle.
Told her what?
About the future of Polymnia. They invaded her dreams. They were not only prophecies, as she had believed.
So why are you all helping us? I thought it was hard to get information about the rest of the Alliance on Polymnia.
That is thanks to Anna. Your other two friends who have stars in their hearts could have contacted me too, but they're dead, and they had promised not to use their powers after the portals were closed.
He whipped his head around.
Don't you know?
Stars in their hearts. Then he remembered how Yumiko's corpse had turned into a hologram, and a green six-pointed star had radiated from her heart.
Little Darwin, bless him.
Shar Shuvu continued.
He rescued his father, his stepmother Anna and Yumiko from space wizards who had captured them in a crystal ball in a starship. But that's another story.
That's why Anna, Matthias, and Yumiko had stars in their hearts.
Quentin hated all this strange talk.
Yes, did you know?
They never told me.
Then how did you know it was them?
Because I heard about Yumiko's corpse becoming a hooligan with a star raising from her chest after she died.
He was a down-to-earth man, but he had to admit he had heard these stories before. Darwin had received a copy of a Skywater Shifting book from a teenage boy who called himself the Cosmic Spider. It was creepy as hell. He turned his head.
I've heard about the space wizards before, though. Just not the stars the experience left them with.
So, Anna came to my dream and told me about the terrible virus outbreak.
She okay?
I don't know. She visited me in a dream about 3 nights ago, but she passed the message from Abara 2 scientists that we must meet 3 agents in Crowleen's clones at the Clay Tribe's crater.
He grimaced. Why did everything that sounded like a hallucination on acid have to be so fucking real?
I'm exhausted. Let's call it a night.
She pointed at a rocky outcrop with her pale and small human hand.
Down there, we can set up camp and sleep.
2 days later, Quentin adjusted his flight path as Shar Shuvu dipped lower, guiding them toward the sprawling stretch of forest ahead. The rolling hills and forests gave way to diverse areas of land with many species of plants and trees, and a mixture of crops like the permaculture of Leron. Orchards burst with violet fruits, and wheat grew under nut trees. At the heart of it all lay the community garden, a settlement built from domed pods of baraglass, shimmering with captured light. Shar Shuvu's breathing had grown heavier over the past few hours. She'd admitted to Quentin that her human lungs struggled against the altitude, just like he'd suspected. Quentin had offered to land earlier, but she had refused, pushing on through sheer will. Now, as they descended, she let out a long breath, relief obvious in the slow relaxation of her shoulders.
We'll rest here.
Quentin scanned the settlement. A few hybrids moved among the crops, their heads covered with woven hoods, with gaps for their ears to pile through. Their hands and paws were busy tending to the earth. They weren't warriors. They were farmers, people who had made this place their refuge. As they touched down, Quentin folded his wings against his back and stretched. The air was thick with the scent of wet soil and something sweet. Maybe the fruit from the trees nearby. Quentin watched the hybrids tending to the violet fruit trees and the wheat beneath nut groves. He had expected soldiers, political exiles, maybe even secret agents. But not this. The chairman lived among them, as if he had never ordered a genocide, as if he had never sent sentient beings into the sun to burn. Quentin's talons dug into the soil. How could a man who had ruled through terror now live as a farmer, laughing with his wives and playing with his children? He turned to Shar Shuvu.
You're telling me he's just here? Growing vegetables? Raising kids? That's it.
She met his glare without flinching.
People change, Quentin.
His pulse hammered against his ribs.
No, they don't.
Shar Shuvu covered her eyes briefly, before withdrawing her soft, pale hand.
Then why are you here?
So we can undo time and save the Alliance from this terrible virus.
Shar Shuvu brushed dirt from her feathered skirt.
The chairman lives here. Not in some palace, not in a fortress, just among them.
Quentin didn't like it. It felt like a lie. The chairman had never been a man of simple living. He had once colonized an ocean planet and killed most of the marine natives, selling their parts as exotic cat medicine. Chairman Vrokala had led fleets. He had led thousands of unethical scientists who created sentient beings and used them to absorb radiation.
He's not the man you remember,
she said. Quentin narrowed his eyes.
People like him don't change.
She tilted her head slightly, her large, dark eyes unreadable.
If you want to save Luron, if you want to change time itself, you must be quiet.
Quentin scoffed.
And let him think I'm on his side.
Shar Shuvu nodded.
You are presently a double agent. You must let him believe you respect him. Don't tell him who you really are.
Quentin's bird face tensed. The idea of pretending to admire a man who had willingly murdered so many made his skin crawl.
No one can know about the mission.
Shar Shuvu continued, her voice low.
Not the chairman, not his wives, no one except us.
Why? What's the point of secrecy?
Because if they find out what we're doing, we won't just be fighting one warlord's past.
Her wings flexed slightly.
We'll be fighting time itself.
She touched his arm tenderly for a few seconds.
I know him well. He regrets it all and only helps the needy now.
Quentin let out a pained sigh. They walked forward, Quentin's talons and Shar's bare feet sinking into the soft earth. A few villagers stopped their work to watch them. Some whispered to one another. Others lowered their heads and carried on, pretending not to see.
They know who we are.
Quentin muttered.
They know me. They might think you are the late Crowleen, resurrected.
At the edge of the settlement, a small group of people and hybrids gathered. They stood before the largest of the domed structures, its surface reflecting the blue sky like water. A beautiful human woman, who looked like a mixed-race Tlishua, stepped forward.
You came.
Quentin glanced at Shar Shuvu. She gave him a slight nod. The woman studied him, then turned her gaze to Shar Shuvu.
He's waiting for you.
She turned and pushed open the entrance to the dome. Inside, the air was cool, the light filtered through the translucent walls. And there, sitting cross-legged on a woven mat, was a tiger man with a furry muzzle, great fangs, and a hairless, striped body with legs made for hunting. The chairman lifted his gaze.
You've come a long way. Rose told me you'd be bringing a visitor from the crater. Sit. Is it the real Crowleen?
Quentin didn't move.
No.
Shar said.
An agent is making use of one of her bioshells.
He shifted on his butt.
Something sounds serious.
Take it this way,
Shar said.
We're not here for pleasantries.
The tiger smiled, faint and tired.
No, you wouldn't be.
Quentin crossed his arms.
We need you to return to the vault.
The room went still. The chairman's expression remained calm, but something flickered in his eyes.
The vault.
Quentin nodded.
It's time.
The chairman exhaled slowly. He peered down at his hands, claws retracted in their nail beds. The chairman was silent for a long time. Then, finally he nodded.
Very well.
Quentin didn't relax. This wasn't over. Shar Shuvu turned to Rose.
We'll need food and rest before we leave.
Rose nodded.
I'll arrange it.
As they exited the dome, Quentin looked at Shar Shuvu.
Do you trust him?
She was quiet for a moment.
He has been my friend for a long time now. I forgive him, and you should too.
That wasn't an answer. Quentin glanced back at the dome, at the man inside who had once controlled nations. Something about this didn't sit right. After a meal with the chairman's 5 wives and 7 children, they headed off. The path from the settlement stretched wide, cutting through rolling fields of heath and sparse woodland. The sky was gray-blue, the scent of damp earth and distant rain hanging in the air. Shar Shuvu flew low, conserving her energy. The chairman, in his massive striped tiger form, padded beside Quentin. His bare paws made no sound on the mossy ground. Quentin's talons pressed into the dirt as she walked in step with him. After flying for days, the ground felt oddly solid.
You can run ahead if you want,
Shar Shuvu said to the chairman. He snorted.
And leave you 2 behind.
Shar Shuvu smirked.
We can both fly, and you can run. You're fast, right?
He sprang forward, his muscular legs carrying him over the hills. Quentin leapt into the air with Shar. Ahead, the vault loomed in the distance. A black structure, half buried in the ground. It was built like a bunker, with slanted walls that merged with the land. Layers of reinforced stone hid the sealed entrance. Shar Shuvu glided down and landed lightly beside them.
The vault where you took this bio shell.
The chairman stepped forward.
I'll miss it. I wonder what form I'll have to take this time.
Quentin wiped sweat from his brow feathers and watched Shar Shuvu approach the entrance. She placed a hand on the wall. A pulse of energy rippled outward, revealing a hidden panel. The vault door slid open, and they entered. The air inside was cool, sterile. The walls pulsed with faint blue light. As they walked deeper into the vault, the hum of machines grew louder. Then Quentin saw them. Tanks filled with a pale green liquid. But floating inside the first one, suspended in that liquid, was him. Or rather, the body he had once called his own. Quentin's breath caught. The face was his, but younger and stronger. Dark waves drifted around the still form. His body was solid and powerful. Exactly as he remembered before being forced to inhabit the blonde, before moving to Czars. Beside his tank was another, an eagle man. Feathers covered his arms, chest, and thighs. But much like Shar Shuvu, he had a human face and human limbs. Footsteps echoed. Quentin turned as 2 tall, pale women appeared from another room. They were Bara 2 scientists. Their albino skin was smooth, and their long white hair fell past their shoulders. Their black, pupil-less eyes reflected the light.
You have arrived,
one said. The other gestured toward the tanks.
The bodies are ready.
Quentin swallowed.
How long have you been growing these?
Since the moment Trix transmitted your genetic map.
The first scientist tilted her head, observing him.
The process is simple. Transferring consciousness takes minutes, the same as one's genetic code. You will watch it happen.
The chairman gaped at the eagle man floating in the second tank.
So, this is my future.
The second scientist nodded.
This is your new body.
Shar Shuvu folded her wings behind her back.
And what of the tiger?
We will melt him down. He is about to become a political interstellar figure. You, Quentin, will change to your original form since we need your crow bioshell for another traveler.
I don't get why I must inhabit my body,
Quentin said.
Can't the new arrival have mine? Don't I need to fly again?
He abstained from mentioning the time portals, since many seemed to think they'd only come for the chairman. Chapter 4. Falken's Descent.
Falken's wings burned. For 2 days they had flown over the endless ocean, the water below stretching into the horizon, nothing but the deep, empty blue. Each wing beat sent a pulse of fire through his shoulders. He tried not to think about the miles they had crossed. The ocean below had been endless, the wind slicing through his feathers like a blade. He should have felt something. Gratitude that the love of his life had survived. Gratitude that she had rescued him from the Vilthuron torture chamber. Victory? Relief? A sense that he was free of the sins his father carried? But instead he felt hollow, like the wind had stripped him bare. His muscles ached, but the sky had become a second home, the wind pressing against his feathers like an old companion. The eagle had carried him for part of the journey, but not today. Most of the time, he had been expected to fly. The ache in his bones told him how far they had come. Every wing beat sent dull shocks of pain through his shoulders. He hadn't protested. If he had, the eagle would have reminded him that his bioshell had been born with wings, hollow bones, and crow lungs for a reason. Jennifer, seated atop the great bird's back, had barely spoken. Her hematite pendant glinted whenever the sun broke through the clouds. The sight of it caught Falken's eye more than once, its polished surface reflecting light in strange patterns. The eagle's name was Zovikar. Falken had learned that after the first night, when they landed on a rocky island, the only solid ground they had seen since leaving Polymnia's mainland. That night, as they sat by a makeshift fire, Zovikar had finally spoken to him. Not in the tone of a messenger, but in the tone of an elder, one who had seen more than Falken could yet imagine.
You are Crowlene's ghost.
Falken had bristled at that, his talons tightening against the damp rock beneath him.
I am not her.
Zovikar's large golden eyes had studied him, piercing, unblinking.
And yet they will believe you are.
Falken had no answer for that. The morning air was crisp with the last traces of high-altitude frost. The sky stretched bright blue above Falken, Jennifer, and the giant eagle, broken only by the thin wisps of clouds curling over the distant peaks. Their campfire had burned low, leaving behind the scent of charred bamboo shoots and wild chicken bones, the remains of their meager breakfast. Falken ran a hand over his face, brushing away the stiffness from a night spent on uneven ground. Sleep had been restless, his mind filled with echoes of his father's execution, the dull explosion swallowing the flagship in Velthron's orbit. Falken straightened. The canyon stretched wide before them, sheer cliffs plunging into darkness below. Spanning its vast expanse, countless crystal bridges gleamed in the morning light, their surfaces refracting the sky's blue into scattered rainbows. At the center of it all, suspended over the abyss, stood the United Wheel of Polymnia, a massive dome forged entirely from diamond. The structure's surface caught the sun's fire, glistening like a celestial jewel over the ferocious Whitewater River far, far below. No walls, no towers. Just the great diamond rotunda, a silent sentinel over the chasm. It was only a short distance, and they had rehearsed what to do and say, so they leapt into the sky and glided towards the United Wheel. Zovikar banked left, guiding them toward the cliff. Falken's shoulders screamed in protest, but he forced himself to stay airborne. He wouldn't let Jennifer see weakness. The United Wheel of Polymnia glowed like a fallen star. The massive diamond dome reflected the morning light into a cascade of color, an unnatural shimmer against the deep blue sky.
You land first,
Zovikar instructed. Falken sucked in a tight breath and tucked his wings, angling toward the land. The wind rushed past his face, chilling the sweat that clung to his skin. He landed with a controlled roll, his talons scraping against the smooth surface. Zovikar and Jennifer landed a second later, the eagle's powerful form barely making a sound. Jennifer slid from his back, adjusting her pendant as she surveyed the political center.
We made it.
You must walk over the bridge, Falken,
Zovikar said.
We will wait for you here.
He stared down. Below him, the canyon stretched deep, so deep that the mist at the bottom blurred the ground into nothingness. He had flown over worse, but something about walking on transparent glass over an abyss made his legs feel unsteady.
Why can't I just fly over and land in the center?
He squawked louder than intended. Jennifer shook her head.
No, you have to cross over the bridge. It's custom.
Falken inhaled, pushing forward. His talons clicked against the smooth surface, the sensation alien and unstable beneath him. He gripped the barraglass railings, his claws slipping slightly against their polished surface. His breath was coming too fast. He forced himself forward, one step at a time. Suddenly, the air changed. It was subtle at first, like a shift in pressure before a storm. The scent of charred air, a metallic hum vibrating through the ground. Then came the feeling. An unseen force pressing against his ribs. A presence. A warning. The bridge felt too still. Too perfect, as if something had been waiting for him to cross. Alarm screamed through the air. Falken recoiled, his wings instinctively flaring open, Red lights flashed across the bridges, casting long, pulsing shadows across the canyon walls. Automated voices rang through the canyon.
Unauthorized arrival detected. You must present genetic identification.
Falken froze. The noise pounded in his skull. He whipped his head around, scanning the sky, his heart hammering against his ribs.
What shall I do?
Jennifer's mouth hung open, her gaze lifted toward the sky. Falken followed her stare. 5 phoenixes were descending, their massive wings outstretched, their armor glinting in the magical red fire their companions exuded. When they landed, they blocked the bridge on both sides. The air shimmered around them from the heat of their seemingly natural thrusters. Plasma pistols sat holstered at their sides. Falken's breath locked in his chest. They weren't soldiers. Not in the traditional sense. These were enforcers. The United Wheel's personal interrogators. And they were here for him. More enforcers descended like a storm, their great wings fanning out, heat shimmering in the air around them. They landed without a sound, their talons barely touching the glass bridge, the glowing red and gold light of their feathers reflecting off the polished bar glass. Falken held still. He couldn't move. If they attacked, there would be no escape. The Clay tribe members had warned him with their interpretation devices about the dangerous Phoenix guards. Jennifer lifted her palms.
We come in peace. We request an audience with the United Wheel's Cat Queen.
The lead Phoenix stalked forward. The crest of feathers atop its head flickered like embers. She spoke in a soft female's voice.
Your arrival was not sanctioned. State your purpose.
Her wings folded behind her, but heat still pulsed from them, making the air feel thin. Jennifer didn't flinch. The red glow of their feathers reflected in her hematite pendant, but she held her ground.
Do you really think you can arrest us?
The Phoenix enforcer tilted her head.
We can do more than arrest you.
Then do it.
Jennifer challenged.
Or let us see the Queen. We are here because Polymnia is under threat. The portals must be reopened. The wheel must reconsider.
The enforcers didn't move. Jennifer was choosing her words carefully. That meant things were worse than he thought. The lead Phoenix cocked her head. Her amber eyes burned.
The Queen made her ruling clear. The portals remain closed.
Jennifer's fingers twitched, but she held her ground.
Then the Queen does not understand what is coming.
The enforcer shifted slightly, but still didn't lower her gaze. Jennifer inhaled slowly.
There is a virus spreading across Euphorion. It is uncontrollable. The stars are closing their doors to us. If Polymnia isolates itself now, your people will be trapped when it comes.
The Phoenix's glowing eyes flickered. She turned her gaze to Zovakar.
And you?
The eagle ruffled his feathers.
I carry no weapons, no ill intent. I am here as a witness.
Another Phoenix stepped forward, smaller than the first, but no less imposing. It moved gracefully, and its taloned feet never quite pressed into the glass. It lifted a hand, a thin red light tracing from its palm as it scanned Falken's body. The glow passed over his wings, his face, his chest.
He is not Crowleen,
he said in a surprisingly deep voice. Why did these Phoenixes sound like humans when Falken croaked in a ragged voice? But before relief could settle, the lead enforcer said,
That does not change the Queen's ruling.
Jennifer's shadow stretched under the bridge lights.
Please, you must let me speak with the Queen.
You will be brought before the wheel.
The first Phoenix said.
But as prisoners.
Falken's wings twitched.
You can't be serious.
The Queen has already foreseen those who would come here to challenge her judgment.
The enforcer flicked a wing in command.
You are all under arrest.
Zovakar let out a deep, slow breath.
We came in good faith.
And you will be treated with good faith.
The enforcer replied.
No bindings.
Falken clenched his beak as 2 Phoenixes moved to his sides. They weren't touching him, but their heat radiated close. Jennifer didn't resist, but jutted out her chin defiantly.
Take us to her.
Zovakar stepped forward last. His golden eyes met Falken's. There was no fear, only patience. The walk to the United Wheel's chamber stretched long and endless over the transparent bridge. Falken forced himself forward, talons uncomfortable against the glass and occasionally sliding uncontrollably. Far beneath him, the Whitewater River raged in the canyon. The sound of rushing water rose through the mist, swallowing the silence between each footstep. Flying over this wouldn't have bothered him. Walking across the thin, invisible barrier with nothing but rails between him and the abyss made the small feathers stand up in the back of his neck. Jennifer walked ahead confidently. She barely glanced at the drop. When Zovakar followed, the feathers of his massive wings rippled in the high-altitude wind. The Phoenix Guard's eyes glowed like hot coals, their fiery feathers reflected in the glass beneath their feet. Falken's racing heartbeat caused pains in his chest. This was the last thing he'd expected. He'd thought they would be on his side and want to help. He needed to save the 7 systems, not go to prison. Again. At last, they arrived at the far end, where the glass path curved into the Diamond Hall. Zovikar had told him during a night eating around a fire that the United Wheel's immense dome was crafted entirely from solid diamond. And here it stood now, refracting the afternoon light into a storm of shifting colors. The moment they stepped inside, rainbows danced across the walls, scattering over the hundreds of gathered hybrids seated in concentric rings. Falken's nails dug into his palms. He had never seen so many species in one place. The first ring held humanoids, fox-like people with amber fur, snake-bodied scholars draped in woven robes, gazelle-headed elders with intricate beaded collars. The second ring held larger creatures, centaur-like beings with deep black coats, feathered bipeds with hooked beaks, feline hybrids lounging on their cushions. Beyond them, winged beings perched on elevated seats, their talons gripping the wooden perches. The phoenixes stood here, their glowing eyes locked onto Falken. And at the very center, raised on a polished obsidian podium, lay the Cat Queen of the United Wheel. She was the size of a polar bear from the poles of Lairon. But unlike a polar bear, the Cat Queen's fur seemed to drink in the light, absorbing the colors of the diamond walls. Her tail flicked once, the only movement in the silent chamber. White tufts fluffed at her chest and paws like socks in a scarf. She had no human features, no human hands, no posture that mimicked bipedal rulers. Her green eyes narrowed as she studied Falken. There was no warmth, no curiosity, only a gaze so deep it felt like staring into a black hole. She remained as she was. A great feline sprawled in regal ease, her paws resting lightly on the cushion, and a floating data globe pulsing blue beside her. The chamber fell silent. The Queen's tail flicked once. The data globe twinkled. A voice, low and smooth as flowing water, filled the chamber.
You are the ones who begged to see me.
Jennifer stepped forward first, lowering her head.
We did not come to beg, we came to warn.
Speak then, and be brief.
Jennifer straightened, her pendant catching the light between erect bare breasts.
The portals must be reopened. Euphorion is dying. Polymnia could be next. If you do this, you sentence your people to death.
The Queen's whiskers twitched. The audience shifted. Some of the gazelle-headed elders exchanged glances. The winged hybrids above tilted their heads slightly. The data globe pulsed.
The portals have brought nothing but war and ruin.
Jennifer's fingers curled.
The virus does not care about your borders.
A low murmur spread through the chamber. The Queen's ears flicked.
You are the ones who meddle,
the data globe said.
Crowleen did this. She pulled the stars into a game that should never have been played.
Jennifer didn't flinch.
Crowleen is dead.
The Queen's pupils narrowed.
And yet, the dead leave echoes.
Falken stepped forward.
You knew her.
The Queen's gaze turned on him fully. For a long moment, she did not speak. Then, at last, the data globe shimmered.
I watched her fall.
Falken's breath locked in his throat. The Queen had seen Crowleen's death. Jennifer did not hesitate.
Then you know what she wanted. She wanted to hide the time keys. She wanted the same as you. But if she knew what was happening, if she knew humanity was on the brink of extinction, she would want to use a time key again to assassinate the man behind this interstellar genocide.
A ripple passed through the chamber. Some of the elders stirred. The phoenixes above remained eerily still. The Queen's eyes did not leave Falken. The weight of her stare pressed into his bones. The data globe flickered.
The keys were never meant to be found.
Jennifer's jaw tightened.
Please tell us where they are. Or just one. We only need one key.
The Queen's tail curled. The data globe's voice softened.
Would you gamble the fate of your people on a virus many light years away? Polymnia is independent. Polymnia is safe.
Jennifer snorted.
I would gamble on survival.
The chamber held its breath. Then slowly the Queen stood. The sunlight shimmered against her long black fur. She leapt down from the podium, landing soundlessly before them. The crowd watched in complete stillness. The Queen stepped closer to Falken, her gaze level with his. Then, without looking away, the data globe's voice whispered.
The star keys rest in Heaven's Island.
Falken's voice cracked.
Why tell us where the keys are? If you were going to imprison us.
The Queen's whiskers twitched. Her data globe pulsed.
Because I want you to know that even with the knowledge of where the keys are, they are invisible, and you are completely powerless.
The audience erupted into noise. Some shouted. Others hissed, their voices rising in overlapping protests. The Phoenix Guards spread their wings, glowing like burning embers. The Queen turned her back on them all. She leaped gracefully onto her dais once more, curling her tail around her paws. Her data globe pulsed.
The wheel has made its ruling. The time keys are not our concern.
The Phoenix Enforcers stepped forward. The Queen's voice echoed one final time.
Take them away.
Chapter 5. The Memory Vault.
Maria puffed out her feathers when the damp chill of the underground air pressed against her skin. The tech city beneath Polymnia stretched before her, a maze of flickering neon corridors, sealed doors with biometric locks, and stairways leading to depths unknown. She wasn't alone. The Bubo King strode beside her, his massive tawny owl wings tucked close to his back, his golden eyes, the size of grapefruit, scanning every shadow. He wore no crown, no robes of office, but his high ear tufts looked like horns. Maria didn't trust him, but she needed his help. He had told her that the scientists of Polymnia's underground city didn't deal in favors. They dealt in power, leverage, and things far more valuable than credits. The Bubo King had something they wanted. Was Falken all right? Had Quentin landed safely? The missions were secret. Their paths had been divided on purpose. She glanced at the Bubo King.
Do you know anything about the others?
He didn't turn his massive head.
That is not knowledge I have been given.
Maria hesitated.
Would you tell me if you did?
It is not your concern. Your mission is here.
The stale, cold air wrapped around Maria's skin like a warning. She had spent her life moving through the shadows of empires, slipping between allegiances, but this time it was different. Czars. She had no way of knowing if her team was still alive, no updates, no signals, not even the faintest whisper of news. Silence wasn't safety. It was just the unknown stretching wider as the clock ticked. If the virus spread farther than Loran, would anyone have even had time to escape? To isolate? To create better vaccines? Or were they already gone? She exhaled sharply, pressing the thoughts down. She had a mission, but if she failed here, what was she even fighting for? Ahead, the entry terminal loomed, guarded by two insectoid hybrids, their long, segmented arms folded across their armored chests, their black exoskeletons glistened under the overhead lights, their multifaceted eyes unreadable. Maria stopped short. She could feel the Bubo King staring at her as he waited for her to speak. The taller of the two guards clicked its mandibles, and a voice she somehow understood rang out of his bracelet.
Purpose of visit.
Maria didn't flinch.
We're here for Crowlene's memory chip.
The insectoid tilted its head, mandibles clicking.
The Keeper of Keys.
Maria nodded once, trying not to let impatience creep into her voice. The second guard's antennae twitched.
That data is classified.
Beside her, the Bubo King whistled. A series of low hoots and clicks. His translation bangle pulsed with light, converting his native tongue into smooth speech.
That data is worth far less than what I'm offering in return.
The insectoid guards stiffened. A subtle shift. One of them flicked their antennae toward the unseen depths of the lab complex. A sign, a hesitation. The first guard leaned forward slightly.
And what exactly do you offer, Bubo King of Hearthram?
The Bubo King curled over and pulled something small from the satchel which hung diagonally across his chest. He gestured for Maria to hold out her palm and dropped it there. The cylinder was no longer than Maria's palm. The moment it caught the artificial light, the guards froze. The first one twitched backward. The second clicked its mandibles, a barely perceptible sound of surprise. Maria narrowed her eyes at the object. If she hadn't worked in the military and secret service all her life, she wouldn't know what it was, but she did. It wasn't just any genetic refinement key. It was one marked with the seal of the old engineers, those who had once crafted the most advanced hybrid lines before the United Will seized control. It was illegal. It was forbidden. And it was priceless. Maria shot the Bubo King a sidelong glance. How had he even gotten his hands on that? The guards exchanged a quick series of ultrasonic clicks, too fast for human ears to decipher. Then, as if the matter had already been decided, the first guard turned toward the retinal scanner beside the vault door. With a flick of its clawed hand, the security field dropped.
This way.
It rasped. Maria inhaled slowly. They were in, and whatever happened next, there was no turning back. Maria's shoulders relaxed as she dropped the device back in the Bubo King's satchel and stepped into the cold-lit corridor beyond. The underground tech city was far older than the surface world above. The walls were not smooth metal, but raw stone reinforced with transparent alloy, crisscrossed with circuitry. The deeper they walked, the heavier the air became. The corridor led them into a circular chamber lined with suspended data pods, each pulsing faintly, their contents obscured by layers of encryption. A figure waited in the center. The lead geneticist of the underground labs was a humanoid with translucent skin. Her veins and organs were barely visible beneath the surface. Her large black eyes reflected nothing, and when she spoke, her voice seemed to bypass the air entirely, as if vibrating inside Maria's skull.
You seek the echoes of a dead crow woman.
Maria's fingers curled.
We need Crowlene's memory chip. Her last stored imprint.
And what will you give me?
The Bubo King stepped forward. He reached into his satchel again and pulled out the cylinder. The scientist's eyes widened. She lifted a delicate hand, beckoning him to place it on the scanner beside her. The moment the cylinder touched the surface, the room pulsed. Data streams flared to life, flowing from the walls, swirling through the air in ribbons of light. The scientist's lips parted slightly.
This is valuable.
The Bubo King said nothing. Maria forced herself to stay still, to not ask questions. Genetic modification was the backbone of Polymnia's power. It shaped their leaders, their warriors, their future. Whatever was inside that cylinder, it was worth more than just memories. The scientist finally nodded.
The exchange is acceptable.
Maria exhaled just once. The scientist turned to one of the suspended pods and pressed her hand to its surface. A series of rapid clicks and mechanical hisses followed. The pod released a small black device. Maria took in a deep breath. The memory chip. She reached for it. But the scientist held it back. Her inky black gaze locked onto Maria's.
The data may not be what you hope for.
Maria's fingers hesitated over the chip.
What do you mean?
The scientist's voice remained flat.
Crowlene's final imprint was recorded months before she was jailed in the dungeons at the United Wheel.
Maria shrugged.
I'll chance it.
The scientist tweaked the controls, and Maria could see her bones and nerves through the skin of her fingers as they tapped, twisted, and pulled holographic displays. The vault was pretty dark, just the interface's blue light showed. Maria stood rigid beside the Bubo King, her muscles tight, her mind running calculations. She didn't trust this. The scientist lifted the small, metallic memory chip between her long, 10-fingered hands. The light caught against her transparent skin, showing the veins and shifting neural currents beneath. It was unsettling. Maria forced her gaze onto the chip. Crowlene's mind, the last fragments of the Keeper of Keys, the last piece of the puzzle. Instead of handing it over, the scientist slid another chip onto the panel. Maria's breath stalled.
What are you doing?
She demanded. The scientist's expression didn't change, her nearly translucent eyes unblinking.
Crowlene's data is locked behind a sensory encryption. To access it, we must integrate her memory core into a functioning consciousness.
Maria hated this already. She had hated sharing a consciousness with Professor Isham in the mind of a Saffron clone, and by the sounds of this, it wasn't going to get much better.
You mean you want to merge her mind with mine?
The scientist nodded.
Not a merge. A framework overlay. Crowlene's memories will process through your neural pathways, allowing them to be translated into something you can comprehend.
Maria's stomach turned. She glanced at the Bubo King. He was unreadable, his large golden eyes merely reflecting the light. Maria snapped her attention back to the scientist.
And what about my own memories?
Her voice croaked out sharply.
You're not storing or copying anything I see, are you?
The scientist didn't blink.
That is not the function of this system.
Maria's shoulders stiffened.
That's not an answer.
A pause. Then the scientist's hand slowed. She turned her nearly featureless face toward Maria.
Your concerns are noted. You may observe the process in real time.
She gestured toward the transparent memory interface module.
The system will display every strand of data as it is extracted, transferred, and overlaid. You will have complete control over what is taken and what remains.
Maria's pulse pounded in her throat. She knew this tech. She had used it before. In the Lyranese Secret Service, memory extraction was a weapon. A tool used to rip secrets from prisoners, to overwrite identities, to shatter pasts and rebuild them into something else. She knew how easy it was to erase someone. Maria glared at the scientist.
If I catch even a whisper of my past getting copied, I'll make sure this entire lab complex burns.
The Bubo King let out a low, soft hoot. Whether in amusement or warning, she couldn't tell. The scientist simply nodded, her fingers moving again.
Understood.
Maria inhaled sharply, then stepped forward. She pressed her palm to the haptic relay pad. A brief sting surged through her skull as the system recognized her. The display flashed, and Crowlene's memory chip slotted into place. A cold whisper slid into her mind. A rush of images, flashes of Polymnia's past. A hand pressing a code into a terminal. A corridor bathed in emergency red lights. A vault door slamming shut. Maria's breath hitched. Crowlene's mind was unraveling in fragments, meshing with Maria's own instincts, her own sensory perceptions. A purple crystal star. A location. An altar in a quartz pyramid. A final command. Maria's fingers twitched. Her gut clenched. She ripped her hand away from the interface. Her head pounded, vision flickering between the past and the present. Her pulse thundered in her ears. The scientist observed her reaction, then deactivated the display.
The process is complete.
Maria snatched the chip before the scientist could even reach for it.
I'll take my chances.
The scientist merely watched, her expression blank. Maria turned sharply and strode toward the exit, the Bubo King matching her pace. As the doors sealed behind them, the underground city swallowed their presence once more.
Chapter 6. The Transfer. Quentin lay on the medical table, wires coiling around his wrists, chest, and temples. The chairman lay on the table beside him. The Tiger Man's striped form was still, though his massive chest rose and fell with deep breaths. The two white Barenese scientists adjusted the neural conduits while their gigantic, pure black eyes scanned data projected in midair.
You must relax,
one said. Quentin exhaled sharply. Relaxing wasn't easy when he was about to be ripped out of one body and shoved into another. The other scientist placed a hand on his forehead.
We will begin.
A pulse of warmth spread from his skull down his spine. A pressure built at the base of his neck. His vision blurred, then pain. An ache in every muscle, like his body had been stitched together from mismatched pieces. His nerves fired in delayed response, his skin tingling like static had crawled over him. He wasn't used to this body anymore. It should have felt natural, but something about it felt foreign, stretched too tight over unfamiliar bones. Then nothing. Darkness swallowed him whole.
Consciousness surged back to Quentin like a wave. But he wasn't lying down anymore. He was floating. The first thing he noticed was cold. It filled his lungs, pressing against his ribs. The second was silence. Not the quiet of a quiet lab, but the dense, suffocating kind, thick and liquid heavy. His eyes flickered open. Green light filtered through the tank, bending and refracting. A haze of movement outside. Shapes. Shadows. He tried to breathe. The liquid filled his throat. It should have been wrong. His lungs should have seized, but his body reacted as if this was natural. Like it had done this before. The Eagle Man floated in the other tank. His body was built for the sky. Feathers layered over the human muscles of his chest and ABs, and human arms. Larger feathers covered genitals, and fluffy beige down covered his thighs and chest. Long wings pressed against the curved glass of the tank. He was still unconscious. Quentin's fingers twitched. He glanced down. They were his hands, his proper hands. He could see the small dark brown hair on his hands and arms, not the dusting of gold which had covered the tanned body of the blond man. At least he had no talons or feathers anymore. He pressed his palm to the glass. I'm me again. His gaze darted to the third tank, which now occupied the crow. It floated between the currents, black wings slightly spread. Then, as if it sensed him looking, it jerked violently. Its beak opened in a silent cry. Its talons curled. Its body convulsed once, twice, then went still. Quentin's chest heaved. A mechanical groan vibrated through the floor, and the green liquid started draining beneath them, slipping through the gridded metal below. Quentin felt the shift immediately, gravity pulling him down. He braced himself as his feet touched the tank's base. His lungs burned. A reflex kicked in, forcing him to cough. The last of the liquid surged from his mouth and nose. He sucked in his first real breath. The chamber door hissed and slid open. Cold air hit his damp skin. He stumbled forward, catching himself against the side of the tank. The chairman emerged beside him, unsteady but composed. He spread his wings slightly, adjusting to the sensation. A soft thud resounded. The crow had collapsed onto the floor, feathers slick with residual fluid. She twitched, then staggered up, and launched herself into his chest. He barely had time to react before her wings wrapped around him, pulling him into an embrace that didn't make sense. Quentin froze. Crows didn't hug people.
It's me.
The crow choked out.
Quentin, it's me, Anna.
Then she collapsed into a heap on the floor. He dropped to his knees beside her, gripping her shoulders, staring. She tried to speak, but her breath hitched and her wings trembled violently. Quentin corkscrewed around. Get help. He couldn't believe he had his old voice back. Oh, how he'd missed his voice. Anna sucked in a shaky breath before pushing herself up. She braced against his arms, her hands curling against his skin. Quentin realized he was stark naked, but she didn't seem to care about that.
I wasn't ready. I was.
She coughed, pressing her face and beak into his chest. She lifted her head, and the look in those beady crow eyes shattered something deep inside him.
Matthias is dead,
she whispered.
My children are dead. Darwin, Rowena, and Indigo gone. Ebony and her children are all dead, and so are my father, my sister, and her family, and my parent-in-laws. We have to reverse this, Quentin. We must save Euphorion.
The room felt smaller. The world shrank to her trembling voice, her shattered breath. He had forgotten that she and Matthias had adopted Darwin's friend, Rowena, who Darwin had rescued from the future alien invasion. He had held Darwin when he was a little time-traveling spy. He had lifted him onto his shoulders. Now they were all gone. Anna's wings curled inward, as if folding into herself, like she wanted to disappear. Like she didn't deserve to take up space in a world without them. Quentin hadn't even realized he was holding his breath until his lungs ached. He inhaled. If Matthias, the secret agent turned husband and father, was dead, then Quentin's family had surely perished too. Ma and Dad only lived down the mountain from them in Poitras. They were surely dead. Anna's grip tightened. Her whole frame shook.
The virus took them all. I tried. I held them. And then I had to watch them die.
Quentin didn't speak. There weren't any words. He pulled her in again. He didn't know how long they stayed like that. Seconds. Minutes. Maybe longer. The machines hummed. The scientists whispered in their eerie, measured voices, but they weren't part of this moment. It was just them. Two broken pieces, holding on to each other because there was nothing else left to hold on to. And for the first time since he woke, Quentin let himself close his eyes. Nothing would ever be the same again. Then, Shar Shuvu cleared her throat. Anna lifted her head, eyes red-rimmed, beak clicking softly as she exhaled. Then she rushed into Shar Shuvu's arms, her whole body trembling.
Shar Shuvu. My dear, dear friend. It was awful.
She sobbed into the feathers of Shar Shuvu's chest.
The virus.
Her voice hitched.
It took them all. I tried. I held them.
Her human arms encircled Shar Shuvu's narrow waist.
I had to watch them die.
Shar Shuvu tiptoed to whisper into the crow's ear. Quentin's eyes narrowed. He couldn't hear the words, but he saw the slight shift in Anna's posture. A tiny, almost imperceptible stiffening. Was she being warned? The answer came when Chairman Vrokala spoke.
I had no idea about such a virus.
He shook his head.
Something has to be done.
Quentin wondered if the news reminded him of his own past evils. The Leadbara 2 scientist straightened.
Right now, nothing must be done.
Vrokala stared at her.
Excuse me.
The scientist's black eyes never blinked.
No one can know that you, any of you, have transferred into these bodies. It must remain secret.
Vrokala exhaled, clearly frustrated.
But my family. My wives and children and friends who I work with in the community gardens. I have to be honest.
The scientist rubbed her thin white hands together and sighed gently through her nose.
Okay, you, David. And you only. We'll tell them your body was riddled with cancer, and that you chose this bioshell because you have always wished to fly.
Quentin raised his eyebrows. That was his name now? David? David's expression barely flickered. Then, after a moment, he smirked.
All right, not the worst excuse I've ever given.
Anna tensed.
And me.
The scientist turned to her.
You are Crowleen.
Anna blinked.
What?
You will tell anyone who asks that you have been living on Heaven's Island for the past.
The scientist hesitated.
10 years.
Anna's beak clacked in disbelief.
You expect me to pretend I've been hiding for 10 years?
The scientist inclined her head.
You must.
Quentin folded his arms. And what about me?
You are a traveler.
She nodded.
You came from Heaven's Island too. You needed a place to work and live. That is all.
Quentin let out a breath. Right, just a humble drifter. Did I come with Crowleen?
Yes, on the back of a giant seagull.
Great, Quentin said. The second scientist nodded.
But first, the crow and the eagle must learn to fly.
The four of them followed the scientists through the winding tunnels of the vault, bare feet and talons pressing against the cold stone. Orange glowballs lit the dark passage as the silent scientists passed. Shar Shuvu walked beside Quentin, her movements smooth on small pale feet. She wasn't watching the scientists. She was watching him. Quentin felt her gaze, sharp and assessing. There was something else there, though. Something quieter. Anna hopped along beside them, talons scraping the floor. She was still adjusting. Quentin glanced at her, then at the silent figure ahead. Chairman Vrokala, otherwise known as David, in his new body, his golden wings tucked neatly against his back. A knot tightened in Quentin's stomach. Anna didn't know who the Eagle Man was. Not yet. She had been one of the key agents in bringing Vrokala down. She had possessed his butler, slipping past his defenses, dismantling his control from within. Now he was walking beside them, disguised in feathers and talons. When she realized, because she would realize. Quentin wasn't sure how she'd react. He blew out a long, silent breath through puffed cheeks and kept his focus forward. They had other things to deal with first. They arrived at a hatch embedded in the rock. One scientist pressed a hand to the wall, activating a silent mechanism. The hatch slid open, revealing a narrow path lined with jagged stones. Quentin exited first, avoiding a thistle. Anna hesitated, then clicked her beak in frustration.
Why did Quentin get a cloned bioshell?
She jabbed a talon toward Quentin, then turned her sharp gaze on the nearest scientist.
And I got a crow.
The scientist barely blinked.
There were not enough tanks.
Anna ruffled her feathers.
What?
We had to be selective. The tanks are rare. There was no extra available for you in this location.
She narrowed her eyes.
You're telling me the whole reason I'm stuck in this body is a supply issue?
The scientist shrugged.
And we needed to preserve Crowleen's clone.
Anna froze.
Crowleen? I know her. Where is she?
The scientist paused, then answered without ceremony.
She was imprisoned by the United Wheel of Polymnia for murder on and off-world. Then she got a death sentence.
So I am going to be a fugitive.
Only the United Wheel know that. I heard it through an agent friend.
Quentin wondered what agent had told the scientist. Surely they knew he and Anna were here to find the keys and change time. But he wasn't to say anything. The chief had warned them about the danger of talk.
We shall go now.
The second scientist said.
Tell no one about us. If you are questioned, David, about how you acquired your bioshell, you must tell them it's a secret, even to your wives.
That will be hard,
he said. The door closed behind them after they bid farewell to the Bara 2 women. Quentin wondered whether the women knew they wanted to open the portals again. Then he decided they may have not even known there were such thing as portals. A barren ridge sloped upward, leading to higher ground. Beyond that, rolling hills and sparse forest. There was no sign of civilization. Shar Shuvu stepped up beside him.
Good place for a test flight.
He glanced at her. Yeah. Her lips curved just slightly when she looked at Anna.
You worried?
Yes. I've never flown before.
As they climbed, the sun, once high, had started its slow descent, casting longer shadows across the ridge. The sky had lost its sharp midday glare, softening into deeper blues, with streaks of gold and orange beginning to form at the horizon. By the time they reached the top, the ground glowed with the last remnants of daylight, and the wind carried the coolness of approaching evening. Quentin inhaled deeply, taking in the stretch of sky overhead. still vast, still open, but now edged with the first hints of night. He briefly felt saddened that he had lost his ability to fly, and knew that if they managed to change time and save his family and friends, he would always hold dear in his heart the memories of flight with Shar Shuvu by his side. "This will work," he said. Anna crouched, gripping the dirt with her talons.
How do we do this?
You jump.
That's it.
You jump, and you figure it out on the way down. Anna whipped her head around.
That's the worst advice I've ever heard.
Quentin smirked. Worked for me. Chairman Vrokala spread his golden wings, testing the wind. He flexed his arms, then leapt. For a moment, he dropped. Then instinct took over. His wings caught the air, and he tilted, adjusting mid-flight. He arched upward, his body carving a smooth path through the sky before circling back. He landed on the ridge, talons digging into the dirt. Quentin raised an eyebrow. "Not bad, David." Vrokala said nothing, only folding his wings neatly behind him. Shar Shuvu let out a soft, approving hum.
Efficient.
Anna scrubbed a hand over her feathered face. When she touched her beak, she flashed and ran her fingers up and down the black and shiny length of it.
Fine. I'll try.
She shuffled forward. Her wings lifted slightly as she adjusted her stance. Quentin watched as she crouched, gathering herself. Then she jumped. The wind caught her unevenly. She flailed. Her wings fought against the air, but she tilted too far to one side. Quentin sighed. Too stiff. Let the wind do the work. Anna let out a snort. This time, she held steady for a few seconds before wobbling. She overcorrected and crashed into the dirt. Quentin crossed his arms. "You need to stop fighting it." She pushed herself up, shaking off dust.
This is harder than it looks.
He smirked. "Told you." Vrokala watched her, silent. His sharp golden eyes missed nothing. Anna tried again, and again. Each time she lasted longer. By the fourth attempt, she stayed in the air. It was clumsy, but she hovered, wings adjusting in choppy beats. Quentin nodded. "Better." She landed, breathing hard.
That was awful.
"You'll get there." As the sun dipped lower, the wind settled, and Quentin found himself in an unexpected moment of ease. He certainly felt more confident about changing time with Anna around. She had saved his life and the lives of countless others with her extremely humanitarian and heroic deeds. If anyone could do it, it was her. Anna was still adjusting to her new body. She flapped unsteadily beside him. The first few landings had been rough, but she was laughing now. Shar Shuvu smirked at her struggle, arms crossed as she leaned against a boulder.
"You're getting the hang of it."
Anna flapped once, steadying herself on the ridge. Barely. Quentin stretched, rolling his shoulders. His own body felt right again. Solid and real. He winched around to face the eagle man who called himself David. The chairman's golden wings were folded neatly behind him again. Quentin could see the sharp intelligence in his eyes, though the expression remained neutral. Vrokala tilted his head, scanning Anna with quiet curiosity.
Who are you?
Anna ruffled her feathers.
Someone needed for an important mission.
He gave a slow nod.
I see.
She cocked her head at him.
What about you?
David. Just someone who had to change their bioshell.
He replied smoothly. Anna hopped once, her talons clicking against the stone.
Why? I heard what the scientists said about being secretive.
Quentin tensed. Vrokala's answer was calm, almost dismissive.
It's a secret. That's why.
Anna studied him for a long moment. Then she shrugged.
Fair enough.
Quentin blew out a long breath. He had expected her to pry further. But she didn't. Not yet. Shar Shuvu brushed her fingertips against Quentin's shoulder.
Let's head back. I heard there's a party waiting.
Anna flexed her wings, then glanced at Quentin.
I hope there's proper food. This body feels malnourished.
Quentin didn't have the energy to explain he had recently possessed it and flown hundreds of miles to get here. Chapter 7. The Crimson Mutiny.
The underground maglev hummed beneath Saffron as she sat with 100 other parents. The air inside the transport was filtered, sterile, yet the tension in the packed cabin thickened with each passing second. Conversations swirled, hushed, worried voices discussing the latest updates from the Euphorion Alliance. A mother beside her wrung her hands. whispering to her partner.
Laron is completely gone.
Except for a few immune.
Her partner murmured grimly. Saffron stared straight ahead, thinking of Quentin and hoping that Lyria and her friends back in their dome were having a fun party with the teachers while all the parents attended this meeting. It was hard to feel normal when billions of lives were lost, though, and hundreds of thousands were dying every day. An entire world erased. Half of Zars gone. Now Voria was next. She clenched her fists in her lap, forcing her breath to remain even. Across from her, a father shook his head.
The Crimson Collective.
His voice was barely above a whisper.
They've been engineering this virus for years. How did we miss it?
No one had an answer. The maglev glided into the station beneath Dome 6, designated for government and scientific meetings. The passengers rose in an orderly fashion, but the undercurrent of anxiety remained. As they ascended into the vast conference hall, Saffron inhaled sharply. The space was circular, tiered, barraglass arching over them, filtering in the cool glow of artificial skylight. The walls shimmered with live updates where holograms displayed the infected planets, moons and colonies, casualty counts, containment zones, and known mutation strains of the virus. 1,000 parents and 500 staff members filled the seats, murmuring as more arrived from other domes. The colony's leaders, scientists, administrators, and the moon's governing representatives stood on an elevated platform. A silver-haired woman in a high-collared, metallic blue uniform raised a hand, and the murmuring softened.
First, let me thank you all for your patience, she said. We know emotions are high. We're all grieving, and we are all scared.
A ripple of nods, a few quiet murmurs of agreement.
We have confirmed, as of this morning, that Laron is lost,
she continued.
The virus spread too rapidly, and our immune response efforts failed. The planetary government collapsed within 48 hours. The few immune survivors have been taken off-world.
A mother in the crowd let out a quiet sob. The leader's expression remained composed but grave.
We also now confirm that half of Zar's population is gone.
Another collective intake of breath.
The virus is spreading on Voria,
a scientist on the panel said, voice controlled but urgent.
Our greatest concern is that the Crimson Collective has engineered mutations that bypass natural immunities. It spreads too quickly, even in sealed environments.
Saffron's nails dug into her palms. If it was airborne, nothing, not dome walls, not sterilization chambers, would stop it. A woman in the audience raised her hand.
What about our colony? Are we next?
The silver-haired leader paused, then responded carefully.
We are safe for now. Our isolation protocols are intact. But we are dependent on off-world supply chains, and if this virus spreads across every major world, then
we'll be left here to rot.
A murmur of agreement swept through the audience. Another father stood.
The Euphorion Alliance isn't answering our messages. Why?
We don't know,
the leader admitted.
We have sent urgent distress signals, no response.
A woman near Saffron stood abruptly, voice trembling.
Then that means they've abandoned us. Doesn't it?
No.
The scientist insisted.
It means they're overwhelmed. Entire systems are falling apart.
We don't have time to wait for them,
someone shouted from the back. A wave of voices rose at once. Questions shouted over each other.
How long can we last without supply ships?
Have you tested the water systems?
What if the virus is already here?
Are you keeping secrets from us?
The silver-haired leader raised her hands, trying to calm them.
I understand your fear, but we must.
We need to leave this moon.
A man stood abruptly, his face red, fists clenched.
You knew this was coming, didn't you?
A scientist shook his head.
You all knew.
The murmuring turned into angry voices, a roiling wave of frustration and fear.
We demand to speak with the governor.
Where is the governor?
Why aren't we evacuating?
You're lying to us.
The leader tried again, voice straining to remain even.
We have no evacuation plans because nowhere is safe. The only viable ships are already sealed in containment.
A chair screeched against the floor as someone lunged toward the platform. A security officer intercepted him. But the moment was like a spark on dry grass. The room erupted. Shouting, screaming. The front row surged forward. A scientist cried out as someone grabbed her arm, yanking her down. A guard stumbled, knocked aside. Another scientist was pushed back against the wall, hands raised in defense. Saffron staggered as people shoved past her, trying to escape the chaos. A chair crashed. A guard fired a warning shot into the ceiling. The flash of blue energy seared the air. But it didn't stop them. Panic took over. People clawed toward the exits, their fear turning into fury, desperation, survival instinct. Saffron whirled toward the exit. Lyria. She had to get back to Lyria. The Maglev station was ahead, but the path was blocked by the panicked rush. She shoved forward, slipping between bodies, pushing past people grabbing at her for stability. The doors to the station were open, but the train had not arrived yet. Come on, she whispered frantically. More parents surged toward the exit, their fear turning animalistic. The platform rumbled. The Maglev was arriving. Saffron pushed forward, her mind screaming move. The Maglev hissed to a stop, doors sliding open. She dove inside as others flooded in behind her, some falling, scrambling, screaming. A voice shouted over the intercom.
Departure in 5 seconds.
Saffron whipped around just as a security guard was tackled, fists slamming into him.
3 seconds.
She turned toward the corridor, caught a glimpse of smoke rising in the hall behind them.
2 seconds.
Saffron pressed herself against the doorframe, watching people claw to get inside.
1 second.
The doors sealed. The Maglev shot forward, racing back to the residential domes. Saffron sagged against the wall, heart hammering. Lyria. She had to get to Lyria. The Maglev rocketed through the underground tunnels, but the passengers were still screaming. Some parents pounded their fists against the glass walls. Others sobbed. A woman grabbed Saffron's arm.
What if they cut off the tunnels?
Her nails dug into Saffron's skin, wild eyes demanding an answer. Saffron shook her off. She couldn't think about that. Lyria. The moment the train jerked to a stop, people shoved toward the doors. Chaos reigned on the platform. Armed and tense guards blocked exits, keeping the residential domes locked down. The automated voice droned.
Please remain calm. Access to the residential sector is temporarily restricted.
No. Saffron shoved past bodies, forcing her way forward. A father yelled.
Let us through. Our children are in there.
A security officer lifted his weapon.
Stand back.
Saffron's pulse roared in her ears. Think. Move. A maintenance hatch to the side. Her legs burned as she lunged for it, gripping the edge just as alarms blared. Someone shouted behind her, but she yanked the panel open and threw herself into the passageway, sealing it behind her. The maintenance shaft was narrow, hot, barely enough room to move. Metal grated against her knees as she crawled, the scent of coolant thick in the stale air. Every few feet, the station's intercom blared through the vents.
Security lockdown initiated. Unauthorized movement detected.
She ignored it, moving faster. Lyria is waiting. She doesn't know. She's just a kid. Then, a loud bang. Something exploded far behind her. The shaft trembled. Saffron braced herself, fingers digging into the metal as heat licked at her back. They were blowing the tunnels apart. She crawled faster, ignoring the growing ache in her muscles, the way her lungs screamed for cleaner air. A light appeared ahead, another hatch. She kicked it open and tumbled out onto a side corridor, gasping for breath. The corridor shook. Cracks splintered through the barraglass overhead. She was close. The dome entrance was just beyond the curved hall. Saffron ran. She rounded the final bend and stopped cold. The entrance was swarmed. Security officers stood in a tight formation, their backs to the glass door leading into the dome, weapons raised at the civilians trying to push through. Parents screamed. Some held weapons. Some just had their fists. Saffron had no weapon. The service tunnel. She veered right, taking a back corridor that led behind the dome's automated defense system. She'd broken into places before. This was just another job. The airlock chamber loomed ahead, locked. She yanked open a control panel, her fingers flying over the unfamiliar system. Come on, come on.
Manual override. Initiate.
The door hissed open. She ducked inside, resealed it, and sprinted down the long entryway into the dome. A child screamed in the distance. Saffron's chest tightened. She wasn't a cyborg with super strength anymore. She felt so powerless when she wasn't a weapon and wished she possessed her old cyborg self. Then, her data globe earpiece crackled. It was Lyria's voice.
Mommy.
Saffron's heart jumped. Lyria, where are you? A pause. Then, quietly, scared.
The teachers locked the doors. Mommy. They won't let us out.
Saffron ran faster, feet slamming against the dome's curved flooring. Up ahead, the school sector's glass walls shimmered, still intact. But parents were pounding against them, screaming for their children. Inside, dozens of kids huddled together, eyes wide, hands pressed to the glass. And the doors wouldn't open. A teacher inside held a security tablet. She wasn't unlocking it. Saffron skidded to a stop, chest heaving, hands slamming against the glass. Lyria? Her daughter turned, purple eyes welling with tears. Mommy. But the doors stayed shut. The warship hung in the void, its engines silent, its purpose uncertain. Inside, 100 Saffron clones gathered, their faces blood red, earlobes hanging under their black bobs like ruby pendulums. Across from them, 100 navy blue Raphaels sat, ultraviolet eyes glowing brighter than the soft yellow glow balls which levitated here and there. They were identical, every one of them bald, their sharp features unreadable. Saffron too understood Professor Isham's sexual attraction to the Raphaels. But Quentin was the only man for her and her sisters, and they missed him immensely. Bottles of distilled starfruit liquor littered the low tables between them, some full, some half-drained. A few rolled idly across the floor, kicked or ignored. The Saffrons lounged in comfortable black tracksuits, sprawled across sofas, chairs, and the floor. Some sat cross-legged, drinking, in silence. Others lay back, heads tilted, fingers loose around glasses. The Raphaels were more rigid. Some drank. Most did not. They sat with their hands resting on their knees, backs straight, watching their counterparts with quiet scrutiny. No discipline. No mission. No commands to follow. Just unbearable uncertainty and drunken disarray. Saffron too swirled the liquid in her glass and observed how the pale gold clung to the edges before slipping down. Her head was light, her limbs heavy. Across from her, Raphael 7 tilted his head, watching her curiously. Anyone else feel like we're in some kind of limbo? Saffron 9 stretched out on the floor. Feels like we should do something. Saffron 4 muttered. She lay with her legs hooked over the armrest, staring at the ceiling. I mean, what was the point in growing new clones of those of us who perished and sending them here if there's nothing for us to do? We're not fighting, planning, moving. She waved vaguely at the bottles. A few of the Raphaels exchanged glances.
Some of us are waiting to exist.
Raphael 12 glanced from one Saffron to another.
Or do you not consider yourself in flux?
Saffron 2 took a slow sip. Maybe that was the point. To sit in the belly of this warship, untethered, waiting for something to tell them who they were supposed to be. Raphael 15 leaned forward, resting his forearms on his knees.
And if nothing ever happens?
A hush settled over them. Saffron, too, tilted her head back, eyes on the blank ceiling. Then we drink again. She swept fingers through her bob. Where is Quentin? Superior Officer Vornath crossed an ankle over a knee in an armchair. The ridges along his purple forehead did not shift, and his posture remained firm despite sitting. Saffron, too, bellowed. He's not connected to the hive mind. That doesn't happen unless he's dead. Vornath exhaled.
I do not have that information.
Saffron 20 stood, and Saffron 2 knew she was listening for something that wasn't there. It's quiet, 20 remarked. It's never this quiet. 33 clenched her fists in her lap and shifted on her butt. Half of Zars is gone, her voice was raw. It's collapsing, and there's nothing we can do. Saffron 1 is on Zar's moon with little Lyria, 14 said. We must save her. Luron is Ash, 2 whispered. The other clones stared at her. She lifted her chin. The original population is down to 10%. That means everything we fought for, everything he fought for. Silence stretched.
The war is not over,
Vornath said. Saffron 2 bolted upright. Then tell us where Quentin is.
I cannot.
Can't or won't, 33 wrinkled her nose. Don't you think we deserve to know? Vornath's eyes flickered with something. Not regret, not sympathy. Just something unspoken.
If I had the answer, I would give it to you.
Saffron 2 frowned. We need to find him.
You need to focus on surviving,
Vornath said. The clones didn't move. Saffron 20's voice was barely audible. We're not whole without him. Vornath's gaze lowered.
I am sorry.
We must save Saffron 1 and our daughter, Lyria.
14's voice broke through the murmuring silence. She shot to her feet, her fists clenched.
Can't you hear her, sisters? She needs us.
Saffron 2 staggered as the vision struck. Like a fist, like a shockwave. The hive mind didn't just whisper anymore. It consumed them. Her senses twisted, doubling, merging. She wasn't in the Nebula Strider anymore. She was in the lunar colony. She was her. Saffron 1's eyes became hers. Saffron 2 staggered as the vision struck like a fist to the skull. It wasn't just a whisper of distress anymore. Through the hive mind, the moon colony was no longer the peaceful conservatory she remembered. The barraglass tunnels, once pristine, lay shattered. Splinters of transparent paneling cracked under rushing boots. Emergency strobes flickered, their broken rhythm casting jagged streaks of light against fractured walls. Smoke curled in thick coils through the corridors, drowning the engineered scent of flora beneath the acrid burn of melting circuits. Somewhere, an automated warning message crackled. Its words half garbled, drowned beneath distant screams. Saffron 1 crouched low, arms locked around Lyria's tiny body. The child clung to her jumpsuit, lilac fingers digging in. Her purple face was streaked with dust, wide eyes unblinking. The learning atrium was gone. What had once been a sanctuary of knowledge, a dome of barraglass and glowing starfinches, was now a gaping wound in the colony's heart. The ceiling had collapsed inward, exposing the void beyond, where the failing barrier shield sputtered with flickering light. Saffron 1 pressed herself and Lyria against the ruins of a silver leaf tree, its luminous branches broken, draped in dust. Then, footsteps. Fast. Armed. A voice growled something in a language Saffron 2 didn't recognize. A weapon clicked. They weren't evacuating. They were hunting. The Nebula Strider trembled under the weight of unspoken rage. Superior Officer Vornath stood at the center of the command deck, his posture rigid, his hands clasped behind his back. The 100 Saffrons surrounded him in a loose, simmering circle. The air was thick with tension, their crimson faces unreadable, their earlobes swaying like pendulums. The Raphaels lined the perimeter, watching, waiting. Vornath's voice was cold, absolute.
No, we will not risk the Nebula Strider for this.
Silence, then laughter. Low, dark. It rippled through the saffrons, each voice feeding into the next. A shiver of something primal passed between them, a collective hum of madness and grief. Saffron too stepped forward, her black bob gleaming under the sterile ship lights.
We are not whole without him, and we are not whole without her.
Vornath didn't flinch.
I understand your loss.
Saffron 20 scoffed.
No, you don't!
Vornath's jaw tightened.
This ship has protocols. Quentin is gone. Saffron 1 is beyond our reach. That is the reality.
The laughter stopped. Saffron 14 tilted her head. Then I suppose we must change reality. The first strike was silent. A knife, sleek and precise, buried deep in Vornath's side. He exhaled sharply, his ultraviolet eyes widening in shock. Then chaos. The saffrons swarmed. A gun fired. One of the Raphaels reacted too late. A saffron twisted his wrist, snapped it back, and drove his own weapon into his throat. A second Raphael roared, barreling forward, but Saffron 7 moved like liquid, ducking low, slicing across his calf. He buckled. A second later, his spine met the floor. His throat met a blade. Vornath staggered backward, crimson spreading across his uniform. He raised an arm, but another saffron wrenched it behind him with inhuman strength. His voice was a growl, ragged and full of fury.
Stand down!
Saffron 2's fingers curled around his throat.
We are standing, and you are falling!
She twisted. A crack. Superior Officer Vornath slumped to the ground. The Raphaels reacted at once. The command deck exploded into war. Fists and blades clashed. Bodies slammed against consoles, blood splattering across the illuminated controls. The Raphaels, larger and stronger, fought with precision, their navy blue skin slick with sweat and battle instincts. But the saffrons were too many. One Raphael swung a baton, but a saffron caught it midair, yanking him forward. Teeth sank into his neck, blood spraying as he collapsed. Another Raphael managed to throw a saffron off him, only for 3 more to take her place. They moved as one, a swarm, a storm, too fast, too unified. The alarms blared. The ship trembled. The Nebula Strider had never witnessed something like this. Saffron 5 was thrown against the wall, a Raphael's boot crushing her throat. She gasped, clawing at his shin. Then Saffron 8 drove a blade into his ribs, twisting hard. More fell. One by one, the Raphaels crumbled under the endless tide of saffrons. It was a massacre. Blood pooled across the floor, mixing red and deep navy. The few surviving Raphaels, panting, outnumbered, raised their hands. Their ultraviolet eyes flickered with something close to fear. Saffron, too, stepped over Vornath's body, wiping blood from her face. She turned to the remaining crew.
This ship belongs to us now.
The bridge was silent, except for the flickering alarms and the ragged breaths of the fallen. The saffrons stood victorious. They would find Quentin. They would save Saffron 1. And the Nebula Strider would burn if it had to.
Chapter 8. The Burden of the Keeper.
Maria crouched on a smooth boulder, staring at the Bubo King. His massive owl eyes reflected the light from the setting moons, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. The wind whistled through the cliffs, and she pressed her palm against her temple, trying to suppress the gnawing sensation clawing through her thoughts. Croline's memories were inside her now. They weren't just thoughts. They were compulsions, needs, desperate urges that twisted against her own mind. The power of the keys, the hunger to collect them, the drive to keep them safe. The past played like a fractured film reel, her own consciousness fighting against the invasion of another's life. The Bubo King observed her without speaking. He must have noticed the change in her.
You're still with me, aren't you?
His data globe interpreted as he whistled and hooted. But she understood him without that technology now. Maria exhaled through her nose. I'm not Crowleen, if that's what you're asking, and you don't need that translation device anymore. I understand you. He tilted his head and swiped it off with a flick of his outstretched wing.
But you remember her fight with me?
She clenched her teeth. The moment was so vivid she could feel the impact as if she had been there. Talons digging into her shoulders, the force of the collision, the pain as air was knocked from her lungs. Crowleen had fought him, deceived him, but she had also been searching for something more than just keys. Maria forced herself to separate what was memory and what was real. I remember up to the fight. That's all. Nothing beyond that. His feathers ruffled slightly.
Then Crowleen's memories were wiped beyond that moment.
Maria nodded, her pulse too fast. The memory was incomplete. That meant the rest of Crowleen's life. Her choices, her failures, were gone. Lost to time. She had a mission. Maria said, her voice barely above a whisper. She wanted to destroy the keys. She thought they brought nothing but chaos. The Bubo King's beak clicked.
She wasn't wrong.
Maria turned away, gripping the rock beneath her as Crowleen's old thoughts clawed through her mind. The weight of them made her shoulders tense, as though she had wings that no longer existed. She became obsessed, she murmured. The power was too much for her.
You feel it.
She winched around. What?
You feel the keys calling to you.
She didn't want to admit it, but the truth settled between them like an unspoken force. Crowleen's mind had been consumed by the keys, by their power, and now those thoughts were tangled with Maria's own. She rubbed her forehead.
We need to stay focused. We still have a mission.
The Bubo King studied her for a long time. Then he turned his gaze to the distant sky.
We fly for days yet. You must learn to control it, or it will consume you.
Maria swallowed. The idea of days in flight, alone with her thoughts and the remnants of Crowleen's mind, made her stomach churn. But they had no choice. They had to keep moving. They had to find the key. The Bubo King crouched beside her and told her everything he could, and she remained silent for a long time afterwards, trying to process what she did and didn't know.
You're quiet,
he said. She ran a hand over her head feathers. What else do you want me to say? I saw it. I was her.
You saw up until our fight in the sky over my lost daughter.
She nodded. Crowleen never made it past that. His wings stretched wide before folding again.
Then I will tell you.
Maria turned toward him.
We went to the future together,
he said.
I needed to find my daughter, Shah Shuvu. She felt guilty and was angry that Shah had stolen her keys as well. We had a common goal, and that was enough.
His large yellow eyes focused past her, as if seeing something distant.
We made it through. We arrived on planet Voria. I had never been there in the present or future, but Crowleen had, and she explained to me that it was different. The land had changed, the rivers were blocked by baraglass. The sky tainted by structures we couldn't name. Most of the natives had been wiped out by the Bara II invasion.
So, Chairman Vocala didn't just destroy the tree people who went to Hukyo Shayugan to deradiate the Red Sun world after the War I fought in there, but he also destroyed the ocean world he colonized in his own system, and he invaded the powerful Voria. Maria's fingers tightened around her knee.
That would have been one of his many future clones, since the Bara II people were executed at the age of 30, and apparently so was he. Of course, they didn't know the chairman kept his memories of all his previous clones, so in effect, you could blame him.
And Quentin's helping him now. She almost bellowed. He doesn't deserve to live.
He's a changed man. It was hard for me to accept, too, when Shah told me.
And Shar Shuvu. What happened to her in the future, then? Obviously she's okay now, but Crowleen's memory chip tells me nothing.
She was nowhere to be found.
His beak clicked.
But the tree people were.
Tree people on planet Voria, too? You mean like the Morvina?
Tree people, but not the black ones. The Bara II genetically modified tree people were also made into soldiers to colonize Voria and wipe out its natives. Those were the green ones designed for the White Sun world. I believe the green ones are called the Verdan. Are they not?
I think so, yes. Some were allowed to stay on Loran after the chairman's so-called arrest. The good ones, that is, not the future killers.
The black ones have two names, don't they?
Yes, she said. Some call them the Morvina and others call them Noctera.
Noctara.
He echoed.
The Noctara were designed to photosynthesize the infrared light of Hukyo Shugon.
That makes sense. Maria closed her eyes. Crowlene's knowledge still swirled in her mind, but she didn't know about this part. The last thing she had seen was the fight in the sky for the amethyst star.
They had plasma rifles.
The Bubo King continued, snapping her out of the Crow Woman's memories.
Fast, accurate. We barely got away.
You fought them.
No, we escaped. Crowlene tricked me and sent me back through another portal, but I had no key and couldn't return. Shah Shuvu came back to me in the end, though. Do you know Anna?
Is she a redhead? Married to a black man.
She got married? How nice.
Is she a redhead?
She did have red hair. She was the whole reason time travel became a thing. She reset time, accidentally creating two of herself.
She scratched her neck with a hand, but it didn't ease the itch, so she scratched it with a talon instead. Maria hated to think how many fleas and ticks this clone had already picked up from sleeping rough. She hadn't been itchy at all from the underground lab to the crater. Why did she change time?
She got tricked into preventing the extinction of an alien race. The thing is that the Satsang Sky people had already become extinct 1,000,000 years prior, but she befriended them, and they knew she had access to the portals. When I say that, I mean her original self who had led a completely different life as a beaten and abused concubine to a mafia leader.
Which mafia?
The Fire Slicers Syndicate.
Maria recognized the name. From Planet Voria?
That's right. The Crimson Scar.
Anna eventually became a secret agent, right? She's friends with Quentin.
I don't know about that, but she became paralyzed.
Yes, it's the same woman. I only know of her. She's not paralyzed anymore.
Shah Shuvu told me that. She didn't tell me Anna was married, though. Now, why am I talking about her?
He scratched his ruff with a talon which looked like a machete. Something to do with your daughter coming back to you.
Oh yes, when Anna was paralyzed and stuck in the future alien invasion, Shah helped her through a time portal to return not only to the present, 200 years past, but also to her homeworld, 5 light years from the one she had left.
And how did Shah get back?
Through a portal which a little boy had opened for an exodus of survivors on the invaded world of Voria.
His name isn't Darwin, is it?
Yes, you know him.
No, but I have heard plenty about him, and I believe that Anna is his stepmom now. The owl's shoulders shook, and he whistled.
I liked that boy. There was this cruel man who was using him to open the time portals to rescue his own family who were in danger, but the man was prepared for the little boy to lose his memory. Crowlene and I helped Darwin so that wouldn't happen.
Wait, what? Maria gasped and sprang to her feet. I will lose my memory if I go back in time.
To kill that Crimson Collective, Major?
His beak clicked. Yes.
Is he older than you?
Yes. She wanted to break down and tell him she'd only recently discovered that Donkora was her father. Maria looked away. The Crowlene in her mind had also known about amnesia if you traveled to a time where you already existed. The Bubo King lowered his voice.
Then if and when you find the key, you will need to kill him before you were born.
So his children would never be born.
Yes.
Cold hit her core. But that could change the war on Hukyosh Egon.
It could do much, much more than that, yes.
Trix never told us about the amnesia.
Trix.
His owl head corkscrewed around.
Who's that?
He whistled. Just the Bara 2 politician who sent us on this quest.
A Bara 2 politician? Do you trust her?
I don't know who I trust. This suddenly got a lot more complicated. She pushed herself onto her talons and adjusted her sheath of throwing daggers. Let's go. As the Bubo King spread his wings and lifted off, Maria followed, hoping she could hold on to herself before the echoes of the past became stronger than her own will. The wind carried the scent of salt and damp earth as Maria and the Bubo King soared over the cliffs, the beach stretching in a silver line beneath them. The 3 moons cast shifting light across the waves. 1 full, 1 half, 1 crescent, painting the sand in pale blue and deep violet shadows. Maria's stomach clenched with hunger. The last thing she had eaten was a ration bar from the underground lab, dry and tasteless. Now, the ache had turned sharp, twisting inside her like a blade. The Bubo King flew ahead, his wings cutting clean through the night air. He was tracking something, a movement in the grass below. Small, fast. Rabbits. He dove without a word, talons striking. A sharp squeal. Then silence. By the time Maria landed, he had already caught 2 more. They dangled from his belt as he straightened, feathers rustling. She swallowed. Her stomach cramped at the sight of them. He noticed.
You are hungry,
he said. It wasn't a question. Maria wiped sweat from her brow. I'll be fine. The Bubo King tilted his head.
Hunger makes you weak. We will eat soon.
He hooked another rabbit onto his belt, then launched into the sky again. Maria followed, her wings aching with each beat. As they glided over the dunes, she clenched her jaw against another hunger that had nothing to do with food. Falken. She had told herself she wouldn't care. He was free to make his own choices. But she couldn't stop thinking about the way Jennifer had looked at him, the way she had barely worn anything at all. She had been raised on Polymnia, a warrior with that perfect feline grace. The kind of woman men looked at. The kind Falken would look at. Maria forced the thought away, pushing herself harder into the wind. She wasn't here to waste time on jealousy. She had bigger problems. They reached the beach, the waves curling against the shore in slow, endless rolls. The cave was nestled against the cliffs, a dark hollow in the rock. Maria landed first, her talons pressing into the cool sand. The Bubo King followed, dropping the rabbits near the entrance. She set to work without speaking, gathering driftwood, dry seaweed, anything that would burn. Her hands trembled slightly. She told herself it was from exhaustion. The fire crackled to life, smoke curling toward the cavern's ceiling. The scent of roasting meat filled the air. Maria crouched near the flames, watching as the Bubo King rotated the rabbits over the embers. The first bite nearly made her groan. The meat was hot, greasy rich. She tore into it, barely chewing before swallowing. The Bubo King watched, his large golden eyes unblinking.
You eat like a starving animal,
he said. Maria wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Because I am. She had never liked eating with company. Not since the war. It felt too vulnerable, too raw. But right now, she didn't care. She devoured everything in front of her, ignoring the way her stomach twisted as it adjusted to real food again. By the time they finished, the fire had burned low. The waves outside lapped softly against the shore. The Bubo King stretched his wings once, then folded them neatly.
Sleep.
Maria hesitated.
I will watch.
She nodded, too tired to argue. Curling up near the fire, she let the warmth sink into her aching muscles. The last thing she saw before sleep pulled her under was the Bubo King watching the entrance, feathers still, eyes reflecting the flickering flames. Maria woke to silence. Not the comfortable kind, the kind that meant something was wrong. She pushed up onto her elbows, heart hammering. The fire had burned down to embers. The Bubo King was awake, standing at the entrance of the cave, his feathers slightly puffed. Then she saw her. A Bara 2 woman stood just beyond the firelight. Her silver hair was braided tight against her head. Her skin was the same pale, near translucent hue as the underground scientist, but she wore no lab coat, only a close-fitting bodysuit of woven dark fibers. Her voice was calm when she spoke.
I have bad news.
Maria's breath stilled. The woman met her gaze, unflinching.
Your companion in the crow clone. The psychic.
And even the psychic's giant eagle.
A pause.
All imprisoned. The queen has them.
The words sank like stone. Maria sat up fully, her claws digging into the sand. Her stomach churned, not from hunger this time, but from the sick, twisting certainty that everything had just gotten worse.
Chapter 9. New Temporary Home. The Bara 2 scientists never followed. They had never intended to. They lived in secrecy beneath the surface. Quentin knew better than to assume he would ever see them again. The Bara 2 scientists had been clear. They were to pretend nothing had changed. No one outside the vault knew about the bioshell transfers. He suspected no one should be told about time travel, either. Anna had to be Crowleen, and Quentin was just a traveler from Heaven's Island. That was the story. They headed down the ridge under starlight. Quentin moved easily in his own body again. His balance was back. His muscles worked as they should. His breath moved naturally in his lungs. Anna was not so lucky. She hopped awkwardly, wings shifting at odd angles as she adjusted. Her talons scraped against loose dirt, sending small pebbles tumbling down the path. She grumbled. We're almost there, Quentin said. The community gardens appeared ahead. Glass panel structures nestled into the landscape, shaped by Bara 2 technology. The same curved, reflective material as the ones Quentin had seen before. Quentin kept his stride calm, measured. Anna moved beside him, her movements awkward. She was still getting used to the crow's body. She would have to get better fast. At some point, the people here would recognize her. They would see Crowleen. They wouldn't know she was an agent. Quentin had no idea how Anna felt about that. But he had to play his part. The settlement was already stirring as they approached. Fires flickered in the sensory gardens, their warm light casting long shadows over the gathered residents. Some sat on woven mats, eating stew from wooden bowls, while others drank from polished metal cups as they talked about the crops, the sky, and the latest news from the traders. The scent of roasted meat and simmering broth hung in the air, making Quentin's stomach tighten. A few heads turned, eyes locked on Anna. Recognition. Murmurs rippled through the group.
Crowleen.
A tall man with mottled amphibian skin asked. His pupils were sharp and slitted, and his nostrils flared.
Where have you been?
Anna hesitated.
Heaven's Island.
More murmurs. Quentin kept his expression neutral. They were buying it. For now. The man's gaze moved to Quentin.
And him.
Anna clicked her beak.
A friend.
Quentin lifted his chin slightly. She told me about this place. I wanted to travel, so I rented a giant seagull and flew with her to Hearthrum. They got a few curious looks. One of the older women in the group narrowed her eyes.
Didn't know they could carry full-grown men.
Quentin shrugged. Not common, but not impossible. Another murmur. Then, finally, someone's eyes slid to Chairman Vrokala. The Eagle Man. A few people tensed. Others stared outright. One woman frowned.
And you?
Vrokala spoke smoothly, voice even.
It's me, David. I had cancer. I chose this bioshell instead of my clone. Fancied flying for a change.
Vrokala folded his golden wings behind him, adjusting his stance.
I had no choice but to change bodies.
At that point, his wives and children interrogated him, and a couple of his wives whispered in his ear, probably about something concerning a private nature, and he answered them truthfully, receiving nods of approval in the process.
Now, no one could know that about me,
the beautiful mixed-race Tlishua admitted.
It's just strange you didn't warn us.
I didn't want to scare you,
he said. More nods of understanding traveled around the fire and beyond, though others still looked skeptical. Quentin didn't say anything. He had a feeling this wasn't the last time they'd have to explain themselves. And seeing Chairman Vrokala's playful banter with his 5 gorgeous wives, who obviously adored him, made him miss Saffron, her clones, Lyria and Juna. As Quentin accepted a plate full of chicken wings and garlic butter potato wedges, he ate and watched the lucky Eagle Man laugh with his wives and kids. He felt jealous that he'd never been so close to his kids in Laran, but life, his job, space pirates, other criminals, and destiny had pushed Quentin farther away from them, despite him wishing with all his heart that he could be closer. Anna sat near one of the fires, a bowl of mutton stew in her talons, tearing into the food without care for the stares around her. She had been quiet since they arrived, letting Shar Shuvu do most of the talking. A few of the rabbit women sat close, twitching their long ears as they listened. Meanwhile, Quentin explained their situation to the gardeners and residents. He played his part as the traveler from Heaven's Island, just another wanderer looking for a place to land. The people accepted him with wary glances, their eyes shifting between him and the Eagle Man beside him. Vrokala continued to keep his story simple, just like the simple man David was supposed to be. The words carried enough weight to quiet most of their doubts, but not all. Some still watched him with lingering suspicion. Finally, after what felt like hours, the tension eased. People accepted them, if only for now. Quentin took a slow breath, letting his shoulders relax for the first time since they arrived. He turned away from the fires, scanning the settlement, wondering where they were supposed to sleep. That was when she approached. A woman, tall and poised, her golden hair spilling down her back in soft waves. Her bare feet were silent against the grass. Her eyes were as pale as frost.
You need a place to stay.
Her voice was smooth and confident, as if the decision had already been made. Quentin nodded. And my friends will need homes too. The woman glanced past him toward the fires. Anna was too busy drinking beer and eating to notice their conversation, deep in discussion with Shar Shuvu and the rabbit women. She returned her gaze to him, unbothered.
They can sort themselves out. Come with me. It's easy enough with Bara 2 technology.
Quentin hesitated for only a second before following. They walked through the sensory gardens, past the campfires and the murmuring voices, toward the quieter edges of the settlement. A few homes had already been grown from barraglass, their curved walls shimmering under the moon's light. He glanced at her as they walked. "You're not a hybrid." She smiled.
Neither are you.
Fair point. She stepped over a smooth stone path, her fingers brushing a hanging vine as they passed.
I came here from Zars years ago. I was a traveler, like you.
Something in his chest tightened. Zars. He wanted to ask if she had family there, if she knew what had happened, if she had any idea that half of her world was already dead. But she didn't seem to know, or if she did, she wasn't saying. Instead, she led him to an open patch of ground and lifted a small, smooth device from her belt. She pressed it into the dirt, and the earth shifted. Barraglass rose from the ground in smooth arcs, forming walls, a doorway, and a roof. The walls let in the evening light, filtering the moon's glow into soft silver shapes against the floor. The air inside was fresh. The woman turned to face him. Quentin opened his mouth to thank her, but then she slipped her dress off her shoulders. The fabric pooled at her feet, and she stepped toward him, her gaze steady, her lips parting just slightly.
It's nice to meet another complete human,
She said.
You don't have to sleep alone.
Quentin held his breath. Outside, the fire still burned. The voices of the settlement carried on, oblivious to the quiet moment inside this new home. Quentin's breath hitched as she reached out.
Let me take care of you.
Cold hit his core. He had expected nothing like this. He deserved nothing like this. Too much bad stuff had happened to him, and he liked Char Shuvu. He'd been hoping he might have a chance with her. It wouldn't be cheating. Saffron had wanted him to do that. She would want him to do this too. That didn't stop him from freezing on the spot, though, and feeling like an imposter in this seduction. But his body responded instantly despite his argumentative mind, a mind he no longer shared with Saffron. Her hand slid up his chest, fingers tracing the line of his collarbone before tangling in the fabric of his shirt. She tugged it over his head, letting it fall to the floor beside her dress. Her eyes roamed over his torso, and as he peered at his chest, he noticed it had no battle scars like his old body. She smiled, a wicked glint in her eyes as she pressed her palm flat against his chest, her fingers spreading wide.
You're tense.
Her voice was soft, but laced with something darker.
Let me help you relax.
Quentin's hands found her hips. Her body pressed against his. Her lips brushed against his ear. She turned her head slightly, her lips brushing his ear as she whispered.
I think it's time to share you.
Quentin's brow furrowed, his heart still racing. Share me.
You'll see.
She reached for the data globe remote on the floor, and she tapped out a quick message. What are you doing? She didn't respond immediately, her attention focused on the device. Then, with a satisfied smile, she set it aside and turned back to him.
Just wait, trust me, you're going to enjoy this.
Moments later, a soft knock echoed through the barraglass walls. Quentin's body tensed. Who's that?
My friend.
She slipped out of the bed, her bare feet padding softly across the floor. She opened the door, and Quentin's eyes bulged. Standing in the doorway was a woman. But not just any woman. Her body was covered in a soft, creamy fur, her ears perked and feline like atop her head. Her tail swayed lazily behind her as she stepped inside. Her amber eyes were definitely cat eyes, but larger, and she had a cat mouth and nose. Those eyes locked onto Quentin's with an intensity that made his breath hitch, and when she smiled, a little pink tongue and fangs poked out. What the hell? Quentin thought. He'd seen hybrids before. But this... The blonde woman closed the door behind her friend.
Quentin, meet Nyla. Nyla, this is Quentin.
Hi.
Nyla purred. She stepped closer, like a predator stalking its prey. Quentin glanced between the two women. Hi. The blonde woman chuckled, clearly enjoying his discomfort.
Relax, Quentin. She's here to make you feel good.
She glanced at Nyla.
Isn't that right, Nyla?
The furry woman nodded, her stare never leaving Quentin's eyes.
Very good.
That night, he had the best and deepest sleep in what felt like a very long time. Chapter 10. Ale and Shadows.
Anna sat cross-legged on the wooden bench with a flagon of honey-scented ale balanced in one hand. while her other tore a strip of seasoned meat from a skewer. The firelight flickered over the gathered crowd and worn wooden tables. The evening was peaceful. Laughter, food, and drink filled the firelit night. Spiced mutton filled the air around the campfires. Opposite, Shah Shuvu lounged with her drink, dainty white feet resting on the bench. Beside her, two rabbit women from the settlement chatted excitedly, their long ears twitching as they discussed the upcoming festival.
"The desert will be perfect this year,"
said the brown-furred woman as she dipped bread into her stew.
"The lunar eclipse will hit just as the dancers start their fire ritual."
Shah Shuvu nodded.
"It's been years since we had one this clear. You should come."
Anna hesitated, staring into her drink.
"I don't know.
The second rabbit woman, darker furred with a bright green sash wrapped around her waist, tilted her head.
"Not much of a festival type, Crowleen."
Anna let out a dry laugh.
You know me. A hermit."
Shah Shuvu nudged her shoulder.
"You've been to enough festivals."
Anna smirked.
"Yeah, but usually because I needed to steal something or break into somewhere."
The rabbit women exchanged amused glances.
"That's a skill set that could still be useful."
One teased. Anna swigged her ale, relishing the burn in her throat.
"I'll think about it."
The fire popped, sending a spray of sparks into the night. An unfamiliar voice drifted over the conversation.
"And how's our dear Crowleen enjoying her return to civilization?"
Anna twisted around to face a tall woman with dark bronze skin and gill slits along her neck. She stood at the edge of their group, grinning.
"Are you as surprised as us that Crowleen has returned, Senna?"
A rabbit woman asked.
"I certainly am. But you know you're always welcome here, Crowleen."
She was one of David's wives. Anna had noticed him stroking the woman's hair and nibbling on her neck earlier that night. She had noticed the gills on her neck, too, and wondered if she had flippers under the thigh-high suede boots she wore. Her hands looked ordinary, but she could be hiding flippers or something under her loose green mini dress. Anna forced a smile.
"I'm still getting used to being around so many people. I kept myself to myself when I was away."
Senna lowered herself gracefully on the bench beside her and poured a drink from the shared pitcher.
"It must have been quite a life on Heaven's Island all those years. I've heard the place is depressing, up there in the clouds where there's no sunshine."
"I spent much of my time in the tropical lowlands."
Anna lied, remembering what Shah Shuvu had told her about the geology of the continent over the ocean. Her fingers tightened around her cup. Shah Shuvu's gaze bounced between their faces as she nibbled her lip. Anna kept her face slack, though she wasn't sure if non-avian hybrids would notice the expressions of a bird woman. She sure hoped she wasn't sending off any chemical signals which might hint at deception. Hopefully no one here was telepathic. Anna's heartbeat raced.
"The people in the tropics are friendlier."
Senna didn't seem to pick up on the tension.
"I imagine it must feel strange coming back to all of this. It's funny how life changes while you're away."
Anna let out a slow breath.
"Yeah."
Heaven's Island wasn't a topic she wanted to discuss. Those years were unexplainable. She didn't grasp the time elapsed. She drained her cup. The rabbit woman with the sash said,
"David seems to be adjusting well. I saw his kids climbing all over him earlier."
Senna laughed softly, her expression fond.
"Oh, they adore him. He was always a good father, but I think they're fascinated by his new body. It's like having a giant pet bird who also happens to be their dad."
Shah Shuvu grinned.
"I saw him whistling for them. That was a nice touch."
Anna stayed quiet, listening. Senna swigged her drink.
"We were worried when he first came back. It was a shock, of course. But we're just grateful he's alive. I can't believe he had cancer and never thought to mention it to any of us, especially his first wife, Rose."
Shah Shuvu's voice was soft.
"You don't mind that he's changed?"
David's wife smiled faintly.
"Love doesn't stop because the body changes."
She leaned over and lowered her voice conspiratorially.
"That doesn't stop me wondering how his lower regions will function."
Anna laughed, despite the pain within for everyone she had lost on Liron. It hurt to laugh, though. It hurt to live. She reached for another drink. Exercising, meditating, and yoga no longer appealed to her, but getting drunk did. She didn't feel like loving herself anymore. Firelight flickered across the gardens and faces of residents. Anna laughed at the right moments, answered questions when necessary, let the ale take the edge off her thoughts. But in the back of her mind, a question lingered. While she sat here drinking, Quentin had disappeared early with a beautiful blonde, and she had a feeling he hadn't just gone to sleep, but it made her worry about his mentality. He'd feel her pain equally. Despite his detachment, he loved his kids, and they would be dead, along with everyone else. Anna rested her beak against the rim of her cup, watching as David's wives chatted, their laughter easy, their expressions soft with familiarity. They were comfortable here, comfortable with each other, comfortable with him. Lucky them not to see their loved ones die. David tucked his golden wings neatly behind him, his hands full of affectionate children, his wives bantering over his new form like it was some inconvenient but amusing development. Anna let her gaze drift between them, observing and cataloguing. The first wife, Rose, was the easiest to pick out. She was the only full humanoid among them, with long black hair and violet skin. She wasn't fully Tlishua, since her face was more oval than the typical narrow Tlishua face, and her eyes were big, brown, and deep-set, not slanted or narrow. She carried herself like someone used to being listened to, and the others seemed to defer to her without it being obvious. What was strange, though, was that the eldest children called her Mummy, yet there was nothing tiger about them. They had her glossy black hair, but their skin was stark white. None of David's wives were albino. Maybe it was a genetic anomaly, but something about them reminded Anna of the Berenice. Their eyes weren't the same as Berenice's eyes, not huge black orbs. Their eyes were like Rose's eyes. But when they frowned, a familiar diagonal crease appeared, running from the left side of their forehead to the right jaw, twisting the nose slightly. That was a feature she had only ever seen in Berenice people, both black and white. The boy who had teased David earlier about whistling had Rose's same low nose, Tlishua nose, same eye shape. The little girl beside him had a very straight and pointed nose, like a Berenice. But where was the tiger? She saw stripes and fur and muzzles on some of his other children, which made sense since he and their mums were hybrids. But why the Berenice features? Anna's gaze shifted to the second wife, Sylvia, the one with silver hair, shimmering golden skin, and slitted pupils. She was wiry. Her glittery skin reminded Anna of the Svad bloodline. Those pupils were not Svad, though. They looked like cat's eyes. And when she turned, Anna noticed a tail. The twins must have been hers. They had her sharp cheekbones, her eerie silver irises that caught the firelight and reflected it back like polished stone. They also had tiger stripes on their arms and legs, and they sat close to each other, communicating in quick, quiet gestures that only they seemed to understand. The third wife, Senna, who sat beside Anna and chatted with the rabbit women, had deep bronze skin, smooth as river-worn stone, and faint gill slits along her neck that flared slightly when she laughed. Part aquatic, she was the most animated of them, constantly touching David's wing, the younger children, the sleeve of the fourth wife, as she made a point. Her daughter sat cross-legged at her feet, dark-skinned and golden-eyed, swinging a wooden toy between her hands. Anna watched as Senna reached down, running her fingers through the little girl's short curls in an absent-minded, affectionate motion. That one's hers, no question. Then there was Elith, the bioluminescent one. Her skin shimmered faintly, dappling with shifting hues of blue and violet under the firelight. Her hair was a deep ink black, but her eyes were bright, almost glowing. The youngest children clung to her, two tiny ones barely old enough to walk. Anna glanced at their orange and black tiger-striped skin, but with the faintest hints of an inherited glow. Their eyes glowed also. The final wife, Rekka, was the quietest. She was a navy blue catwoman with a completely human face and body, but covered in dark fur, with a cat's ears and tail. Unlike most of the hybrids, she didn't even have human hands, and when she walked, she tended to drop down to all fours. But now she sat like a human with her paws folded neatly in her fluffy lap. She wore no clothes, but her fur covered everything anyway. She watched the others with a small, amused smile, speaking only when she had something of value to add. Anna wasn't sure which of the kids belonged to her. She studied the group again, watching the way the children positioned themselves. The ones who leaned into Elith's touch, the ones who responded to Talis's sharp glances, the ones who whined for Senna's attention. It was a strange thing to witness. Anna turned her gaze to David himself. He looked at ease, wings shifting slightly when one of the little ones pulled at a feather, golden eyes flickering between his wives with quiet amusement. Was he happy in this new form? Or was he just playing his role, the same way she was? Why had he had to change shape and pretend he had cancer? Was he an agent like her? What was he hiding? She clicked her beak and took another sip of ale, pushing the thoughts aside. It didn't matter. They had a mission, but still she couldn't help but watch.
Quentin woke up alone. No sign of the blonde woman. No sign of Nyla. The white sun shone through the leafy canopy and through the curved bare-glass walls of his new home. Everything seemed different in daylight as the morning light filtered through like a ghost of the night before. He sat up slowly and scrubbed a hand over his face. His body ached. Not from battle, not from exertion, but from something more careless. The night before drifted through his mind in flashes. Soft skin, sharp claws, low laughter in the dark. He exhaled through his nose. What the hell was that? Why had he been so stupid and easy? The last time he had slept with someone, he had known her name, known her history, known where she came from. That was the good thing about the hive mind, too. He knew all their experiences on their different missions. But these women? He hadn't even asked. He had let himself sink into something meaningless, into the moment, into forgetting. And now, in the quiet of morning, with Euphorion skies burning in his mind, it felt disgusting. Everyone I've ever known is dead or dying, and I'm here, doing nothing, sleeping with strangers. His stomach nodded. He swung his legs over the edge of the bed and sat there for a long moment, elbows on his knees, head bowed. What was the time? What was he supposed to do now? A soft knock startled him. His muscles instinctively tensed.
Quentin? You awake?
Shar Shuvu called gently in a light and cheerful voice.
Yeah.
The door slid open, and there she was. Bright-eyed, fresh-faced, as if the Seven System Alliance wasn't falling apart. She carried a woven basket, the scent of warm bread and berries drifting into the room.
My mum made this for you.
She patted inside. Quentin blinked at the basket, and Shar unloaded it onto a bare glass table, which rose from the floor when she stamped. There was bread, porridge, berries. Home-cooked food, prepared by someone's mother, like this was a normal morning. Like nothing was wrong. She encouraged him to sit after commanding 2 seats to arise beside the table, and passed him a spoon, which she conjured from the tabletop surface. He should have felt grateful. Instead, he felt worse. He tasted the porridge. It was creamy and sweet.
Would you like me to pour the berries in too, or do you want to eat them separately?
He gave her the go-ahead to pour them in, and then he mixed them together, gazing at the rising steam. He felt his eyes well with unshed tears for the family he'd lost, but sniffed and gave her a watery smile. Do you live with your family?
Yeah, why?
I just assumed you lived here. She laughed, light and unbothered.
Nope. Our treehouse is a couple of miles out. I only come here to help and see my friends.
Quentin looked at her, really looked at her. She was young. How young? He wasn't sure. She was petite but curvy under that down. Standing here, bright and full of life, she was everything the women from last night weren't, and that made him feel even filthier. He spooned more porridge into his mouth. It was warm, thick with crushed berries, the sweetness hitting his tongue like something from another lifetime. He tried to swallow his emotions with the oats, but his mind circled back to the night before. It was weird. He felt used.
What's wrong?
Shar Shuvu asked. Nothing, he said too quickly. She hummed and placed a hand on his forearm.
You look like you got dragged through a swamp.
Quentin let out a breath that wasn't quite a laugh. I feel like it, he thought. My kids, parents, and ex-wife are probably all dead. My girlfriend might be in danger too, along with her 6-year-old daughter, Lyria, who I adopted. Shar Shuvu held out her hand, palm up, and the surrounding air wobbled. A translucent sphere shimmered into existence, faint silver currents spiraling through its surface. Quentin recognized the air orb immediately. It created a private space, impenetrable by sound or sight from the outside.
Oh dear.
Shar Shuvu's chin dimpled, and tears welled in her eyes.
I am so sorry. We will sort this out. Anna is here now. Nothing is impossible. We just need one of those keys.
It feels like we're going to be too late.
When time travel's involved, nothing is too late.
But what if the virus comes here? Anna said that it was being engineered all over the Alliance.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
She heaved a sigh and bit into one of the bread rolls. After chewing and swallowing, she spoke again.
My father contacted my mother. He's flying back with your friend, Maria. They should be here in a couple of days.
Quentin chewed his bread slowly, letting that sink in. Maria was alive. That was something. Shar rested her chin in her hand.
She'll be staying with us at my family's treehouse. No one can see there are 2 Crowleens.
Of course, Quentin took another bite, nodding. He wasn't sure what to say. The porridge was good. The bread was warm. He felt like he should comment on that. Instead, his mind kept wondering about those women and whether gossip about their threesome would spread. Shar tapped her fingers against the table.
So, what'd you get up to last night?
Quentin stiffened. Not much. I was exhausted, so I left early. Shar raised an eyebrow.
You left pretty quick. I thought you might wandered off to explore.
He shook his head, keeping his expression neutral. No, someone put up this place for me, so I came straight here.
Who?
Quentin hesitated. I didn't catch her name. Char's brow furrowed.
What did she look like?
He swallowed. A blonde. Human. I think she was a Lifro.
Like Anna.
Yeah, but not a redhead. Char's confusion deepened.
A blonde Lifro? Here.
She stared at the sky and canopy through the ceiling, deep in thought. Then she shook her head.
I don't know who that could be. I thought Rose was the only full humanoid here before you came.
Quentin stilled. Rose? The only human? Then who the hell was that woman? A strange unease crept up his spine. His memories of the night before were hazy in the worst way. He had been clear-headed. He had been aware. And yet, thinking back on it now, it felt wrong. He had wanted to forget. He had wanted to lose himself. And for a moment it had worked. But now it made him cringe. Char Shuvu didn't press further. She just sat back, letting the air orb hum around them. Quentin didn't tell her the rest. He shoved another bite of bread into his mouth. The sooner Maria arrived, the better. Chapter 11. The Saffron Reckoning.
The Nebula Strider slipped through the void like a ghost. They had only killed those who had rebelled against them. The captain, superior officer, some others high in the chain of command. Many were alive and now worked for them diligently. Cloaking technology masked the Nebula Strider's systems, and its stolen transponder read as a debris hauler. Its energy signatures dampened to prevent detection. Saffron, too, stood at the command station, staring at the Tsar's lunar colony sprawled below. From here, anarchy had wiped out most of the settlements, and what remained was a paramilitary lockdown. Lyria and Saffron 1 were down there. The hive mind thrummed through the ship like an electric pulse, and every clone knew what came next. They had taken the ship. Now, they would take the moon. Saffron 7 activated the MindLink interface. At once, the hive mind expanded, seeking and reaching until they felt her. She was terrified, for she struggled to focus, and her fear contaminated their collective awareness. We're coming. Hold on, Saffron 2 mind spoke. A ripple of relief flooded back, raw and desperate. 10 of the Saffrons suited up. It was Wave 1, the infiltration team. They donned the specialized stealth suits, their bodies vanishing into the fabric and helmets as the nanofibers activated. To the outside world, they would be invisible, undetectable on thermal scans, shielded against every biological and chemical threat. The Nebula Strider dipped lower, so that it hugged the moon's surface. The plan was brutal. Phase 1. Silent entry. Phase 2. Take the command center. Phase 3. Kill anyone who gets in the way. Phase 4. Get Saffron and Lyria out. There was no other way. They had to rescue their mother, sister, and daughter. The Nebula Strider deployed its stealth shuttles. They moved in controlled bursts, silent as shadows. Their MindLink interfaces kept them connected as they descended. They landed at the auxiliary docking bay, one of the least defended entry points, designed for civilian evacuation that never happened. Saffron 20 activated the plasma cutter, pressing it against the hatch's reinforced seal. The metal glowed as it heated along the incision line. A soft hiss escaped as the lock disengaged, and a thin stream of sterilized air rushed out from within. The team waited and listened. No alarms, no shifting of personnel, nothing. The first 5 Saffrons slipped inside. They spread out to scan the corridor with their helmets' heads-up displays. Everything was clear. There were no movements, no threats. The second team followed with their weapons raised. They covered every possible angle as they secured the entry point. The Helioluna Science Conservatory was a graveyard. Bodies littered the corridors where they had fallen. Some slumped against walls, others collapsed mid-stride, their limbs contorted, as if death had struck in an instant. And in this section, it wasn't from violent rebellion. The virus had done its work. The virus had turned vibrant life into desiccated husks. This must have been a new variant, for the typical boils were nowhere to be seen. Instead, their skin had blackened, they had shriveled veins, and there were hollow sockets where their eyes had once been. But not everyone inside was dead. Robots still patrolled the facility, gleaming under the emergency lights. They weren't here to protect, they were here to contain. Saffron 2 gestured to the others through the hive mind. Move. Keep silent. No wasted time. They advanced deeper into the base. During Phase 2, Saffron 2 led the way, ghosting between hallways. The lunar base had internal scanners, but their suits jammed everything. The first guard died without a sound as a plasma blade slid through his throat, slicing through the protective seal of his suit. His lungs had not even registered being punctured before his body crumpled. The second didn't get the chance to turn. The Saffrons moved fast, cutting through corridors, sweeping through the levels until they reached the command center. The guards barely had time to react. Saffron 8 hurled the first charge. It struck the steel doors, embedding deep before the detonation sequence activated. A pulse of blue light flared, then the explosion ripped through the entrance. The shockwave sent bodies flying. Metal shrieked as the blast door crumpled inward, exposing the command center beyond. Saffrons, weapons raised, surged into the breach. Surviving guards scrambled, but the Saffrons attacked. The air flashed with plasma. The Saffrons cut them down instantly. The close quarters combat was brutal, methodical. Although the guards were trained, their training proved useless against the Saffrons' hive mind precision. They wove around each other in fluid, seamless attacks, predicting enemy actions before they happened. One guard swung a baton, but Saffron 14 caught his wrist mid-air, twisting hard. The sharp discharge of a silenced pistol drowned the crack of bone. Another tried to raise an alert, but Saffron 20 tackled him to the ground, driving a blade into his throat before he could activate his comms. The battle was over in minutes. Silence gripped the command center. Dead paramilitaries lay on the floor. Some consoles sparked, alarms flickered briefly. Saffron 2 ignored a corpse to reach the controls. Quickly, she scanned security, navigation, and quarantine logs.
There!
Her vision sharpened on the display. The quarantine sector. A chamber sealed off from the rest of the facility. 2 life signs detected. Saffron 1 and Lyria. Still alive. She exhaled, then activated the airlocks. The reinforced doors leading to the quarantine zone hissed open in a controlled sequence. The path was clear.
Move!
Saffron 2 ordered through her HUD as she stepped back from the console.
We're getting them out now!
Saffron 1 knew the moment had come. Through the hive mind, she felt her clones. Their presence was a burning force. She tightened her grip on Lyria's hand, pressing a palm to the child's small, shivering back. Hold on, baby. Help is coming. The doors hissed. The black-suited Saffrons flooded in. Lyria gasped, clinging to her mother's side as the armored figures surrounded them. A voice, steady, familiar. We've got you. Saffron 1 broke. Relief collapsed over her. She was weightless, crumbling. But hands caught her, lifted her. Lyria was scooped up, pressed to the chest of another Saffron. The alarms blared. The Saffron troops activated invisibility. The soldiers moved in fast. Bio-armored enforcers, weapons drawn. Saffron 2 snarled into the link.
Move!
The Saffrons shifted. Their formation tightened into a moving shield around Saffron 1 and Lyria. Plasma fire flashed through the air, striking their suits, ricocheting off the reinforced plating. The first wave of enemy soldiers dropped before they could react, but more came. Saffron 15 staggered as a shot tore through her shoulder. Another Saffron took a blast to the chest, Her suit absorbed most of the impact, but not all. They faltered for only a second, but the hive mind roared through their skulls. Protect them. Protect Lyria. Protect Saffron 1. Saffron 2 yanked a grenade from her belt and hurled it. The explosion ripped through the corridor, tearing a hole through the advancing soldiers. The moment the dust settled, they ran. The antivirus chamber was ahead. It was a safe zone, and their only way off this cursed rock. The doors loomed in the distance, thick and reinforced, but they needed to reach them now. Saffron 1 and Lyria were shoved inside first. The doors sealed, sterilization protocols engaged. The chamber hissed to life, flooding with decontaminants. Inside, Saffron 1 cradled Lyria, shielding her as the mist washed over them. But outside, there was no time to breathe. The remaining Saffrons turned as another wave of enemy fire lit up the hall. They fired back. The corridor filled with the stench of scorched metal and burned flesh. Bodies fell. Saffron 11 caught Saffron 2 by the arm, yanking her back as another plasma round sizzled past her. The enemy was closing in. They were losing people. But the doors opened. The final passage to the shuttle lay ahead. The Saffrons didn't hesitate.
Go, go, go!
The last of them sprinted through, sealing the airlock behind them. The moment it clamped shut, the shuttles detached, thrusters igniting as they rocketed toward the Nebula Strider. The second the docking clamps secured them, the ship's engines roared to life, and the Nebula Strider vanished into the void. The hangar was quiet. A strange silence hung over the busy warship. The Saffrons were still wired from the brutal mission. Medics rushed forward the moment the shuttles docked, scanning for injuries. They immediately pulled Saffron 1 and Lyria aside. Lyria stumbled the moment her boots hit the deck, her body trembling from exhaustion and dehydration. Her skin was clammy and breathing shallow. The antivirus chamber had neutralized the infection, but days of hiding and lack of proper nutrients had left her dangerously weak. Saffron 1, despite her conditioning, wasn't much better. Deep plasma burns scorched her side. The hive mind pulsed with concern, but she waved off the approaching medics until her legs gave out beneath her. Saffron 2 caught her before she hit the floor.
You're going to the med bay.
She didn't mean to yell, but since Quentin's consciousness had vanished from the hive mind, all she felt was anxiety and fear. Saffron 1 gave a weak growl of protest, but even she knew better than to argue. The medics placed both Lyria and Saffron 1 onto grav stretchers, securing them for immediate transport. As they were taken away, Saffron 2 rolled her shoulders. The weight of the stealth suit clung to her like a second skin, and the polymer weave was stiff from plasma fire impacts. It had done its job, shielding her from what would have been fatal shots. Now, it had to come off. A cluster of engineers was already waiting. Their maroon uniforms remained pressed and pristine, despite the Saffrons killing their captain and other resisting officers. The engineers looked immaculate compared to the returning Saffrons, once they deactivated stealth, in their soot-streaked, blood-splattered suits. Among the engineers were two familiar faces. Saffron 2 recognized them immediately: Enya and Renara. The Tlishua and the Exilta had worked on Quentin's Vanguard suit before, and through the hive mind, every Saffron knew exactly who they were. Every overheard conversation, every quiet moment they had spent near Quentin, exchanging glances they thought went unnoticed. Saffron 2 didn't have the same connection to them that Quentin did, but she still knew them. And now, they were assigned to her. The engineers hesitated when they saw her approach, probably because the Saffrons in their stealth suits were imposing, faceless in their sleek, black visors. When Saffron 2 reached them and removed her helmet, the moment stretched. "Hello, Renara and Enya." Renara's golden lashes flickered. Enya's silver irises narrowed slightly. A silent question passed between them. Renara glanced at Enya. The Tlishua shifted her weight, clearly unsettled. Saffron, too, touched the side of her temple, where the MindLink interface was embedded. Our commander and master, Quentin Valentine, was connected to our hive mind, she explained. That's how we all know your names. You helped him desuit twice. We observed your conversations with him. Enya's back straightened.
Observed.
We remember. Renara's golden eyes widened, and she let out a nervous laugh.
You mean?
All of us. A flicker of embarrassment crossed both of their faces. Saffron, too, could see it in the way Enya's hands tightened on her datapad and in the quick, darting glance Renara gave to the other engineers, as if checking if anyone else had heard. Renara cleared her throat.
Right. That's...
She gave a quick, awkward wave of her hand.
That's not unsettling at all.
Enya exhaled slowly, her composed expression cracking for just a second.
You mean you know everything we ever said to Quentin?
Saffron, too, nodded once. Everything. Enya's lavender fingers remained tight around her datapad. Renara's golden skin flushed slightly. An interesting reaction, considering how bold she had been with Quentin. Saffron, too, didn't understand why they were embarrassed. The engineers had no idea how the Saffrons functioned, how intimacy within the hive mind was second nature. They must have assumed their small interactions with Quentin had gone unnoticed. They had not. Still, this was not the time to tease them. There were more pressing matters. Saffron followed them to one of many chambers behind the hangar, and she winked at her comrades as they were led off to other rooms by different pairs of engineers. Renara was the first to shake off her discomfort. She gestured at Saffron 2's suit.
Let's get you out of that thing. I assume it's still integrated with the neural interface.
Yes. Enya stepped forward.
All right, standard procedure then. Step onto the platform and we'll begin the release sequence.
Saffron 2 did as she was told. The removal chamber hissed as the suit's outer plating disengaged, exposing the segmented inner layers. The engineers opened the clasps. Still, their discomfort lingered. Finally, Renara broke the silence.
So, how bad was it?
Saffron, too, knew what she meant. She glanced at Enya, then back at Renara. The Helioluna Science Conservatory had been a nightmare. It had been worse than a battlefield. Dead, she said simply. Everything was dead. Enya stilled.
You mean?
The virus burned through everyone. The ones in suits? They weren't there to save anyone. They were there to make sure no one got out. The air in the chamber felt thick. Renara swallowed.
And the Tlishwas you rescued? The ones who were taken to Medical Bay? Were they your friends?
Saffron 2 nodded. Our family. Quentin's family. We rescued them, she glanced down. But we lost people getting them out. The engineers didn't know what to say. Enya exhaled sharply.
And Quentin? What about him?
Saffron 2 stiffened. We don't know. Renara exchanged a look with Enya. Saffron 2 observed the shift in their body language. Something had changed. You know something. Enya hesitated. Renara sighed.
We did some snooping.
Saffron 2's breathing slowed. Go on. Renara licked her lips, suddenly unsure if she should continue. Enya said,
We think we know what has happened to him.
For the first time since the Saffrons had taken control of the Nebula Strider, Saffron 2 felt her pulse jump. The engineers hesitated, then their embarrassment was back. It was a clear sign that whatever they had found out was something they weren't proud of. And suddenly, Saffron 2 was no longer thinking about the mission, no longer thinking about the virus, or the war, or anything else. Quentin, he was alive. And now, finally, someone had an answer. Antiseptics, ozone and biogel filled the Nebula Strider's medical bay. Overhead holographic interfaces projected a cool, artificial glow their pulsing data streams hovering in midair, displaying scrolling diagnostic readouts and biometric scans in shifting layers of translucent light. The walls, curved with sleek, baroglass interfaces, showed real-time scans of the injured patients. Saffron 1 sat against the cushioned medical berth, her muscles stiff, her body still recovering from the battle strain. Lyria lay against her, clutching her like an anchor, her breathing uneven, her small frame trembling with exhaustion. The hive mind pulsed around them, the other Saffrons distant, reassuring, like a quiet storm rolling in the background. But it also felt as if they were blocking information from her. She could feel their shock and surprise, but from, she did not know, and that only made Saffron 1's frown deepen. But at least they were safe. For now. The doctors moved around them, observing biometric readouts and scrolling text. One of them, a soft-spoken Silta woman with glowing amber eyes, knelt beside Lyria, pressing gentle, gloved fingers to her pulse points. Another, a Tishua with silver-streaked hair, cleaned Saffron 1's burn wounds.
You were in that quarantine sector for too long.
The Silta doctor scanned Lyria's vitals with a handheld neurosync device. The holographic display flared with erratic data, showing elevated stress levels, mild dehydration, and muscle atrophy.
You need a full nutrient infusion and at least 6 hours of rest.
I'll be fine,
Lyria mumbled. The Xilta sighed and pressed an autoinjector to her arm. The device hissed, releasing a microscopic swarm of nanites into her bloodstream, programmed to repair cellular damage, restore hydration levels, and balance her electrolytes. Saffron 1 remained silent as the Tlishua doctor peeled away the damaged sections of her clothing, revealing the charred plasma burns beneath. A blast had scorched deep, searing into her flesh and making it angry, red, and raw.
This will sting.
The Tlishua pressed a dermal regenerator against the burn. A thin mist of biogel and stabilizing proteins coated the injury, cooling the heat radiating from her skin. Tiny repair nanites embedded into the wound, knitting tissue at an accelerated rate. Saffron 1 sucked in a tight breath. But she didn't flinch. The Xilta doctor turned her gaze toward her.
Your connection to the hive mind is unstable. We had to limit external neural activity while running deep tissue scans to prevent disruption.
That explained the eerie quiet at the edges of her consciousness. She didn't like it. Not one bit. How long?
Another hour.
The doctor adjusted the vitals readout on the baroglass screen.
The regeneration process will fully synchronize your neural pathways again.
Saffron 1 swallowed her unease, knowing there was no other choice. Lyria shifted beside her, the warmth of her small body pressing closer, though she was already breathing easier. The doctors applied cell repair treatments, monitored nanite progress, and adjusted infusion drips. The minutes stretched in a haze of sterile lights, quiet conversation, and the occasional vibration of automated medical tools. The doors hissed open. A Saffron stepped inside. Even though the hive mind had been muffled, Saffron 1 knew she was Saffron 99. Her presence alone meant something had been discovered. She wasn't one of the frontline combatants. Her function was intelligence, infiltration, and analysis. If she was here, it was important. Saffron 1 straightened, the medics finishing their scans as they took a step back. Lyria lifted her head. Saffron 99's black boots clicked against the medbay floor. She turned toward the Tlishua doctor. When will they be stable? The doctor glanced over her readouts, then sighed, hands on her hips.
Give them another hour. After that, they're free to leave, but they'll still need proper rest.
Saffron 99 nodded. I'll return. The moment she left, Saffron 1 tensed. Something was happening, and she was going to find out what. An hour passed. More treatments, more monitoring, more silent tension. The doctors did their work, ensuring stability, hydration, and neural recalibration, and they gave Lyria and Saffron 1 new and clean maroon starship jumpsuits which were incredibly comfortable and fit like a second skin. Then, at last, the scans confirmed it. They were stable enough to leave. The Tlishwa doctor turned off the monitoring systems, stepping back with a nod.
You're clear. Don't push yourselves too hard.
Saffron 1 flexed her fingers, and the hive mind rushed back in, filling the void like a tidal wave. She didn't hesitate. She stood, Lyria following, as Saffron 99 re-entered the room. The doctor stepped aside to let them go. Saffron 2 wants you to follow me, she said. Saffron 1 pushed away from the wall. Why? Saffron 99's gaze flicked to Lyria before settling back on her. We know what happened to Quentin. Lyria inhaled sharply.
Daddy.
Saffron 1 glanced at the doctors. Would it be okay for you to look after my daughter, Lyria? The doctors nodded, and the little girl complied when they told her there were fun things to do at the VR suite. Saffron 1 turned to follow 99. They hurried through a series of narrow corridors, passing through sections of the Nebula Strider that had been breached by the Saffrons. No one stopped them. They entered a secured sector. The doors were already broken open, wires ripped from panels where security systems had been forcibly bypassed. Saffron 1's pulse picked up. Finally, they arrived at a private medical bay. The hive mind surged, awareness sharpening as Saffron 1 stepped inside. 5 Saffrons were already there, wearing matching black tracksuits. They stood in a loose semicircle around a set of 3 medical beds. 2 engineers, Enya and Renara, were among them. Their body language was tense, their arms crossed, their gazes flicking toward the silent figures lying in sterile suspension. Saffron 1 knew these women. They had wanted Quentin, and there he lay. A soul inside the clone of a deceased blonde man. Saffron 1 froze. His body was still, motionless, unconscious, but alive. Saffron 2 stood closest, her fingers curling against the edge of his medical bed. She hadn't spoken yet. He's alive, Saffron 1 said. Renara nodded.
Barely.
If this body was here, then Quentin, his mind, his consciousness, had to be somewhere else. A tremor rippled through the hive mind. How? Enya exhaled slowly, her silver eyes dark with unease.
Transluminal neuroimprint cascade.
The words sent a shockwave through the hive mind. Saffron 1's stomach twisted. The Bara 2 technology, the same system that could transfer neural data across interstellar distances, the same system Arat had in the lab where Professor Isham had worked. The implications settled over them like a storm. Someone had taken him, transferred him. But where? Then her gaze flicked to the other 2 medical beds. Saffron 1 tensed. There, lying unconscious, was Maria. Her body still, her dark skin smooth under the cool medical lights, her long braids tied in a top knot, undisturbed as if she had merely gone to sleep. Her vitals pulsed on a holographic display, steady but weak. Lyrani's Secret Service commander, leader, warrior, and now helpless. And beside her, Falken. His albino Vut complexion stark against the white sheets, his small yellow eyes hidden beneath protective suction lenses, his expression frozen in a state of unnatural stillness. The exiled son of archluminary Ristev, the man who should never have survived. Saffron 1's breath caught. The room felt tighter, the air thick with questions. Saffron 2's voice cut through the silence.
If the Baronese did this, then they have him.
Renara shifted uncomfortably, scraping golden fingers through her golden locks.
Only a few Bara 2 scientists know how to use this technology. We're hoping there is one hiding here.
Chapter 12. The Wheel's Judgment.
The lab in the desert was nothing more than a steel dome, half buried beneath sand dunes, its outer shell coated with a self-camouflaging alloy that adjusted to the shifting desert hues. From above, it would look like an abandoned weather station, forgotten by time. Lisa paced the length of the main chamber and watched the molecular scanner run its final analysis. She had enjoyed her time with Quentin. He was a handsome and sweet man, but now goosebumps slid along the back of her neck. He was an interstellar fugitive who was supposed to be in an asteroid prison somewhere in Leron's gas giant system. The words glowed on the screen, sharp and unyielding.
He's a terrorist.
Nyla's feline tail flicked irritably.
Lorth Moon, Trion's closest lunar body before Leron. He detonated a bomb there, killing the methane rig workers. There's no news of a prison escape, though.
She exhaled through her nose.
Why didn't they kill him when they had the chance?
Lisa crossed her arms and bit the inside of her cheek. She glanced at the biometric profile flashing across the screen. The Leronese government had recorded Quentin Valentine's genetic kinetic map, and it was the same as the DNA they'd stolen after spending the night with him. The United Wheel had never authorized his entrance to their world. Lisa ran a hand through her pale blonde hair. Did he travel here after escaping prison? Nyla's tail flicked again.
And they dropped him in the middle of Hearthram with Crowleen, who's been gone for over a decade. How convenient.
Crowleen?
A hermit crow hybrid. I didn't see her myself, but there were whispers around the fire. Someone saying she was back.
And that's who Quentin came with?
Apparently, yes,
Nyla said.
From Heaven's Island.
The scanner beeped. The results were final. Nyla drummed her paws against the console.
We weren't briefed on this. Just that a Tiger Man hybrid had been spotted in the settlements.
Lisa's jaw tightened. They didn't tell us we'd be seducing an interstellar fugitive either. I don't understand why they wanted us to collect bodily fluids from him, when it was a Tiger Man we were supposed to kill. Nyla let out a dry laugh.
Anything we could use to confirm his identity. You know the drill.
Lisa glanced back at the molecular scanner. The machine didn't lie. But why him? We didn't take photos of him, just told them of a new arrival. Nyla's tail curled.
They didn't explain, and now I'm starting to think they didn't know. Maybe they were just guessing. Maybe they were desperate.
Lisa blew out a sigh. And now we're stuck with a man who either escaped an asteroid prison or never went in the first place. Nyla scratched her ruff.
The way he spoke last night. He had no idea what we were after.
Lisa studied the screen, jaw tight. Or someone doesn't want us to know who he really is.
The fire crackled, its warmth licking at the cool night air. The smell of slow-roasted game, root vegetables, and thick herb sauces made Quentin's mouth water. He'd sure been hungry since occupying a clone of his true body. He sat on a woven mat. He'd been dreading running into that blonde and cat woman all day. But he hadn't, though it still bugged him how Shar Shuvu had said Rose was the only complete human there, before his arrival, of course. Around him, Chairman Vrokala's family laughed and chattered, but the eagle man who called himself David looked distant and worried. He picked at his plate. In contrast, Quentin ate his food hungrily. The food was perfectly spiced and rich in flavor. Slow-cooked meat, similar to venison, melted on his tongue. Its juices carried the bitterness of local herbs. The starch was dense, subtly sweet, balancing the smokiness of the fire-charred greens. But even though his stomach was quickly filling, Quentin's heart felt hollow. He had always been a comfort eater before having to change his body for the clone of a blonde man. He should have been eating a meal like this with his own people, his saffrons on the Nebula Strider, Saffron, Lyria, and Juna on Zars, or his children on Luron. He should have been somewhere familiar, not sitting at a fire with a man who had once been a tyrant, surrounded by a family that wasn't his own, and playing the role of a traveler with no past. His jaw tensed. His saffrons, his different versions of saffron, all connected through the hive mind. Were they alive? Had they suffered? Were they waiting for him on the spaceship, thinking he had abandoned them? Had Vornath told them where he'd sent his consciousness and why? He imagined their faces. Identical yet subtly unique in their mannerisms. Saffron the strategist, Saffron the artist, Saffron the wild one. Saffron in a red mini dress and tutu, Saffron in latex, Saffron in stockings and suspenders. The way they moved, the way they thought, how each one had filled a different space in his life. Would he have had children with them? If he had stayed, if he had never been thrown into this mess of time travel and cloned bodies, would there have been tiny versions of himself running through his home? Would he have had a second chance at being a father? Could he have stood by his children as they grew from babies to adults? If it wasn't for Donkora, could he have become a father again? Would his and Saffron's children have inherited his sense of duty, his restlessness, or would they have been free, untethered as he had never been? He shoved a chunk of meat into his mouth, wishing it would fill the void in his heart. He had to stop regretting. It wasn't his fault. The virus wasn't his fault. He had to accept it. He was here. His family was gone, likely dead. And the only thing that mattered now was Maria returning with knowledge about where to find that time key. Because if they couldn't change time, if they couldn't assassinate Major Donkora, then all of this, the pretending, the waiting, the living among strangers, was worthless. Laughter jarred him from his thoughts. Vrokala, or David, as the others called him, sat at the center of it all, his golden wings folded behind him, a plate of food balanced on one muscular and feathered thigh. His wives doted over him, teasing and laughing. One of them, the navy-furred feline hybrid, plucked a bone off his plate and licked the juices from her fingers, smirking at him.
You're slower,
She teased.
Guess turning into a birdman makes you eat like one too.
Vrokala shot her a dry look, but didn't protest when another wife with luminous skin curled beside him with an arm draping over his shoulder. Her eyes were like eye-shaped glow balls on a dim setting. They had no pupils.
Don't change, darling. You're more majestic now.
You always wanted to fly.
Rose plucked a feather from his wing, twirled it between her fingers, and tucked it behind her ear.
You got your wish, David. We can get used to all your different features.
Quentin frowned at his plate and licked it clean. Wasn't Vrokala happy with his eagle form? Vrokala's children weren't as concerned as his wives seemed to be. The youngest, with glowing eyes which matched his mom's, was still climbing all over his father's lap, tugging at his wing feathers, giggling as they fluffed back into place.
You look weird, Daddy?
An older child announced, who had skin as white as snowdrops.
Like a bird, but also not like a bird.
Vrokala groaned, rubbing a hand down his face.
I liked it better when you all thought I was terrifying.
You were never terrifying.
A little girl said from across the fire, stirring her soup slowly.
Just grumpy.
Quentin watched, silent. It was strange. He had seen Vrokala as a ruthless tyrant, a man who had ruled through control, whose power had been absolute. But here he wasn't that. Here he was a father, a husband, a man surrounded by warmth and love. And for the first time, Quentin wondered, was this the real Vrokala? Or was this just another lie, another mask worn to survive? A soft nudge at his elbow drew his attention. He turned, meeting Shar Shuvu's brown-eyed gaze.
You're thinking too hard,
she murmured. He exhaled, rubbing his temple. Maybe. She studied him, then glanced toward the others.
It's not bad here.
No. His voice was quieter than expected. It's not. But it wasn't home, either.
The first sign of trouble was the shift in the air. Anna hadn't been paying attention at first. She was sitting near the fire, letting the warmth soak into her borrowed feathers, trying to enjoy the last sip of local ale. She couldn't do yoga since she'd witnessed her family die, and since arriving here, she'd found good enough reason to drown her sorrows. She had been listening to Shah Shuvu and the rabbit women chatter about the upcoming lunar festival again, half drunk, half distracted, but then the mood changed. The usual hum of voices faltered. A hush rippled through the gathering. Someone gasped. Someone else muttered a curse. Anna turned her head, her talons tightening against the ground. The sky above the settlement shimmered with light. A formation of phoenixes descended, their golden red wings streaking through the deep evening. 10 of them, pulling a massive carriage of polished gold and red, emblazoned with the sigil of a fiery wheel. The carriage landed on a large patch of tilled soil on the ridge above the community gardens. Dust swirled. She had heard about the royal guard from Jennifer in the past in the combined memories of 2 versions of herself, the one who'd changed time and died, and this one who had married Matthias. She had no idea how they had found them so quickly, but she wasn't about to stick around to ask. She shot a look at Quentin, who was already on his feet. His jaw was set, his body tense. His instincts must have been screaming the same thing hers were. Run. They slipped back into the darkness, moving fast along the outer edge of the settlement. The fires didn't reach this far. The vegetation cast deep shadows while the barraglass domes filtered the light of the 3 moons and countless stars. Quentin led the way, his steps light, silent. Anna followed, her wings pulled close. They just needed to get past the ridge, into the lower rock formations. From there, they could lose them in the terrain. She wasn't big enough to fly with him. Then a voice boomed through the settlement.
Bring forth the ones known as Crowleen and the Traveler.
Anna gritted her beak. The guard knew exactly who they were looking for. She heard the shuffle of movement, the murmurs of unease from the residents. People were scared. The United Wheel never came for small matters. When they arrived, people disappeared. Another voice, sharper, more commanding.
If they do not come willingly, we will take hostages.
The words sent a shock through Anna's chest. Quentin stopped ahead of her. He turned, barely visible in the darkness.
We can't let them start executing people.
She swore under her breath. She wanted to argue, she wanted to run, but he was right. Anna clenched her talons. She had heard the stories from Jennifer and the Clay Tribe and Shah Shuvu. The Royal Guard never made empty threats. Together, they moved back toward the firelight. The crowd had formed a loose semicircle around the armored figures. The Royal Guard stood in tight formation, their gold-plated uniforms gleaming on their chests, weapons in hand. The guards turned as they emerged. Anna lifted her chin.
You were looking for us.
The officer's expression didn't change.
You will come with us. Now.
Anna exchanged a glance with Quentin. There was no point in resisting. Not yet. Without another word, they stepped forward. The residents watched in silence. The officer gestured to her Phoenix guards.
Restrain them.
Cold metal snapped around Anna's wrists. The phoenixes flew tirelessly through the sky. The carriage rocked slightly every now and then, but apart from that, the journey through the sky seemed too smooth, as if they were gliding between the threads of reality. Anna sat stiffly, her talons gripping the bench beneath her. Quentin was beside her, silent, staring at the endless expanse of night. Across from them, a blonde woman and beige cat rested against the carriage wall, silent and unreadable. Anna recognized the blonde. She had seen her take Quentin away the night before. The 4 Royal Guard in the carriage didn't speak either. They barely even moved. 4 days, 4 nights, no breaks, no stops. The phoenixes never tired, and neither did the guards. The women did, though. They cringed with discomfort and slept irritably. They must have worked with the Royal Guard, for they could rummage through a basket and take food. They were the ones who gave their prisoners bread and water and fruit. Anna didn't ask where they were going. She already guessed. The United Wheel of Polymnia. She had heard about their capital before. Even her stepson Darwin had been there through a Skywater shift. Quentin barely spoke. He barely moved. He had withdrawn into himself, his jaw tight, his gaze distant. Then, on the 4th day, the phoenixes descended. Anna gritted her beak as she peered through the barraglass panel beside her. The diamond dome of the United Wheel shimmered ahead, perched over the canyon like a celestial eye. The wind pressed against the carriage as it glided over the expanse, the harnessed air currents holding them steady. Below, the crystal bridges stretched between sheer cliffs, their faceted surfaces bending the light into shifting rainbows. The Whitewater River roared far beneath them. The blonde woman and the beige cat woman had spoken little since boarding. When they touched down in a courtyard just beyond the canyon's edge, they simply rose, gave a single glance, and disappeared, leaving Anna and Quentin alone. The guards were already waiting. Anna didn't need to be told twice. The Phoenix enforcers stood in formation, their shining feathers casting long, molten reflections on the barraglass platform. Their amber eyes flickered like smouldering embers, unreadable, unrelenting. The heat of their presence made the air feel thinner. After a single motion from the lead enforcer, they were ordered to walk over an impossibly long transparent bridge. Anna wasn't scared of heights, but she noticed sweat beading on Quentin's upper lip and his eyes bulging with fear. When they arrived at the construction in the center of the bridges, they entered. The interior of the United Wheel was nothing like a palace, nothing like a government hall. No walls, no corridors. Just an enormous chamber where the light refracted through diamond, illuminating the gathered members in endless shifting colors. Anna's feathers ruffled at the sheer number of species. Her talons stopped clicking against the barraglass when she stalked over a long red rug, leading through concentric circles of hybrids. At the center of it all, on a raised obsidian platform, sprawled the cat queen of the United Wheel. She was enormous, a creature of pure, sleek black fur, absorbing light, and fluffy white fur on her feet, which looked like stockings as she stretched out, licking an elbow. She seemed more interested in grooming herself than the new arrivals, turning around and diligently licking the side of her upper back, digging her teeth into places where there may or may not have been fleas. Beside her, a floating data globe pulsed blue, watching and listening. The chamber had fallen into silence the moment Anna and Quentin had stepped inside. The Queen continued to wash and groom herself with her tongue, and only 10 minutes later did she stop and blink. Her emerald eyes flicked toward them, sharp as a predator watching a bird land too close. The data globe's voice filled the chamber, smooth, detached.
You have entered the United Wheel of Polymnia. You have been seen.
Anna curled her fingers beneath her feathers, keeping her posture neutral.
We were taken.
She corrected. The data globe pulsed.
And yet, here you stand.
A flick of the Queen's tail. The gathering watched, waiting.
I see Crowleen here.
The Queen said.
How? She was executed a decade ago. Her bioshell was executed too. It was the only one.
Quentin's gaze darted to Anna's. His face had become impossibly pale, and sweat beaded all over his face. Shah Shuvu had told her that 2 of his friends also occupied Crowleen bioshells. One of them must have been executed. A murmur rippled through the gathered species. Anna's throat tightened. She had to word this in the interest of Polymnia, not the rest of Euphorion. She knew from experience that Polymnia regarded itself as the center of the universe. She turned back to the Queen.
It was not the only one. Crowleen has many bioshells. Our mission is to save Polymnia before the virus which is wiping out the other 6 systems wipes you out too.
Then, softly, the data globe whispered.
Then tell me this. Who is inside this bioshell?
My name is Anna. I worked for the Alliance Secret Service.
A spy.
Not any spy. A time traveler.
Not a time traveler anymore. A powerless woman you are.
She watched her family die from that virus. Please.
Quentin pleaded.
Please let us change time so this virus was never created.
The Queen's emerald gaze turned fully onto him now, scanning him like prey caught mid-step. The data globe flickered ice blue.
And how can we trust what you say, interstellar fugitive?
Quentin's jaw tightened.
Because I was set up. Because I was brainwashed. Because I am innocent. Because I am a father, and all my children have also died.
Whispers spread around the diamond hall like wind rushing through a field of glass reeds, sharp and quick, vanishing as soon as they rose. The Queen's tail curled slightly.
You should not exist.
The data globe whispered. Quentin exhaled through his nose.
And yet, here I stand.
The data globe pulsed.
You were imprisoned in the Leron system. No record of your escape exists.
That is because I was innocent, and the Leronese government knew I was innocent. They put me in a clone, and then later a Bara 2 government official helped to put my consciousness back into my original clone.
Anna's feathers ruffled. She wasn't sure whether giving them so much information was a good idea. It would be awful to find and tear down the other clone vaults. She would hate to think of them executing those kind Bara 2 scientists.
It was all to cover up Liron's secret diamond harvesting.
The Queen stared at a claw. Then, at last, the data globe whispered.
The United Wheel does not tolerate mysteries. We will find the truth.
A pause.
But if you lie...
The Queen's tail flicked once, her gaze pinning Quentin in place.
You will never leave this place.
The Phoenix enforcers stepped forward. Anna forced her body to stay still as the guards closed in. The data globe pulsed one final time.
Take them away.
Chapter 13. The Cloacal Conundrum.
The murmurs followed her. Too many questions, too many eyes. Shah Shuvu kept her head high, but they were too curious.
Where is Quentin?
Why did they take him?
Was it the United Wheel?
She had no answers, and she didn't want to face them. Not now. A few of the rabbit women called after her, their long ears flicking in concern. One of David's wives tilted her head, waiting, expectant, but Shah Shuvu didn't stop. She slipped between the crowd, through the soft glow of the campfires, past the lingering scent of roasted meat and spiced ale. Her feet barely made a sound as she moved beyond the community gardens. Then she ran. The darkened fields opened before her, the air thick with the coming chill of night. She leapt, her wings unfurling and catching the air. The ground fell away beneath her. The chatter faded as she soared upward. Home. She needed to be home. The flight wasn't long. The massive trees rose in endless clusters, their canopies woven into a dense, shadowy sea. Somewhere deep within, hidden from sight, stood the baraglass tree home she had known since childhood. It was a cylindrical tower of transparent, intelligent baraglass wrapped halfway around the trunk of a colossal pine. Either Mama or Shanice had made the glass opaque for privacy, but lights on the landing activated as she approached, sensing her arrival. She descended and entered to partitioning, which popped open in the shape of an arch, the warmth of home wrapping around her before her bare feet even touched the floor. Inside, there was laughter. Voices she knew. Papa's whistles, hoots and barks, along with his data globe translating into Mama's human Nernorian language from planet Voria. Crowleen's croaky and teasing remarks rang out too, and Mama's warm voice, offering more food and drink. They were at the table, plates filled with freshly roasted root vegetables and river fish wrapped in fragrant leaves. Papa perched on a wooden bar, his amber eyes bright with amusement as he listened to someone inside another Crowleen bio shell retelling a past adventure. Was it Maria or Falken? The other crow's bio shell tore into its food with little grace, hunger overriding etiquette. It had clearly spent too much time in survival mode to care. Mama, her human mother, smiled as she refilled the crow's plate. The red and black stripes along her arms and shoulders shimmered faintly in the baraglass glow, her dark eyes crinkling at the edges. Shah Shuvu's chest tightened. They looked happy. Like nothing had changed. Like Quentin and Anna weren't gone. Mama noticed.
Shah, you're late.
The crow tilted its head.
Did you get lost?
I thought you'd be here tomorrow night.
Didn't Shanice tell you?
Mama asked. I never saw him. Papa chuckled, his massive wings shifting slightly.
He probably forgot to go and went to his friends instead.
Shah swallowed. They didn't know. The crow's beak clicked as she studied her.
Where's Quentin?
Mama frowned, setting the pitcher down with a red and black striped hand. Shah Shuvu exhaled slowly, forcing herself to stand straighter. He's gone. Papa's expression didn't change.
Gone.
She met his gaze, her voice steady despite the tightness in her chest. The united wheel of Polymnia took him and Anna. Maria stopped chewing. Mama's hand stilled over the table. The warmth of the home, the ease of the moment, shattered into something colder. Papa blinked. Then his wings flared slightly.
Why?
Shah Shuvu stepped forward. They came for Crowleen. I think a spy told them about the new arrivals.
And the chairman?
Mama's black and red striped face darkened.
Did they find him?
Shah Shuvu's throat felt dry. I don't think they knew. He's not a tiger man anymore. He's an eagle man. She stared at the crow. Are you Maria or Falken?
Maria. The United Wheel already imprisoned Falken, the psychic and the eagle.
Oh, no.
A Bara 2 spy told us?
Papa said.
What are we going to do then?
Mama rubbed her temples.
The United Wheel doesn't act lightly. The Queen must have a purpose.
Maria's talons curled.
We have to get them out.
Shah Shuvu didn't respond. She couldn't. Not yet. Papa's sharp gaze locked onto hers.
Did you see where they went?
She hesitated. No, but... The phoenixes flew northeast. Maria scoffed.
Of course they did. They took them to the United Wheel.
Mama rubbed her puckered forehead.
This won't be easy.
Maria stood abruptly, stalking toward the baraglass wall, her feathers bristling.
No, but that's never stopped me before.
We don't have weapons.
Papa watched her, then turned to Shah Shuvu.
We'll need more than just the three of us.
Mama crossed her arms over her brown suede dress.
We need a plan.
Shah Shuvu flinched. They were already talking about a rescue. She had known this would happen. But she also knew that no one got out of the United Wheel of Polymnia alive. During a long and inconclusive discussion, Shah Shuvu watched Maria across the table. Mama had cooked the fish perfectly. The meal was warm and satisfying, but Maria barely touched hers. Her fingers curled against the wood, and her talons tapped an erratic rhythm on the floor beneath the table. Her eyes weren't her own. They weren't even fully here. Shah Shuvu had seen this before. Crowleen. The same tension in the shoulders. The same distant stare, as if she were listening to voices no one else could hear. The same sharp inhale before speaking, as though forcing the words into her own mouth rather than letting them rise naturally. Shah Shuvu asked, "You okay?" Maria didn't look at her right away. Then, when she did, her beak twitched, her fingers flexing against the table.
I know where the vaults are.
Shah Shuvu froze. Papa mid-bite lowered his food. Mama's lips pressed into a firm line which became parallel to the black lines under her nose. Maria's voice was calm. Too calm.
Not just the vault in the northeast. Not just the one near the community gardens. There are more.
Shah Shuvu's pulse quickened. The other vaults, the other clones, no one had spoken about them in years.
How do you know?
Mama asked. Maria tapped the side of her head.
Crowleen knew.
A sharp weight settled in Shah Shuvu's chest. She had absorbed Crowleen's memories. No wonder she looked half-crazed with frustration and anxiety. Crowleen's thoughts were bleeding through, but was it just memories? Or was something more taking root? Papa set his food down, talons clicking against the table.
And what do you want to do with this knowledge?
Maria's breath steadied.
We wake them.
Shah Shuvu's feathers puffed slightly. And then what? Maria's gaze sharpened.
We free them.
Mama groaned.
And if they don't want to be freed?
Shah Shuvu watched Maria's face closely, searching for hesitation. For doubt. There was none.
I copy my mind and put it into them. I know how to do it. I have thousands of years of memories. They will join us. I don't have memories of where or how she hid the keys, but she was a time traveler long before then.
A chill ran down Shah Shuvu's spine. She had heard Crowleen say those exact words once, not in this life, not in this body, but in the echoes of another time. Papa's feathers ruffled.
And the Queen?
Maria's fingers twitched.
We make her understand.
Shah Shuvu clenched her teeth. This was dangerous. It wasn't just about saving Quentin, Anna, Falken, Jennifer, or Zovakar anymore. Maria was talking about something bigger, and it felt like the beginning of a rebellion, or, even worse, a war. She noticed the hunger and madness in her eyes, too, and it made Shah Shuvu wince. The keys had destroyed her. You sound like Crowleen, she said to Maria. Maria tilted her head, a small, sharp smile curling at the edge of her beak.
Maybe that's not a bad thing.
Shah Shuvu didn't answer. Because she wasn't sure if Maria was still just Maria anymore. She had heard many reckless ideas before, but none quite like this. Maria leaned forward, eyes alight, her talons flexing against the wooden table. The levitating glow balls overhead cast moving shadows across her face, sharpening her expression.
We can use him,
Maria said. Shah Shuvu's feathers stiffened. Use who? Maria's beak twitched in something like amusement.
The chairman.
Shah Shuvu felt Mama tense beside her. Maria went on, undeterred.
The Bara too at the vault. He needs to beg them to reverse the process.
Shah Shuvu exchanged glances with her parents. And what, exactly, would that do? Maria's breath came steady, measured.
Someone can return to the Nebula Strider.
Shah Shuvu's pulse ticked faster. The what?
Our warship.
Maria explained before pressing on.
Crowleen's memories tell me there are hundreds of them. Hundreds of Crowleen clones. Enough for an army.
Papa spoke carefully in whistles and barks, and both Maria and Shah understood his owl language, though his data globe interpreted it into Nenorian for Mama.
And what do you think will happen if you wake them?
Maria's claws tapped against the wood.
If I copy my mind, they might rebel. But if I send a hive mind trained for war from our warship, they will fight.
Mama inhaled sharply.
For what?
Maria's beak clicked.
For the time keys.
Shah Shuvu narrowed her eyes. Or for you. Maria didn't answer right away, but her silence was telling. Shah Shuvu covered her eyes with her palms momentarily and then gazed across the table at the crow woman. So your plan is to convince the chairman, the same man who once enslaved people, to beg the Bara too to undo his bio-shell transfer, just so one of us can get back to your warship and tell soldiers to occupy the other clones. Maria nodded once.
Yes.
Can you recreate the hive mind, though?
Papa asked.
I'm not sure.
Maria said.
These crows aren't cyborgs, are they?
I don't think so, Shah Shuvu said. Genetic engineering here is far more common. Cybernetics are frowned upon on Polymnia.
David stretched his wings before he even opened his eyes. His talons flexed against the woven mat beneath him, and the strange sensation of feathered limbs shifting against his sides made him shudder. He still wasn't used to it. But he was alive. That was what mattered. The United Wheel of Polymnia had not imprisoned him in that Tiger Man form. He had changed before they arrived. They were probably still looking for him, searching for the striped beast he used to be, not this new bio shell of golden feathers and razor-sharp vision. He smirked. Idiots. Still there were problems. David rolled onto his side, feeling the smooth warmth of the sleeping body curled against him. Rose. Her soft breathing was steady. The other wives were scattered across the gigantic bed, their forms draped in fleeces, some still asleep, others stirring lazily. His family was intact. That was another victory. Yet the biggest problem of all, the one that had haunted him since the first night in this new form, remained. He slowly reached down, talons gliding over his feathered stomach, hesitating when he reached the place where a certain something should have been. Nothing. Not even a nub. His beak clicked in irritation. No, no, no. This won't do. Before he could spiral further into despair, someone knocked at the entrance. A deep, booming voice followed.
David, we need to talk.
David closed his eyes. Another voice, firm but lighter, followed.
Open up, David.
David let out a slow exhale. Shah Shuvu. With a last glance at his wives, he stood, shaking out his wings, and strode toward the entrance. He pressed a talon against the panel, and the barraglass partitioning melted open. The Bubo King, a massive owl hybrid draped in royal blue robes, towered in the doorway, his large round eyes unblinking. He had a small, floating data globe for translation, and next to that, Shah Shuvu stood with arms crossed. To what do I owe this pleasure?
We must go to the vault.
Shah Shuvu said simply. David blinked. The vault. The Bubo King nodded.
The bar are 2 scientists. We need their help.
David perked up. This was perfect. He had been looking for an excuse to return. Now, with official business, he could ask his questions. Yes, I'd be happy to return. Shah Shuvu tilted her head slightly.
You seem eager.
David ignored the suspicion. Just fulfilling my duty. The Bubo King, however, whistled.
You want something.
His data globe announced in that same deep voice, so different compared to the owl's whistles, squeals, hoots, and barks. David cleared his throat. He might as well ask now. Since we're going there. He rolled his wings back. I'd like to make a request of the Bara 2 scientists. Shah Shuvu raised an eyebrow so high it almost vanished in the feather line of her down-covered skull.
What kind of request?
David hesitated. He had ruled star systems. He had commanded fleets. He had burned planets to the ground. Yet, at this moment, he felt the unmistakable humiliation of a man about to ask a question he should not have to ask. I need them to modify my bio-shell. The Bubo King's large, unblinking owl eyes bore into him.
Modify it how?
David's feathers bristled. I need. He exhaled sharply. I need a functional male organ. Shah Shuvu choked. The Bubo King blinked.
You mean a penis?
David felt a muscle twitching under his right eye. Yes, that. The Bubo King squealed, and a deep, rolling, gut-shaking laugh boomed from his data globe. Shah Shuvu looked away, shaking her head. It's not funny, David said in annoyance. The Bubo King laughed harder.
Most birds don't have penises.
David stiffened. What? Shah Shuvu rubbed her temple.
Oh, no.
The Bubo King smirked, wings twitching.
Most male birds lost their penises through evolution. They reproduce using cloacal kisses.
David stared. Cloacal what? The Bubo King nodded, clearly enjoying himself.
The cloaca. Both male and female birds have one. They press together to transfer sperm.
David cringed. You're telling me I have to rub? Holes! The Bubo King hooted.
More or less.
David's feathers flared in horror. That's the most barbaric thing I've ever heard. Shah Shuvu covered her face. David growled. How do birds even mate like this? The Bubo King shrugged.
It's efficient.
David scoffed. Efficient for who?
Worked for me.
David's wings snapped out. You're telling me you impregnated your human wife with a cloacal kiss? The Bubo King smirked.
Not saying I didn't. If you really want one and still want to fly, you can be a duck or goose, but don't expect to perch in the giant trees. You won't find your balance with a penis.
David stared at him in horror. I don't want to be a duck or a goose. The Bubo King shrugged again.
Then you're out of luck. Chickens, owls, hawks. We all evolved past the need for a penis.
David scrubbed a hand over his brown human face. I should have chosen mammalian DNA. Shah Shuvu finally regained composure.
So, you're going to the Bara 2 scientists to request a custom-built penis.
David squared his shoulders. Yes. The Bubo King chuckled.
They might refuse.
David glared. They won't. Shah Shuvu sighed.
This is the weirdest mission briefing I've ever had.
David ignored her. Why do you need to speak with the scientists? Shah Shuvu's humor faded.
It's about the vault, and the clones.
David narrowed his gaze. What about them? Shah Shuvu and the Bubo King exchanged glances.
Sorry, David,
she said.
But it's a secret.
Like why your secret agent friends got arrested by the United Wheel Royal Guard?
Yes,
she admitted. Fine, I'll take you. But first. He heaved a sigh. I'm getting my damn penis back. The Bubo King just hooted again.
Chapter 14. The Discovery.
The lower decks of the Nebula Strider were quiet. The ship's crew had already been subdued, but this section, housing restricted scientific equipment, felt different. Saffron 1's fingers twitched as she followed Saffron 6 down the corridor. Lyria was resting now, but for how long? The girl's mind had been torn apart by the things she had seen. They had given her a safe space, but safety did not erase memories. It did not silence screams that echoed long after the danger had passed. Saffron 6 padded ahead. The hive mind pulsed through her skull. Each saffron synced. There's someone here, 6 said in her mind. Saffron 1 and Saffron 2 responded instantly. Saffron 6 raised a hand, gesturing to the others. They fanned out, weapons poised. Then she saw it, a figure crouched near the storage module, blending into the darkness. She was a white Berenice. Her bone-white skin gleamed in the emergency lighting, her massive black eyes impossible to read. She didn't flinch, didn't run. She just waited. Saffron 6 tapped into the hive mind, relaying the exact coordinates. Saffron 1 arrived first, stepping into the light. She forced herself to focus on the scared woman. This mission mattered. But she wondered if Lyria had woken up, reaching for someone who wasn't there. Identify yourself. No response. Saffron 2 advanced, tearing the wrist console from the woman's arm. She tossed it to Saffron 6, who immediately scanned for data. Speak. Saffron 1's voice was low. Finally, the woman exhaled.
My name is Thrix Valen.
The hive mind surged. That name, they knew it. Saffron 1's fingers flexed over her weapon. Get her up. Saffron 2 yanked Thrix to her feet. The woman didn't resist. They had questions, and she was going to answer every single one of them. The secured lab was a cold, sterile space lined with containment units and diagnostic terminals. Suspended holographic schematics glowed above the consoles. The walls were translucent barraglass, revealing the faint outlines of the women inside. Thrix was shoved into a chair. She still didn't resist. She simply watched. Saffron 1 paced before her, arms crossed. This technology... She gestured to the neural transfer pod behind them. This technology was also in Arat's lab. Saffron 2 stepped up to the console, scanning the interface. Her jaw tightened. It's the transluminal neuroimprint cascade, she announced. Saffron 1's hands curled into fists. Where did you send Quentin? The hive mind jolted. An absence where Quentin should have been. The bond between them had always been unbroken, but now it was empty.
a silence more terrifying than any alarm. Thrix blinked. Once, slowly.
I don't know where he is now.
The words sent rage coursing through Saffron One.
You're lying!
Saffron One's nostrils flared. She wanted to argue, to tell Thrix she was wrong, that she could feel it in the back of her skull. The severed connection. The void where Quentin had been. A lost signal, cut mid-transmission. The Bara 2 woman tilted her head slightly, as if considering.
I only handled the transfer. The destination was not in my control.
Saffron 2 turned toward the 2 engineers, Enya and Renara, who were standing near the unconscious blonde clone of Quentin. Where could they have sent him? Enya hesitated, looking uneasy.
It sounds like she's lying. From what I've read, a bioshell needs to be matched with the consciousness.
Saffron One's pale lavender hands curled tighter over the weapon. This was worse than him being captured, worse than imprisonment. If his mind had been thrown into some unknown bioshell, if they had no way of tracing him, then how long before he faded completely, before there was nothing left of him at all? Thrix was calm. Too calm. Her calmness felt wrong. As if she were watching them through a barrier of detachment, unaffected by the disaster she had helped create. Saffron One studied her, searching for cracks in that paper-white, unreadable face. Who ordered you to do it? Finally, her black eyes flickered.
No one. We need to change time. The virus will wipe out all civilizations in all the 8 worlds.
Saffron One leaned closer. Her voice was icy.
Then you better tell us everything you know.
Thrix finally showed a hint of unease.
I've been working alone,
she said.
The United Wheel doesn't want to change time. It wants the future to unfold exactly as it is.
Wait, what? Saffron One remained still. The United Wheel? What's that? Thrix's voice lowered.
The governing body on Planet Polymnia. But if they cannot change time by assassinating Major Donkora, his virus will wipe out the Euphorion Alliance completely. Think of all the species and civilizations we'll lose. Few survivors. No second chances. The Crimson Collective win.
What's it got to do with Polymnia? Saffron One asked.
That's where the keys are hidden,
Thrix said. Saffron 2 folded her arms. Then why are you here instead of helping them? Thrix snorted.
Because my part in this ended when they left the vaults. I sent Quentin, Falken, and Maria into bioshells hidden on Polymnia. We sent them to find one of the hidden time keys. Only one key is needed. An agent called Anna went too.
Quentin's friend Anna?
Saffron One asked.
I believe they had a history, yes.
When Thrix frowned, a diagonal ridge traveled across her face, causing her nose to separate halfway down and twist to the side. It was a strange feature of the Berenice.
A friend of mine rescued her from her dead family. She was sent separately from a deep vault on Leron. Her body is still intact, and the virus has not killed it.
If these bodies died, would their consciousness die too? Saffron One asked, shivering.
No, you could kill their bodies, and their consciousnesses would remain in those bioshells.
Silence stretched between them. The hive mind churned, restless, unsettled. Every saffron felt the same absence, the same gnawing uncertainty where Quentin's presence had been. There were no questions, no need for explanations. They all understood the truth at once. He was gone, and without a signal to track, the void left behind was absolute. Saffron 2 asked about the key, but Saffron 1 wasn't listening, not really. Her mind kept circling back to the same thought.
How could they reach him?
Thrix hesitated.
There are several on Polymnia. They only need one to open the portal. But if the United Wheel discovers why they're there, the Queen won't just imprison them, she'll erase every trace of them.
Saffron 1 recoiled. Do we have any way of knowing if they succeed? Her long limbs ached from being tense for so long. Quentin had always found a way back to them, no matter what. But this time, he was gone before he could even try.
No, the technology is good, but not that good, and communication between Polymnia and the rest of the Euphorion Alliance is heavily restricted. I cannot even contact the Bara 2 scientists who live and work in those classified clone vaults.
Thrix shook her head. Then Saffron 1 turned to the engineers.
Wake Maria and Falken immediately.
Enya hesitated.
Maria isn't stable.
Wake her. Saffron 1 turned back to Thrix. You're coming with us?
Darkness pulsed behind Jennifer's lids. Not the darkness of sleep, but something deeper. Heavier. The kind that pressed down on the mind and bent reality. This wasn't an ordinary dream, she was somewhere else. The scent of damp earth curled in her nostrils, mixed with the sharp tang of something metallic. The air was thick, weighted with silence. Somewhere in the distance, water dripped slow, methodical, like the ticking of an unseen clock. She extended a hand, but her fingers met nothing. She floated in a space beyond her body. The walls of the dungeon, the cold shackles, the bruises were all gone. A shape flickered in front of her. It was a woman draped in shadows. She was tall, her hair twisted like tendrils of smoke, her face obscured, shifting between moments. Jennifer tried to focus, but her vision blurred around the edges. The woman raised her hand. A ring gleamed on her finger. It was dark and violet and carved into an 8-pointed star. Amethyst. A key. Jennifer's breath caught. The ring pulsed and a doorway appeared. Not a physical one, but a gateway opening into the fabric of existence. It led to a river. The current flowed backward instead of forward. Time bent in ways it shouldn't. A distant voice called her name. She turned. A child stood at the river's edge. Barefoot, pale, dark-eyed like a Baroness, but with human-sized eyes. The girl's mouth moved, but no words came out. Instead, an image filled Jennifer's mind. A bio-shell of a red-skinned woman, waiting in stasis. A consciousness adrift, severed from its anchor. The child lifted a hand, pointing beyond the river, beyond the doorway. Jennifer winced, frozen to the spot. Someone was watching, not the child, not the woman with the amethyst ring, something larger, something that had been waiting. The dungeon called her back. The vision fractured, splintering like a pane of glass. The river, the figures, the doorway. Gone. She gasped, awake. The real darkness returned. The damp walls, the scent of mold and iron, the ache in her limbs. The dungeon was still there. A stench of decay and filth hung heavy in the dungeon. Jennifer barely noticed. She crouched against the cold stone, chewing a strip of tough, unseasoned meat tossed to her hours before. Hunger gnawed at her, but she didn't rush. She had learned patience in captivity. The guards hadn't spoken to her in days, just silent contempt. They were waiting. She swallowed, licked a last trace of salt from her fingers, and curled against the wall. The damp seeped into her bones. The bruises from her last beating ached. She exhaled, let her mind drift. The dream swallowed her whole once more. This time, Jennifer floated through the darkness, weightless, aware that she was dreaming. The dream had started like the last one. Mist rolling through strange black trees, the sky red, the scent of burning wood. But something was different. She wasn't just watching. She stepped onto rough gravel. The crunch under her feet sounded real. The air was thick and warm. Flies darted around her, buzzing past her ears. She turned her head. Two figures walked along the path ahead, their cowled cloaks brushing the ground. Short, bulky, with enormous heads. Their faces were smooth and featureless, like water-worn boulders. No noses, only 3 nostril holes. 2 black, beady eyes sat deep in their skulls. Jennifer's breath caught in her throat. The Satsang Sky People. The name flickered through her thoughts like a whisper from another life. She stepped forward. Kala. They whirled around. Their tiny black eyes glistened in the red light. For a moment, no one spoke. Then Kala's face twisted, her hands clutching the edges of her cowl.
You know us.
Kael grabbed her wrist, his shoulders stiff.
How?
They looked identical, but when the smaller one spoke, her voice was sweet.
I keep thinking about it,
she said.
What would have happened if they hadn't saved us? Our lives are good on this world.
Did you name it?
Yes, we called it Nixar, a perpetual twilight realm where photosensitive refugees have found solace.
It's a sanctuary world where our displaced species have rebuilt.
Her brother Kaal added.
We are lucky,
Kala said.
We have no predators, no competitors, and we live at one with nature. We are vegetarian, and the ground-nesting birds don't seem to mind us eating their unfertilized eggs.
Darwin brought us here.
Kaal said.
We pray to him in our rituals.
Darwin found this world for us,
Kala added.
He was only 7 years old, if you don't count his 4 years in cryogenic sleep. So young and little, yet such an explorer, too wise for his years.
Her brother nodded slowly.
Our grandmother, the High Priestess, was evil. We loved her so much, but we had to kill her. It was she and the Bara-2 chairman who invaded planet Voria 200 years in the future.
But that's history, Jennifer said. She was tired of the story. She'd heard it too many times from the Bubo King and his daughter.
But still,
Kala said, her chest rising under her robe.
Do you know what it's like to love someone so deeply and then be the ones to end them? To wake every day knowing that no matter how necessary it was, we were the ones who struck her down.
Jennifer's chest ached. They did not know. They didn't know what the Euphorion Alliance was facing. The virus was spreading. Thousands would die. More every day. I need your help, she said. The Euphorion Alliance is collapsing. A plague is sweeping through our systems. There is only one way to stop it. Kaal's hands balled into fists.
An amethyst star key.
Kala let out a choke sound, almost a sob.
We don't have one. Darwin and Crowleen left the key in Polymnia's altar, on Heaven's Island, when they held back the United Wheel Royal Guard and let us escape through the pyramid.
It's not there anymore, Jennifer said. There must be one somewhere. Kaal rocked his head.
If we had a key, we would bring it to you, but we don't.
Kala's voice trembled.
We're so very, very sorry.
They were crying, tears rolling down their grey, featureless faces.
What about Anna and Darwin?
I don't know. Jennifer's pulse pounded. What about returning? If you came back with me?
The altar is empty.
Kaal said.
If we leave, there is no way home. We would be stranded.
Jennifer staggered backward. No key, no way back, no hope. Kala wiped her face with her sleeve.
We wish we could help, after what Darwin and Crowleen did for us. They saved us from extinction.
Jennifer's vision blurred. No key, no cure, no future. The dream began to disintegrate. The red sky broke apart like a shattering window pane. The last thing she saw was Kaal and Kala standing side by side, under the tallest arching trees. Their cloaks were wrapped around them, and their beady eyes were full of grief. Then everything dissolved into darkness.
Chapter 15. The Cost of Resurrection.
A ring of 8 vertical tubes stood in the center of the chamber, each lined with thick baraglass and filled with swirling golden suspension fluid. They pulsed faintly, sending waves of energy through the floor. This was the Consciousness Extraction and Reintegration Interface, or CERI. And as Thrix told them, it was an extremely rare piece of Bara-2 technology. Thrix stood before it, her expression unreadable. Saffron 1 wasn't sure whether the woman had an ulterior motive, especially given her past dealings with Era. Above the 3 medical beds, diagnostic readouts glowed with quiet precision. The bodies were intact, undisturbed, their chests rising and falling in steady rhythm. A picture of calm. But they were empty. Their consciousnesses had been sent across interstellar space to a strange planet, one cut off from the rest of the Alliance.
Listen to me carefully.
Thrix's placid face twisted as a diagonal frown line cut across it, shifting the upper and lower halves of her once straight nose in opposite directions.
If I bring them back, their bioshells on Polymnia, or wherever they are, will fall into immediate comas. They won't wake unless someone returns them to the clone vaults for reintegration. If they've already opened any portals, or they're not already in the secret bioshell vaults, this ruins the possibility.
She exhaled sharply and shook her head.
This is a terrible idea, a waste of resources. You're sabotaging your own mission. And for what? A chance at an update.
Saffron 1 didn't blink or hesitate. She drew her weapon and aimed it at Thrix's skull. Maria and Falken aren't experienced in skywater shifting or time travel. Unlike Quentin and Anna, they're not likely to go through any portals if they find a key. Bring back Maria first. Thrix's nostrils flared slightly, then, with a small nod, she turned toward the equipment. As she moved, her glossy black eyes shimmered, their surfaces patterned with tiny hexagrams, like an insect's. She raised a tiny white hand to the holographic control orb, her fingers hovering inside of it before making adjustments. Thrix exhaled through her teeth, her fingers pulling on a holographic lever.
You understand,
she muttered, barely glancing at Saffron One.
Once I begin, there is no stopping.
A tight row of 3 medical beds, each linked to a neuro interface wired into the ceiling, was positioned to the side. Maria's bioshell lay closest to the machine. Beside her, Falken remained still. And then Quentin's body, the blonde clone he had occupied for over 2 years, not including 4 years of cryosleep from Liron to Zars, rested, his muscular arms limp at his sides. Saffron One could feel the anticipation rippling through the hive mind. This is it. Saffron Two's voice echoed through the link. The murmur of shared minds lingered just beyond Saffron One's thoughts. Those waiting in the other section of the warship were also watching through their eyes and waiting. Thrix reached into the glowing orb, her fingers weaving through the interface as the lights pulsed in response. A voice said,
Initiating consciousness retrieval protocol. Subject Maria Crowleen Bioshell 555. Standby.
The golden fluid in the tubes churned. The lab vibrated slightly, and the energy of the process sent a low-frequency vibration into the floor beneath their boots. Saffron One gripped her weapon tighter. Maria was coming back to inform them, hopefully, about their progress or any digressions. Golden fluid swirled faster in the tubes. Intense vibrations resonated through Saffron One. A strange energy filled the air near the Siri system. The same voice from the system said,
Neural signature locked. Extraction in progress.
The glow balls in the lab flickered as the holographic orb containing the interface absorbed more power. Data streams flickered across the holographic displays, tracing the delicate threads that spanned across interstellar space. Reaching, pulling, reversing what should have been impossible. Thrix manipulated the holographic data. Her eyes, like distant stars, reflected shifting light. No guilt or doubt showed in her eyes. She handled the process easily. Then, the first warning spike.
Discrepancy detected. Subject resistance at threshold limit.
Thrix's brow twitched. Her hands stilled momentarily.
She's fighting it,
she muttered. Saffron One gasped. What do you mean, fighting it?
She doesn't want to come back.
That doesn't make sense,
Saffron Two said.
If she's been out there all this time, why would she refuse?
How can she refuse?
The short, gold engineer called Renara asked. Thrix's fingers flew over the controls.
I don't know. It could be environmental interference. It could be psychological. Or it could be...
Her sentence cut short as the tubes flared. The golden fluid violently bubbled. The readings spiked. The system adjusted. Thrix blinked, a translucent white membrane sweeping in from the corners of her eyes, briefly veiling her glossy black gaze.
Neural bridge stabilizing. Subject reintegration beginning.
The golden light inside the tubes darkened. The medical bed housing Maria's true body jolted slightly. Her breath hitched. Her fingers twitched. Then she screamed. It was raw, guttural. The sound of something being torn back from the brink. Maria's body arched off the bed. The machines beeped in protest, struggling to adjust to the violent re-entry of consciousness. Maria, stay with us, Saffron One bellowed. Maria's screaming cut off. Her chest rose and fell quickly. Her eyelids flashed open, revealing wide, frantic eyes. She stared at Saffron One, not seeing, not recognizing. For a long, terrible moment, the hive mind held its breath. Then Maria rasped.
They're going to execute Falken, Quentin, and
The hive mind erupted with urgent signals. Saffron 1 gritted her teeth. When? Maria's eyes rolled around in her sockets, trying to focus. She still looked dazed, her pupils too wide. Was her body struggling to fully synchronize with itself? Her fingers clawed weakly at the sheets beneath her.
I don't know.
She swallowed hard.
The guards taunted us, said we'd rot, but that Quentin and Anna were important. They said that they'd make an example of them.
Saffron 1's grip on the medical bed tightened. Did they find a key? Maria's breath was uneven. She tried to sit up but winced, pressing a hand to her temple.
I don't know. We were in the same dungeon, but separate cells.
Saffron 2 said telepathically, "Bring them all back." Saffron 1 pressed. "They're all imprisoned. They're about to be executed. If we don't intervene, they die." Thrix's gaze remained unreadable, though hesitation may have been flickering in the depths of her enormous black eyes. "You don't have a choice." The gun in Saffron 1's hands didn't tremble. Thrix muttered something in her native language, then extended a 3-fingered hand into the orb again.
Neural retrieval protocol engaged. Subject: Falken Crowleen Bioshell 732. Stand by.
The golden suspension fluid in the tubes churned again. The ship trembled beneath them. Maria's fingers curled into the sheets. Her breath was still uneven, but her brown-eyed focus was sharpening. She turned her head toward Saffron 1.
If we don't act fast, Quentin and Anna are dead.
Saffron 1 nodded. "Bring them all back now." Thrix hesitated.
We don't have a body for Anna.
Saffron 1 already knew what would happen before she even had to say it. One of us must provide her with our body.
I'll do it.
Saffron 3 volunteered immediately. The others sent out waves of wordless protests through the link. But Saffron 3 was resolute.
"It's the best option. We have a hive mind. I won't be gone. I'll just be different."
Thrix's eyes darkened.
Even if you keep her mind separate, there will be bleed through. She will see everything you've experienced since your first synchronization.
Saffron 1 stiffened. She'd see the intimacy. "Can't you? I don't know. Cut off certain memories." Thrix's many-faceted eyes gleamed.
Impossible.
A ripple of embarrassed tension spread through the hive mind. Saffron 1 straightened. "Then we do this fast." Thrix sighed.
Neural retrieval protocol engaged. Subject: Quentin Valentine clone Bioshell 001. Stand by.
The ship vibrated as the system processed the command. Saffron 3 stepped forward. "Where do you need me?" Thrix let out a pent-up breath and gestured toward the empty medical bed beside the others.
Lie down, now.
Saffron 2 moved first, gripping Saffron 3's arm briefly before helping her onto the bed. The neuro interface above hummed to life as she settled in place. Wires adjusted automatically, shifting into position to connect with her nervous system. Thrix glanced at the diagnostics.
Your consciousness will be stored temporarily in the system buffer. Anna will overwrite your body's neural map. If something goes wrong, if there's rejection.
She trailed off, her expression unreadable. Saffron 3 tapped a foot. "Then, fix it." Thrix said nothing. Instead, she turned back to the interface. With a final glance at Saffron 3, she reached for the controls.
Neural imprint override initiated. Transferring subject, Anna into donor bioshell.
The neuro interfaces above each medical bed flickered with new data. Saffron 1 stood tense, watching. Maria had pushed herself upright, pressing her palms into the mattress as she took deep breaths. Her body had fully reintegrated, but her mind was still catching up. Falken's chest rose and fell in slowly. His albino skin was nearly luminous under the glow balls. The suction lenses over his small yellow eyes protected him from that light. He stirred, inhaled sharply, then jolted upright, as though expecting restraints. Quentin gasped. His blonde-haired body arched a little before he collapsed back onto the bed, blinking. His fingers flexed at his sides, then his gaze locked onto Saffron 1. A moment passed. Then he moved. He was off the bed in a second, pulling her into his arms, crushing her against him. His lips found hers. Hungry, desperate, full of everything he had held back since before his missions on Galacton, Veltron, and Polymnia. His tongue slid against hers, claiming her. She kissed him back, gripping his arms, feeling the solid strength of him. When they finally broke apart, Quentin's forehead rested against hers, his breath uneven.
I thought I'd never see you again.
Saffron 1's fingers curled into the back of his shirt. You're here now. His hands slid down her back, holding onto her like she might disappear.
Where's Lyria? Juna? I need to.
Lyria is safe. Saffron 1 hesitated. She's with the Starship doctors. But Zars. She shook her head. Zars is in chaos. We couldn't reach Juna. A muscle twitched along Quentin's jawline.
I need to try.
Maria's voice cut in, sharp.
We don't have time for personal reunions.
She swung her legs over the side of the bed, rolling her shoulders. She looked at Falken.
Where's the little lady you went off with? Jennifer. And where's the eagle?
Falken pressed his palms to his suction lenses and then lowered his hands slowly.
They were arrested and taken to the dungeons at the United Wheel of Polymnia.
That's where me and Quentin were in prison too.
Maria said.
Long after you.
Jennifer and Zovakar are still there.
Falken said, eyeing her nervously.
Unless the Royal Guard executed them.
Falken stared at Thrix.
Could you bring them back too?
I could,
Thrix said flatly.
If I had copies of their memory chips, which I don't. And even if I did, their minds would need to be stored somewhere. And I'm not sacrificing any more Saffron clones.
A heavy silence fell. Falken turned to Saffron 3.
What's that clone doing there then?
It's Anna,
Thrix said.
Who?
Falken asked. No one responded. Maria tilted her head, and a deep frown line dented her brow.
How did you bring Anna here without a copy of her memory chip then?
My Bara 2 friend, at a lab on Leron, sent it to me earlier.
Saffron 1 had been aware of the shift in the hive mind, the quiet disconnect that came with Anna's presence in Saffron 3's body. But now, Anna was awake, blinking at them all, disoriented. She looked down at herself, at her large breasts and unfamiliar red skin. She touched her face. Then she looked up, eyes widening as she took in Saffron 1, Quentin, Maria, Falken. Then Thrix, the lab, the alien technology surrounding her. Her voice came out hoarse.
I.
She swallowed hard.
Where am I?
Saffron 1 flinched. How did she get to keep her voice in the new body? Then Saffron 1 remembered that she also had her original voice. Quentin's voice had changed, though, when he'd had to possess the blonde clone. You're on the Nebula Strider? Saffron 2 said. Anna's breath hitched.
I was on Polymnia, in a cell.
Saffron 1 nodded. Not anymore. Quentin, still with an arm looped around Saffron 1's slender waist, raised a hand in greeting.
Hey Anna, I'm Quentin. This is the clone I have to inhabit since the Leronese government didn't change my interstellar fugitive status after finding out I was innocent.
Hey, Quentin, your voice sounds different.
Anna touched her throat, then ran her hands down her arms, pressing into her skin, as if trying to convince herself she was real. Then she looked at Saffron 2, 4, and 6.
Why do I look like all of you?
Saffron 1 hesitated. You're using Saffron 3's body. Maria sighed.
We didn't have another option.
Anna looked at Saffron 1.
I thought Quentin's girlfriend looked like them.
She scanned the Bakuds again. I had to take the body of someone else's clone. Like Quentin, for similar reasons.
Ah, yes.
Anna nodded.
I saw the Tsar's massacre on the news.
Cyber terrorists hijacked my clones. Saffron One said a little too sharply. Anna held up her palms in defense.
I know, I'm not blaming you.
A strange, unreadable tension hung in the air between them. Then, very quietly, Anna whispered.
I can hear you.
Saffron One's stomach dropped. Maria frowned.
What?
Anna pressed a hand to her temple and shut her eyes.
It's not clear, but I can feel you, all of you.
She opened her eyes, her gaze locking onto Saffron One with something close to horror.
What the hell did you do to me?
The hive mind rippled with unease. Saffron One tensed. Anna stiffened. It wasn't supposed to happen like this, Saffron One said. We could only save your consciousness by putting you into another body, and Saffron 3 sacrificed herself. Unfortunately, we can't cut you off from our hive mind.
Oh shit,
Quentin said.
I apologize, Anna. I hope you can't see memories of our orgies.
Quentin rubbed his jaw.
Can we? I don't know. Shut her out.
No,
Thrick said.
It's part of the neural mapping. You put a non-hive mind consciousness into a hive mind bioshell. There's going to be bleed through.
Maria smirked.
Welcome to the club.
Anna did not look pleased. Falken exhaled through his nose and stood.
We have bigger problems.
He turned to Saffron One.
The United Wheel interrogated me. They know what we wanted and who we are.
What about the state of the Alliance? Saffron One asked. Do they know about the virus?
Of course. We begged them. Jennifer really thought the Queen would help us.
But she wasn't interested.
The engineer Renara piped in.
No.
Falken said.
She hated the time-traveling crow. She'd gotten her royal guard to execute her over a decade ago, and then they hid all the time keys the crow had collected. There's no way they'll tell us where they are. The bioshells we all possess were clones of that late time-traveling crow woman. The Queen wanted to know where her other bioshells were.
I'm dying for a drink,
Quentin said.
Can we get out of here and discuss this in the bar instead?
That sounds like a damn good idea.
Maria agreed.
Chapter 16. Blood and Void. Quentin walked down the corridor with a couple of red-skinned saffrons, Maria, Anna, Falken, Thrix, and the engineers, Inya and Renara, at his side. Saffron One led the way, her stride confident, her blue lips pressed into a firm line. He had connected with her mindlink quickly, and he could feel them worrying about Lyria. They called the starship doctor on Saffron 2's comm band and were directed to the suite where Lyria was sleeping. When they popped inside, they were all relieved to see that Lyria was sharing the suite with the 2 kindly women, who both wore long cotton nightdresses and were ready to sleep. Quentin wanted to hug the little girl, especially when he saw Saffron One's memories of their traumatic time in the Helioluna Science Conservatory. But he knew Lyria was exhausted and needed to sleep, so he would hug her tomorrow and try not to cry about the rest of his dead family while he held her in his arms. After they thanked the doctors and left the suite, he realized the air on the Nebula Strider felt different. Thicker. Heavier. Though artificial gravity held, tension lingered. They turned a corner. Blood smeared the walls. Quentin stopped in his tracks. Maria swore under her breath. The dried crimson streak stretched across the metal panels in jagged lines, splattered in arcs that suggested struggle. No, slaughter. Here and there, dark stains pooled along the floor, already dried and partially scrubbed away. Quentin sat at the bar, gripping his drink a little too hard. The Nebula Strider's lounge had the same pink and orange glow balls, the same synthetic leather seating, the same subtle vibration of the ship's environmental controls. But it didn't feel the same. Blood had painted the corridors leading here, seeing the victims' remains vented into space like garbage. It sat uneasy in his chest. The real problem, though, was Juna. He had forced himself to not think about it since waking. He had clung to Saffron 1, kissed her like she was his anchor to reality, let his hands run over her curves just to remind himself that something in this universe was still his. But Juna. He swallowed hard and turned toward Thrix. What do you know about Zars? Thrix crossed her thin legs and reclined in the armchair with her whiskey. She didn't even blink.
Confirmed reports from the Euphorion Alliance suggest 98% of the planetary population is dead or infected.
Quentin's grip tightened.
The planet is in total collapse.
Thrix continued.
And the Nebula Strider is under full quarantine protocol. No one is allowed on or off, unless authorized by Saffron 1 and Saffron 2, or unless they let me send their consciousness to another crow clone on Polymnia.
Quentin shivered, imagining the fluid in his lungs and the wings on his back. He barely noticed Maria and Falken arguing across the lounge. Juna was dead, or she might as well be. I need to. He stopped himself. Do what? Go back? Call her? There was no way to contact her. No way to check. She was probably a corpse, or worse, infected. He lifted his glass to his lips and drained it. The burn did nothing. He glanced sideways. Renara and Enya were talking softly at a table. Gorgeous. Renara, short and curvy, golden-haired with an hourglass figure that did things to him whenever she leaned forward. Enya, taller, silvery lavender skin, with those piercing silver irises that always made him wonder if she was reading his thoughts. He inhaled slowly, running a hand through his blonde hair. Focus. But the hive mind was impossible to ignore. The Saffrons wanted him. He could feel their horny eagerness in his mind, low and constant. It wasn't distracting at first, but the longer he sat in the bar, the more he noticed it. The heat of their gazes, the way Saffron 1 stood a little too straight, her arms folded under her heavy breasts. The way Saffron 2 and the others sat close, their bodies angled toward him, as if waiting for something. And Renara and Enya. They were thinking about it, too. He didn't need hive mind access to read it in their body language. He needed another drink. Quentin stood and headed to the bar. He tapped on the order pad, and the robot bartender whirred to life. He barely paid attention to what he was getting. Something strong. Something to make him forget. Then Anna slid onto the stool next to him in the form of Saffron 3.
You and your hive mind are killing me,
she said flatly. Quentin turned his head, blinking at her. Anna let out an old woman's sigh and slumped.
I can hear it. All of it.
Quentin raised an eyebrow. All of what? She gave him a deadpan look.
You, the Saffrons. The horny hive mind. Do you know how annoying that is?
Quentin snorted. We're in the middle of an interstellar Armageddon, and that's your complaint.
I was a happy mother 2 weeks ago, and now all my family are dead, and I'm in a red-skinned body with giant tits listening to your collective sex drive,
she said dryly.
So, yeah, I'd say that's a problem.
Quentin grinned. You jealous? Anna rolled her eyes.
If I ever have sex again, I want it to be my choice, not because I accidentally absorbed someone's hive mind kinks.
Quentin took his drink from the robot bartender and took a sip. Good luck with that. Anna sighed and leaned on the bar, her fingers drumming against the counter.
I don't know how you deal with it.
You get used to it, Quentin smirked. Or you enjoy it. Anna groaned.
You are so lucky I can't punch you without making it weird for all of us.
Quentin chuckled. If you don't like it, shut us out. Anna scowled.
I can't.
Quentin blinked. Really? Anna's face darkened.
Thrix was right. It's not just a body swap, it's deeper. I can't tell which thoughts are mine and which are hers sometimes, and when you guys are thinking about.
She gestured vaguely at the Saffrons, Renara, and Enya. Quentin laughed. Anna smacked his arm. Okay, I'll tell them to tone it down. Anna arched an eyebrow.
Yeah? You think they'll listen?
Quentin glanced back at the Saffrons. Saffron 1 met his gaze across the lounge, her indigo eyes heavy with unspoken promises. Saffron 2 smirked. Saffron 4, leaning against the couch, ran a slow hand over her own thigh. Quentin blew out a tight breath. "Nope," he admitted. Anna groaned and downed her drink.
I am so screwed.
Quentin grinned. "Welcome to the hive mind." Anna set her empty glass down with a little too much force. She rubbed her temple, eyes narrowed, clearly fighting the lingering hive mind noise still humming at the edges of her thoughts. Then Thrix appeared, silent as ever, her bone-white face shining pink under a glow ball.
I may have a solution.
Anna turned and squinted.
You better not say embrace it.
No, I mean I can offer you a different body.
Thrix scraped a childlike hand through her long albino hair.
The body you inhabit now was the only available one at the time, but if you prefer, I can grow another. I have DNA samples in storage. Bodies of individuals whose minds were lost, but whose genetic material remains viable. I can accelerate the growth process and transfer you into a new bioshell once it's ready.
Quentin barely had time to process the shimmering data streams hovering in the air before a sound cut through the low murmur of the lounge. Thrix was laughing. It was the first time Quentin had ever heard a Berenice laugh, and it was deeply unsettling. The sound was low and reverberating. It was like a layered vibration that rippled through the air, or like a chorus of voices speaking all at once. The muscles around her face flexed and reshaped, forming a pattern of ridges that hadn't been visible before. It was as if new wrinkles had unfolded from within her skin, pulling her expression into something oddly leonine. Anna stiffened.
What the hell?
Thrix pressed a hand over her thin red lips, then let out another strange, clicking chuff that might have been amusement. Quentin raised an eyebrow. Was that a laugh? Thrix tilted her head, her glossy black eyes gleaming under the glow balls.
Baronese do not experience humor the way your species does. But your question was foolish. Of course I can grow a clone of Anna.
Anna, still watching her with open suspicion, crossed her arms.
Why, of course?
Thrix flicked her three-fingered hands toward the hovering data streams.
Because I already have a complete genetic imprint of you, thanks to my associate on Liron. The moment your mind was transferred here, your DNA profile was uploaded to our neural replication buffer.
Quentin swirled his drink. So what? You just plug her into a new body like a flash drive.
Not exactly.
She waved her hand through the holographic list. The interface restructured itself, bringing up a swirling 3D model of Anna's genetic sequence. Next to it, a skeletal diagram of a fully developed body mapped itself in real time, overlaying with simulated muscle density, nerve clusters, and circulatory pathways.
Anna's new body will begin as a blank neurotissue framework built within a quantum lattice growth accelerator.
Thrix tapped a control on her wrist, and the diagram zoomed in, showing the rapid mitosis of pre-coded cells expanding across the synthetic skeleton.
The genetic material is extracted from her archived profile and fed into the growth matrix at an accelerated time differential. This ensures the physical structure forms with all the correct biological markers, including immune resistance, hormonal regulation, and synaptic integrity.
Quentin blinked. So, a few hours. Thrix nodded.
Once the body reaches full neural stability, we map her consciousness waveform onto the new neural architecture. The transfer is seamless.
Anna let out a slow breath, her fingers twitching as she stared at her own floating DNA.
Isn't it silly to do all of that, though? I mean, aren't we going back to Polymnia?
You'll probably spend the night on the ship, and if Quentin and his women get intimate, you will have to unwillingly experience it too.
And this new body will be just like my old one?
Anna asked. Thrix gave a slow blink, the thin white film sweeping across her eyes before retreating again.
It will be biologically identical to your previous form after your neural regeneration surgery. There may be minor discrepancies, cellular density variations, slight metabolic shifts, but nothing that would feel unnatural.
Anna exhaled through her nose.
And this would get me out of this.
She gestured to herself, her saffron 3 bioshell.
Yes.
Thrix said.
Though when you return to Polymnia, you will once again need to be transferred into a crow hybrid bioshell.
Anna grimaced but nodded. Quentin smirked. So in the meantime, you get your old body back.
And my mind.
Anna glanced at Saffron 1, Saffron 2, Saffron 4, and the engineers. Chapter 17. The Vault and the Secret Within.
The Polymnia midday sun was high and yellow, bathing Polymnia's green, rolling hills in golden warmth. The air was fresh, filled with the subtle scent of blossom on the naked trees. He'd been quite depressed the previous month because of the long dark winter, but now the sun was rising a little earlier and setting a little earlier each day. Before he'd become a political fugitive, when he'd lived in his underwater kingdom on Bara 2, light or an absence of light didn't affect his emotions, and he'd been pretty much emotionless. Except for anger. Living on a white sun world in a bioshell with eyes adapted to the white sun was different, and seasonal depression was really a thing, with or without his wonderful harem of wives and lovely offspring. David should have been enjoying the fact that spring was here, and the sky was a brighter blue, but his mind was elsewhere. More specifically, it was fixated on one thing. He needed a bioshell with a penis. It was all he could think about as he flew with the Bubo King and Shah Shuvu, the wind streaming past his golden feathered body. The way the muscles in his wings flexed felt good, sure, and the way the sun shone in his eyes should have been exhilarating, but it wasn't enough. He needed a form that would make his wives happy. That would make him happy, and today he was going to get it. But first they had to deal with this nonsense about memory chips. They landed half a mile from the vault, far enough to avoid spies, close enough that the Bubo King and his daughter could whisper anxiously as they walked through the tall grasses. David touched down lightly, his bare human feet sinking into the soft earth. The sensation was grounding as the damp grass pressed between his toes. At least he had feet. Not talons, like the Crowleen bioshells. Not the clawed monstrosities some hybrids ended up with. His feet were fully human, strong, steady, made for walking. Not perching. He didn't need to perch, so it wouldn't matter if a cock affected his balance. He was as much a man as he was an eagle, and he deserved one. And if the Bara 2 scientists could give him feet, they could give him everything else. Surely. As they traveled through the field, he barely listened to the Bubo King and Shah Shuvu's hushed conversation.
If their memory chips were copied,
Shah Shuvu was saying, her wings tucked tight against her back.
The Bara 2 scientists could grow new bioshells for them. If Jennifer and Zovakar are still in those dungeons, they might not have backups but Falken, Quentin, and Anna. It's possible.
The Bubo King nodded and whistled.
We should have checked before. If they stored copies, reintegration is simple.
David rolled his eyes and squawked back in the international avian language of Bird Archie. If it's so simple, why do you sound worried? Shah Shuvu shot him a cut-eyed glance.
Because this is Polymnia. Nothing is simple.
The Bubo King rotated his huge owl head and gave Vrokala the once-over.
And we still don't know where the keys are.
Vrokala's ears perked up. What keys? The Bubo King and Shah Shuvu froze. Then, too quickly, the Bubo King waved a hand dismissively.
Nothing important.
Vrokala's heartbeat thumped. You're a terrible liar. Shah Shuvu's feathers fluffed.
Drop it.
David didn't drop it. But he pretended to. Fine, he'd let them have their little secrets. For now. But if something valuable was locked away in this vault, he'd find out soon enough. After a further 10-minute walk, the structure came into view. But only because this was the third time he'd visited it and was aware of its existence, half buried in the grassy landscape. The entrance was invisible at first, just another slanted wall in the landscape. But when Shah Shuvu pressed her hand to a smooth section of stone, a pulse of energy radiated outward. A panel lit up, flashing green. The vault door slid open. A gust of cold air rushed out. The sterile scent of machinery filled David's nose. He stepped inside, barely paying attention as the Bubo King and his daughter continued their anxious conversation.
Mama will keep Maria safe,
Shah Shuvu said, but her voice was tight with worry.
Right?
She will.
The Bubo King said. But there was hesitation in his tone. David barely heard them, because ahead, in the orange glow of the vault, his new body awaited. The same two tall Bara 2 scientists emerged from the depths of the facility, their massive black eyes absorbing the light. When he had been Baronese for all those centuries, he never thought they had enormous eyes. It was normal. But since living here with other beings, he realized just how massive and strange Baronese eyes looked compared to humanoids in the rest of the Euphorion Alliance. He missed his old Bara 2 self who had ruled Bara 2 for centuries, in a new clone of his ancestor grandfather every 30 years. He still had all those memories of the environmental exodus and the separation of the blacks and whites. One scientist tilted her head.
You have returned.
Yes.
The Bubo King's small levitating data globe rang out as it muted and interpreted his hoots and barks.
And we have a request.
David tuned them out, his gaze drifting toward the row of empty tanks. When he was Chairman Vrokala, he owned the best scientists in the 7 solar systems, and they always did as he asked. They can make them. They have to. The pale green suspension fluid swirled lazily, waiting to be filled. No forms floated inside. The scientists were still talking, going over memory chip protocols, backups, reintegration procedures. The Bubo King and his daughter pressed them about stored consciousness data, genetic codes, and whether their friends could be remade. David didn't care about that. He tapped the glass of an unoccupied tank. I need modifications. One scientist turned her pale head. Her skin was orange under the light of the glow balls.
Elaborate.
David gestured at the tank. You can make bodies. I need a new one. His feathers ruffled as he hesitated. An Eagleman bioshell, like the last one, but with adjustments. The scientist's gaze flicked over him, assessing.
Adjustments.
His chest tightened, and he offered a fake smile. I need full male anatomy. The scientist's face remained deadpan, and he knew there was no reason to feel embarrassed since Berenice said things how they were. Then, after a moment, she said,
This is possible.
David's breath quickened. Finally. She tilted her head, considering.
But it will require time.
David spread his arms. I'm not going anywhere. Shah Shuvu groaned.
Oh, for the love of Euphorion, Vrokala, we're here to save people, not grow you eggs.
Never say my name, Shah, he screeched. You could get me killed.
Sorry.
She raised her hands in defense. The Bubo King barked loudly.
Let's focus on the memory chip backups first.
David crossed his arms. Fine. Let them sort out their mission first. As long as the scientists got started on his body. The comm unit on the Bubo King's belt crackled. A human voice, high-pitched and frantic, burst through the static.
Husband, something's wrong. Maria, her crow body, it collapsed. No pulse, no breathing. She's not moving.
The Bubo King went rigid.
Are you still at home?
Of course. You know better than anyone that we're not supposed to go out.
Shah Shuvu gasped.
Mama, slow down. What do you mean collapsed?
She just dropped. She's lying here, her eyes open, but she's not seeing. She's not there.
Shah's mama's breath hitched.
I think she's dead.
David scowled. Not my problem. One of the Bara 2 scientists pressed a few buttons, and a live feed appeared in the air. The image showed the Bubo King's black and red striped human wife pointing at a sheepskin rug on the baraglass floor. What appeared to be yet another crow bioshell sprawled motionless inside the treehouse, her wings limp and beak slightly open. David folded his arms. Looks dead to me. The scientist ignored him.
If the consciousness was extracted, it was not through standard procedures. No Bara 2 secret scientists on Polymnia would ever do this outside of a vault. It's against protocol.
Shah Shuvu clutched her father's arm.
Then where is her mind?
The scientist tapped the controls.
The only way to determine what happened is to bring the body back to the vault.
The Bubo King nodded, jaw tightening.
Then we must retrieve her.
David groaned. You're telling me I have to carry a corpse across half the damn forest before I get my bioshell modifications? The scientist stared blankly at him.
Yes.
David cocked his head, then shook it. Fine. Shah Shuvu was already leaving, and her father following. David muttered under his breath as he trailed after them. This was not how he'd planned for his day to go. And he still didn't have a penis. The flight back should have been uneventful. The limp crow bioshell, which had apparently been possessed by a Maria's consciousness before snuffing it, hung in a makeshift net of tightly woven rope, her shiny feathers ruffling in the wind. The Bubo King and David each gripped one side of the net, their powerful wings beating in sync to keep the weight balanced. Above them, Sha Shuvu flew at the center, her talons hooked into the top of the net, helping to stabilize the load. David wanted to complain. He had better things to do than ferry corpses across Polymnia. His arms ached, his feathers were stiff, and most importantly, he still didn't have a penis. The Bubo King adjusted his grip, his deep hoots carrying over the wind.
Keep the net level. We can't risk any damage to the body.
David pressed a fist to his mouth. She's not going to get more dead.
You don't know that.
Sha Shuvu shot back in the human language of Polymnia. She twisted mid-air to glare at him.
She might not be dead. Her consciousness could still be out there.
David scoffed. Not my problem. The Bubo King's talons flexed around the rope.
Stop all your moaning. Will you, David?
David didn't respond. He focused on keeping his flight steady. The sooner they got back to the vault, the sooner they could drop off this cargo, and the sooner he could have his modifications. Then Sha Shuvu gasped. David's head snapped up just in time to see a dozen streaks of fire rippling in the blue expanse. At first they looked like meteors, but then the shapes became clearer. Massive birds, their wings alight with magic, their tails leaving blazing trails. Royal Guard phoenixes. Shit! The Bubo King hooted in alarm.
They must have been patrolling near the vault. We need to lose them before they track us back to the settlement.
David cursed under his breath. Phoenixes weren't ordinary birds. They weren't even natural. They were created through Polymnian sorcery, each one bound to the Royal Guard through an ancient pact. They could track targets for miles, lock onto their heat signatures, and if they caught prey, their fire could sear flesh from bone in seconds. David tightened his grip on the net. Where do we hide? Sha Shuvu scanned the landscape, then yelled.
I'm letting go. You both ready to take more load?
Yes.
Her father whistled.
Follow me.
She veered left and dived into the forest. David followed, his wings straining against the wind and weight of the corpse. The Bubo King banked hard, talons tucked close as he plummeted after them. The forest loomed closer. A blur of green, thick with interwoven branches. Sha Shuvu pulled up at the last second, slipping between the towering trees, vanishing into the shadows. David clenched his jaw. I hate flying blind. He folded his wings and dropped into the canopy. The moment they passed through the first layers of branches, the world dimmed. The thick leaves swallowed sunlight before it could even touch the moss and mud. David landed hard, his feet sinking into a thick patch of wet earth. The Bubo King touched down beside him, his talons pressing into the muck without issue. Sha Shuvu landed lightly, but her small pale feet squelched as she shifted her weight. Above, the phoenixes screeched. The air wobbled with heat. Golden embers drifted down through the gaps in the leaves, hissing as they touched the mud.
They're searching,
Sha Shuvu whispered. David's breath was shallow. They had to stay completely still. Phoenixes could sense movement, body heat, even the faintest breath patterns. The Bubo King pressed himself against the base of a thick tree. Sha Shuvu crouched low, her speckled white wings wrapped tightly around her body. David, however, was still holding Maria's corpse. The damn crow was dead weight. If they had to run, she'd slow them down. Heart palpitations tingled in his chest. Could I just leave her here? A shadow passed over them. The ground trembled. A phoenix landed just beyond the trees, its talons digging into the soil. Its head snapped left, then right, molten gold eyes scanning the undergrowth. Its beak opened slightly, heat radiating from within. David swallowed. Another phoenix landed nearby. Then a third. The forest was crawling with them. The Bubo King barely moved his head as he muttered.
We must mask our heat.
David frowned. Then he saw it. The thick, wet mud pooling around their feet, still cool from the shade. Sha Shuvu threw herself down and rolled, coating her beautiful feathers and skin in the sticky earth. The Bubo King followed suit, mud smearing his plumage. David hesitated. He had standards. Then one of the phoenixes let out a low, rumbling croon. Almost a question. Its golden eyes locked onto their location. David didn't think. He dropped Maria's body into the mud and rolled. The cold sludge pressed into his feathers, clung to his arms, his chest, his face. Disgusting. But the heat signature of his body faded instantly. The air around them settled. The phoenix turned its head, sniffing, then ruffled its burning wings, uncertain. For a long, agonizing moment, none of them moved. Then, as if receiving some unseen signal, the phoenixes lifted their heads, screeched, and shot back into the sky. For a moment, silence. Then David groaned, spitting mud from his lips.
They didn't see us.
Shah Shuvu muttered. The Bubo King straightened.
No, but they knew something was here. They'll be back.
David scowled. Great. Now can we go? Shah Shuvu nodded.
Move fast and stay low.
David rolled the crow in the net and slung it over his back, pressed against his folded wings. His wings felt disgusting, wet and squashed, but at least he was alive. Still, as he trudged forward, squelching with every step, one thought burned in his mind. This mission was turning into an absolute nightmare.
Chapter 18. Renara. Quentin slumped over the bar with his third glass of whiskey held loosely in his hand. The hum of the engine was low in the Nebula Strider, and its unceasing thrum matched the ache in his heart. The bartender, a robotic entity with no sense of human emotion, slid another glass toward him without a word. Quentin gulped it in one go, the burn in his throat a comforting distraction. He was drowning, and he didn't care.
Quentin.
He turned, his vision blurry, to see Saffron 1 standing a few feet away. Her tall, slender frame was silhouetted against the lounge's neon pink and orange lights, which caused her usually pale indigo skin to look violet. Her long black hair cascaded over one shoulder as she tilted her head.
Come here. Join us.
He glanced at the table behind her, where Saffron 2 and Saffron 4 perched with the two engineers. The two Saffrons were laughing boisterously, their black bob haircuts bouncing with each movement. His gaze bounced between Renara and Enya in their tight-fitting engineer uniforms, one tall and slim, the other golden, and with a body that could only be described as voluptuous. Quentin hesitated, but his love's voice was soft, almost pleading.
Please, we've missed you.
He stumbled over and collapsed into the seat between Saffron 1 and Renara. Enya nodded curtly, her silver eyes flickering with something Quentin couldn't quite place. Renara, on the other hand, flashed him a warm smile, her amber eyes crinkling at the corners. Quentin mumbled a greeting, his attention quickly drawn to the table as Saffron 2 slammed down a round of shots.
Drink up! Hey!
The two red-skinned women were already drunk. Quentin downed the shot, and the liquid fire burned away some of his inhibitions. He glanced around the table, noticing how Saffron 1's gaze lingered on Enya. There was something in her expression. Was it because they were both Tlishuas? That night, the Saffrons showed that their encouragement had never been empty words. They welcomed him into their embrace without hesitation, drawing the two engineers into their shared connection. What began as playful conversation and laughter over drinks at the bar changed into something more intimate. In the privacy of the worship bar, the barriers between them dissolved. They lay tangled together, the boundary between friendship and something more fading away. The night left no question about their closeness. Renara and Enya had become part of it, drawn into the bond they all shared. His harem had grown, no longer just a reflection of his and Saffron's minds, but a gathering of different women. Quentin's head pounded as he rolled onto his side, almost bumping heads with the sleeping Renara. The barra-glass bed adjusted automatically to his movements, forming a small wedge between him and the golden Zilta to prevent the collision and keep her area still. The ache in his skull and the haze of last night's excess made everything feel too sharp, too slow. His mouth was dry, and the stale taste of liquor clung to his tongue. The tangled warmth around him stirred. The Bakud, Silta, and Tlishua women were curled on one side of him, their bodies stretched lazily over the cushions. Saffron 1, Saffron 2, and Saffron 4 were sprawled in a heap near an edge, though the bed would have automatically continued to expand until it reached the wall, while Renara and Enya lay with their limbs woven into the mess beside him. Quentin pushed himself up and grimaced. There was a stabbing pain in his stomach, and it wasn't from the drinking, but from the grief he'd tried to drown for not just his family, but also those murdered in the Nebula Strider's massacre. All the Raphaels. Ishem's creations who had turned from villains to heroes. Superior Officer Vornath, Captain Oren Frostark, who he'd only met once. Lieutenant Ola Senvar, the communications officer. Commander Lise Tleck, the navigation officer, and many more. He remembered the plant woman, Major Veretzi Wayne. Had they killed her too? She was the security specialist, and her black head branches had been chopped short.
We didn't kill the Moravina, or as some call them, the Noctera.
Saffron 10 said in his mind from another part of the warship.
She surrendered and is working on the bridge.
He swallowed. The Saffron clones had killed good people on the Nebula Strider to save Saffron 1 and Lyria. They'd committed atrocities, cold, calculated deaths, erasing lives so that 2 could survive. Quentin understood why it had happened, but it sat like acid inside him. Lyria. The thought of the little girl made his chest tighten. Was she safe? Had she eaten? Was she scared? A loud beep from the comm band shattered the quiet. Saffron 2 groaned and rubbed her forehead before answering.
What now?
Thrix's voice crackled through the speakers.
Theta Null, my lab. All of you.
Quentin squinted as the lights flared, forcing him to adjust to the sudden brightness. Let us wash up first. Get some food.
No need.
Thrix said flatly. His head drew back quickly. Why?
You're being transferred immediately.
He stiffened. Transferred.
3 at a time.
The bed's baraglass structure flexed and vibrated, forcing all the women to wake up. He swung his legs over the side, into crow bioshells.
No.
His shoulders drooped with relief. But then came the obvious problem. Then how the hell do we travel? There's no transport on Polymnia. Thrix spoke in short, sharp bursts, her impatience clear.
I established a quantum relay link using an entangled mesoscopic conduit. Polymnia is 10 light years away, but we're using quantum tunneling wave harmonics to create a direct resonance bridge between here and the bioshells.
Quentin blinked. In actual words, please. Thrix sighed, as if she was explaining something incredibly obvious.
I hacked Polymnia's quantum frequency and constructed a communication bridge. I also 3D printed tech for stealth traversal. Not just tech, biotech. A hybrid of polymorphic DNA encoded lattices and quantum-dense polymers. The gear will be partially alive.
Saffron 1 sat up, her long black hair frizzy on the top.
Why all 9 of us? If you're only sending 3 at a time.
The process should only take 1 to 2 hours.
Enya yawned and picked sleep from her silver eyes.
I'm hungry.
You won't be,
Thrix said.
Your bodies here will enter metabolic stasis, sustained via intravenous polysaccharide emulsions, bioengineered electrolytes, and high-yield proteomic substrates. Meanwhile, your cloned bioshells on Polymnia will be conditioned into an optimized metabolic state, hydrated, oxygenated, and fully nutritionally primed.
Enya frowned.
That's a lot of words for you won't feel hungry.
Quentin let out an old man's sigh. He wasn't worried about hunger. He was worried about Lyria. He turned toward Thrix's voice, his tone sharp. Then let me see Lyria before we go. A pause. Then, Thrix said carefully.
It would be better if she didn't see you.
His pulse pounded. Why?
If the mission fails, she doesn't need that attachment.
His hands curled into fists. That's bullshit. Let me see her. Thrix's voice hardened.
No, and I'm time-changing the roster. Saffron 6 will go in one's place.
Who made you the boss? Quentin asked angrily.
I'm the only one who can send you to the planet which houses the keys.
If they're going without me, we'll keep the mind link activated, right?
Saffron 1 asked.
No.
Thrix said.
The hive mind doesn't exist on Polymnia. Cybernetics aren't compatible with the bioshells. Yes, it's theoretically possible, but it would take weeks. We don't have that time.
Quentin's throat closed up. He really wanted to see his little adopted girl. He knew that if she saw him, it would help with her PTSD. He had to see her. Then why don't we wait? If time travel is in play, we could build cyborg bioshells instead.
The first case of the virus was documented on Polymnia. We're out of time.
Fine. Saffron too muttered something under her breath, dragging herself up. The others followed, dressing sluggishly. Quentin grabbed a clean jumpsuit, yanking it over his head, but Renara was already sprinkling nano-cleansing powder under her armpits and over her face, rubbing it across her skin and mouth before fastening her suit.
If I'm going to die, I'd rather be clean.
If the Nebula Strider survives this galactic apocalypse with our bodies here, surely we will remain immortal.
Enya said.
Only if Thrick survives and the remaining crew don't starve to death,
Renara said morbidly. One by one, the others followed, brushing the cleansing powder over their faces and hands before sealing their jumpsuits. The comm buzzed again. Thrix's voice was sharp.
Tita null. Now.
Quentin took a slow breath. He glanced at Saffron 1. She was rigid, furious. 1 to 2 hours. Then Polymnia. And then the endgame. Chapter 19. Cal and Kala.
Kala crouched near the fire, her long fingers turning the skewered fish over the crackling flames. The skin blistered and curled, releasing a rich, brine-y scent that combined with the resin of the towering trees above. A warm breeze stirred the embers, sending a shower of orange sparks dancing into the night air. The trees here were unlike any in the Euphorion Alliance. Colossal, ancient, their trunks wide enough to house entire families. Their leaves rustled like distant whispers, as if listening. Cal sat beside her, legs crossed, eyes distant. He had barely spoken since they awoke, both shaken by the same dream. Around them, more of their tribe sat in small clusters, their grey skin pale under the starlight, their garments woven from the silk of sky moths. Some tapped a slow rhythm on their thighs, clicking their tongues in quiet conversation, hands drumming against their chests in patterns only they could fully understand. Kala nudged her brother with her elbow. Tap-click. We have to tell them. Cal sighed, rubbing a stubby hand over his hairless head. He raised his fingers and tapped his collarbone twice. Signal for urgency. The quiet murmuring faded as the others turned toward him.
We saw her.
His voice was low but carried in the hush. He clicked once with his tongue before continuing.
Jennifer. In a dream, she reached for us.
A ripple of movement passed through the group. One of grandmother's old maids, called Indigo, with centuries of wrinkles crisscrossing her face, pressed her palms together and tapped them twice. Doubt. A young hunter beside her clicked his tongue sharply. Uncertainty. Kala leaned forward, her eyes catching the reflection of the fire. It wasn't just a dream, it was an astral projection. She tapped her fingertips against her cheek. Urgent, dangerous. Truth. Psychic from Polymnia sent it. A murmur passed through the tribe, a chorus of fingers tapping against thighs, of tongues clicking in disbelief or concern. A few looked to the elders.
She was in a dungeon,
Cal added.
And she was afraid.
An older warrior beside them, his face weathered by time, clicked his tongue once before pressing his knuckles together. Prison. Trapped. Pain. Kala turned to the fire, watching the flames shift. The Euphorion Alliance opened the portal for us. They saved us. If their people are still in danger, we should help them. She pressed a fist against her chest, the old warrior's gesture mirrored in her own. Honor. Duty. The fire cracked. Across the circle, Indigo shifted on her woven mat.
Your grandmother, High Priestess Maharani, saw things beyond our world. She was a dream sorceress as well as a leader. She sought answers when she tried to find a star key to save us from extinction, but there was one who refused her.
A hush fell over the gathering. Kala sat up straighter. Who? The woman exhaled slowly.
He called himself the Cosmic Spider.
A sharp intake of breath rippled through the group. Some of the younger ones exchanged uneasy glances. The name was known but rarely spoken. Legends wrapped around him like the silk of his webs, his presence rumored but never confirmed.
He never helped her,
the old woman continued.
But he might help us if we tell him the truth.
Her hands pressed together, then parted. Decay. ruin. Time running out. The firelight flickered, casting jagged shadows across her wrinkled face. Kala scratched her bare head. Do you think he has a key? The old woman tapped the ground between them. Possibility, unknown.
If not, he might know where the time keys are hidden on Polymnia.
A hush fell again, save for the distant call of a night bird. Kael's fingers drummed lightly against his thigh.
Then we need to find him.
The old woman nodded.
And you must go soon.
The trees swayed above them, their great branches rustling as if in agreement. The wind carried the scent of charred fish and damp soil, the night alive with the quiet music of their people thinking, deciding, accepting. Kala met her brother's gaze. They had spent years fleeing extinction, had watched the portal open and lead them to safety. Now, their safety was no longer the only thing that mattered. Jennifer had reached out, and the time keys awaited. Kael and Kala sat cross-legged inside their teepee, the fabric walls swaying gently with the evening breeze. The air was heavy with the smell of herbs, damp soil, and wood smoke. The single glowing stone made the roots and leaves in the baskets look cool with its blue light and shadows. Across from them, Indigo, once their grandmother's maid, was kneeling on a woven mat, her gnarled fingers sorting through a pile of gathered plants. Her dark skin bore the lines of a long life, her eyes sunken but sharp. A faint tapping sound accompanied her movements as she absent-mindedly drummed her fingertips against her knee, a habit from years spent in silent communication. Kala reached out and ran her fingers over the smooth shells of dried seeds. You found all of these today. She looked up, surprised. The old woman gave a soft click of her tongue. Yes. Good quality.
The forest here is ancient. The land remembers.
She pinched a handful of crushed petals between her fingers and lifted them to her nose, inhaling deeply.
These are close enough to what I used to prepare for your grandmother. Not exact, but close.
Carl frowned, watching as she sorted through the pile.
Will it work the same way?
He tapped his fingertips lightly against his cheek. Dreams. Visions. The old woman shrugged.
That depends on how deep you drink.
She lifted a bundle of dried roots and set them aside.
Your grandmother sought visions of the past and the future. She wanted answers. Maharani was a talented witch. She could see things through the lake outside of her pyramid on Mount Alimazi in Hukyo-Shugon.
The woman paused, her voice dropping to a murmur.
But she never got any keys.
Kala's jaw tightened. Was that because the cosmic spider refused her? The old woman nodded. She tapped twice against her chest. Closed doors. Lost paths.
But if you tell him about the virus, about the Euphorion's fate, maybe he will listen.
She unwrapped a strip of dark bark and placed it in a clay bowl.
You must prepare yourselves before you seek him. If he doesn't come to you willingly, you will need to follow his threads into the dream space.
Cal glanced at Kala, his fingers drumming against his knee. He had never liked the dream space. The last time they had stepped beyond their bodies, they had watched Jennifer reach for them from her dungeon, her fear slipping through the astral winds. Kala exhaled, rubbing her hands together. We don't have a choice. The old woman nodded. She picked up a stone mortar and began grinding the dried bark and seeds together. The scent of the crushed plants grew stronger. Earthy, bitter.
You must drink it tonight,
Indigo said.
And when you shift to a place on the cosmic web of living threads and multiple worlds between space and time, do not lose yourselves.
Her fingers hesitated over the herbs. Then she looked at them, her voice quieter now. Cal tensed. Kala swallowed hard. The memory of their grandmother's pleading eyes, the weight of their decision, the blood staining their hands. None of it had faded, even though it had happened in a future they hadn't yet lived. Kala clenched her fists. If the cosmic spider won't help us, we'll find the keys ourselves. The old woman nodded solemnly. She reached for a bundle of dried leaves and placed them in Kal's hands.
Then begin by drinking.
She brought the cup to her lips, tasting the bitterness as it slid down her throat. Across from her, Kal drank too. The old woman sat watching, her eyes reflecting the dim blue light. As the warmth spread through Kala's veins, her eyelids grew heavy. The teepee walls seemed to stretch and shrink with every breath. The ground beneath her wavered, no longer firm. Kala's form flickered. Then everything collapsed inward, and she fell. Kala opened her eyes to a sky unlike any she had ever seen. The air pulsed, neon streaks of light cutting through swirling clouds that folded and unfolded upon themselves like ink in water. The city before her stretched into impossible spirals. Skyscrapers wrapped in veins of glowing circuits, hovering platforms, roads that bent and twisted midair as if unsure of their final direction. The horizon was wrong. Too curved, too close, bending in ways her mind struggled to grasp. She took a step, and her boots clanked against the pavement. No, not boots, her feet. She looked down. Green. Hairy. She lifted her hands, turning them in the flickering light. Thick fingers covered in bristling dark fur, her chest tightened. This was not her body. Her breath hitched, and a wave of nausea rippled through her. Her thoughts unraveling like thread slipping from a spool. Her name wavered. She was. No. She clenched her fists. Her mind swam, her consciousness tugged away by the dream's pull. I am Kala. She needed to anchor herself. Her eyes darted to the first thing she saw. A shattered neon sign buzzing weakly against the side of a hovering tram. The letters flickered in an unknown language, but the sound lodged itself in her mind, steady and rhythmic. 1. She turned her head, forcing herself to observe another detail. A vending machine with pulsing green liquid swirling in transparent capsules, its metallic surface warping as if breathing. 2. Further down the floating walkway, a metal tree stretched upward, its branches bearing clusters of luminous fruit that pulsed in different patterns, like a heart she dared not name. 3. A figure in the distance, walking upside down along an invisible plane, each step sending ripples through the air. Their long coat billowed as if underwater. She turned to the left. An alleyway with walls shifting like liquid mercury, faces appearing and vanishing in its depths, whispering languages she couldn't understand. 5. And finally, the ground beneath her. Black marble streaked with gold, shifting slightly as though alive, each step sending waves through its polished surface. 6. Her mind steadied. She turned back to the first. The neon sign. Still flickering, still buzzing. Again, the vending machine. The tree. The walker in the air. The liquid alley. The breathing ground. Again. The dream solidified around her. The nausea faded. She exhaled, steady now. Then, something caught her eye. A figure unlike the others. It stood still in a city where nothing stood still. Its form shimmered, shifting between something humanoid and something not. It was composed of layers of light and motion, as if it existed between moments rather than within them. Its edges flickered between solid and translucent, a silhouette barely grasped by reality. Kala took a step forward. Are you a messenger? The being turned, its eyes, or what she thought were its eyes, were pools of water. The air around it seemed thinner, stretched. I seek someone, she continued. The son of a dream sorcerer in Mexico. The being tilted its head.
Name?
It said, the word not spoken but vibrating in the marrow of her bones. She hesitated, then whispered, he calls himself the cosmic spider. The being considered her for a moment that felt like an eternity. Then, without warning, it reached, not with hands, but with a force that bypassed sight and touch, grasping something deeper inside her. A pull. The city around her twisted, the neon streets folding, warping, becoming strands of light, stretching into an infinite spiral. She was no longer standing. She was moving, or rather, she was being moved. Her body, her green, hairy form, dissolved.
Chapter 20. 9 humans.
Sha Shuvu huddled deeper into her damp cloak as they trudged through the midnight forest. It was dark now because they had had to wait all day for the troops of the royal guards to leave. The air was biting cold, each breath billowed white before dissolving into the darkness. Mud clung to her feet and shins in thick clumps, sucking at her steps and slowing her down. Above the canopy, flickers of amber light cut through the gloom, the flapping wings of phoenixes patrolling the sky. Every time one of those fiery silhouettes passed overhead, they froze in place, pressing themselves into the shadows of gnarled trees. Her muscles ached from clambering over fallen logs and wading through ice-cold bogs. Chairman Vrokala was faring no better. His grunts carried from a few paces behind. Maria's limp bio shell lay slung over his back, arms dangling lifelessly around his shoulders. Papa and Vrokala had been taking it in turns, but Papa was older than he. Crowleen's mud-caked face bumped against his wing joints as he walked. The sight of those empty, unblinking eyes made Shah's stomach twist, but she forced herself to focus. They had to reach the vault, whatever the cost. A low hiss of irritation escaped David's lips.
"Damn this body,"
he muttered. He shifted Maria's weight awkwardly, scowling even in the near-total dark.
"Once we reach the vault, I'm getting a new bioshell. One with a willy,"
he grumbled.
"I'm done lugging things around in a form that's not built for it."
Shah bit down on a sharp reply. The Euphorion Alliance was falling apart around them, her friends were imprisoned and probably being tortured, and David was complaining about the sex of his body. Anger bubbled in her chest, hot enough to chase away the cold. She clenched her hands around the straps of her pack. David had been through a lot. Having one's consciousness yanked out of a shell and shoved into an unfamiliar one was traumatic. But his self-absorption was infuriating. He had no idea what was truly happening, and it showed. Ahead of them, Papa remained humbly quiet as he stalked along, and he moved gracefully despite his stocky frame. His large, owl eyes pierced the darkness, helping them pick a path where footfalls wouldn't splash or crack too loudly. His mud-splattered robes dragged behind him, and his crown, a simple circlet of twisted oak and iron, tilted askew from their frantic escape. He had said little since they fled the battlements, but now he glanced back. The feathers on his ruff like collar caught a patch of starlight in the broken canopy.
Keep your voices down. The phoenixes are still nearby.
David huffed but lowered his voice.
"Shah, I don't understand why we're wasting time with this."
He nodded toward Maria's inert body draped over him.
"Her mind is gone. The shell is empty. And I'm stuck in."
He trailed off, as if disgusted by his cloacle, which Papa also possessed.
"In this. I need my rightful body if I'm going to help us get out of here alive. A male phoenix shell with functional wings and—"
Wasting time. Is that what you think we're doing? She spat the words under her breath, careful to keep her anger quiet. Behind him, the Bubo King halted, too, one feathered hand raised in caution. But Sha Shuvu couldn't stop now. "Do you really believe we're dragging Crowleen's bio shell through half the kingdom for nothing? She knew who you were when you first arrived, and so did Darwin. They could have handed you to the authorities, but they forgave you instead."
"But Crowleen's dead. This is just her bio shell, and your friend. This person called Maria
is trying to save the 7 systems of Euphoria. You think all this mud and blood and risk is just for fun?" David recoiled slightly, amber eyes widening in surprise.
I didn't say that."
He adjusted his grip on Maria's shell, and one of her limp arms slid off his shoulder.
"I'm just saying. She's beyond saving. There's nothing left inside."
His tone was matter-of-fact, almost cold.
"But the vault has replacement shells. We could at least save me. If we hadn't been slowed down carrying her, we might have evaded the Royal Guard entirely."
Each word dropped like acid. He had no clue. Maria needed to help Quentin and Falken find a time key and save time. If they could reunite Maria's shell with the vault machinery, there was a chance they could call her back. But David didn't know that. She hadn't told him. A phoenix gave a distant shriek. Light from its fiery plumage cast moving shadows across the towering pines. They all froze to the spot. A beam of orange skittered over the underbrush just a few yards to their left. It was scanning the forest floor. The beam lingered where their footprints were fresh in the mud. They had stepped behind a thicket just in time. Papa tightened his grip on the wooden staff he had picked up earlier. David's wings mantled protectively over Maria's body as he pressed his back against a mossy trunk. They waited, silent and dripping, until the light finally swept onward and upward. The phoenix moved on. Papa nodded to them and silently resumed their trek. Shah shot David a warning look and continued in the lead, pushing aside wet fern fronds and ducking under low branches. Her nerves were raw. David whispered,
Shah, I'm sorry about Maria. I am, but we can't help her now. We should focus on what we need to survive.
Her jaw had been clenched so long that it started to hurt. How could someone so intelligent be so willfully blind? Perhaps it was partly her fault for keeping him in the dark, but either way, his self-centered pragmatism was too much. Survive, she echoed. If we don't get Maria's shell to the vault, surviving this night won't matter. There are things at play here you don't understand. She was so angry how he didn't even ask what she meant when she plainly admitted Euphorion was crumbling around them. Perhaps he was just stupid and the intelligence she had perceived before was him acting. Her next step never landed. The ground vanished beneath her boots. A concealed ditch swallowed her whole. Icy water closed over her head. She plunged downward with a splash, mud and frigid sludge sucking her down. By the time she surfaced, gasping, her boots had already sunk into the muck at the bottom, anchoring her in place.
Shah!
David's alarmed whisper came from above. She blinked water from her eyes to see him peering down, outlined by faint moonlight. Relief and irritation warred within her. Even in her freezing predicament, she noted he had managed to keep the bio shell safely on solid ground. The dark shape of it lay on the bank, where David must have quickly set her aside.
I'm stuck,
Shah hissed, shivering. The water came up to her ribs now that she was standing, but the bottom was a thick suction of mud around her legs. Papa knelt at the rim. Without a word, he stretched his staff down. Shah lunged, straining against the mud, and managed to grab hold with numb fingers. The king pulled. David reached in once she was high enough. With a final heave, she tumbled onto solid ground, water streaming from her clothes. None of them spoke. Shah lay panting, staring at the canopy. That had been utterly foolish. She had been utterly foolish. The absurdity and humiliation of it stung almost as much as the cold. David hovered over her.
Are you hurt?
She sat up, teeth chattering.
Let's keep moving,
Papa said.
Dawn is coming.
The night had stretched long and perilous, but at last dawn crept over the horizon. Mist clung low to the ground, curling around the edges of the grassy ridge where Shah, Shuvu, David and Papa crouched. The air was cool and damp. Beyond the ridge, the vault stood silent and waiting. The entrance yawned open, a dark mouth set into the side of the ancient hill. Shah barely had time to process the sight before movement drew her attention. People were emerging cautiously, as if tasting the morning air for the first time. There were 9 of them. 7 women and 2 men. Their bare feet pressed into the dew-soaked grass. They were naked and unguarded. Shah Shuvu observed triplets with red skin and the same hairstyles, a golden woman who stretched her arms above her head, a tall and thin silvery purple woman watching the others, a brown-skinned woman with a cloud of thick black curls, a pale woman with a halo of fiery red curls. Shah Shuvu froze. Anna? The curly redhead was unmistakable. It was her. Her dear friend, Anna, who she had thought lost forever. She was alive. She was supposed to be in the Crowleen bio-shell in a dungeon, but no, here she was. A sharp pang of longing gripped her chest, but before she could react, she looked more closely at the beige-skinned man and realized it was Quentin. The sight of him was like a sudden, grounding force. Relief rushed through her.
Quentin, Anna.
She leapt into the air, wings snapping open. The wind carried her forward in a swift arc, bringing her down near him. Her sudden movement caused the new arrivals to flinch. The golden-skinned woman stepped back, her golden hair shining in the morning light. Even the silver-purple woman tensed, but then Quentin smiled.
Shar?
Anna's arms wrapped around her. She staggered slightly but laughed, squeezing Anna's back. Anna buried her face in Shah Shuvu's neck feathers for a second before pulling away. You're alive, Anna smirked.
Last I checked.
Shah Shuvu peered at Quentin shyly. She wanted to hug him too, but felt shy, and then glanced at his dangly bits. A warm laugh rippled through the group. The tension melted in an instant. I thought you were dead, Shah Shuvu murmured. What happened? Before Anna could answer, Quentin squeezed Shah's shoulder gently and gestured to the albino man with yellow eyes, cupped by strange, strapless goggles, and the brown-skinned woman with curly black hair.
This is Maria, and this is Falken.
Oh wow, you two possess the other crow bioshells, right?
That's right.
Falken said.
Unfortunately, I was imprisoned with my guardian and her eagle.
Jenifgar and Zovakar, Shah said. He nodded. Shah shook her head, trying to piece it together. How? Maria exchanged a glance with Falken before answering.
A Bara 2 woman from the spaceship where our true bodies rested brought our consciousnesses back to the spaceship before the Queen here could have us executed.
Executed. Shah's stomach turned. But you're here, she whispered. Maria gave a small nod.
We were lucky.
Quentin gave Shah Shuvu a reassuring look and then gestured toward the rest of the group.
This is Saffron 1, Saffron 2, Saffron 4, Inya, and Renora.
Shah Shuvu smiled shyly. She had no idea who they were, but she couldn't ignore something else. The red-skinned women and the golden-skinned woman had very large breasts. She stole a glance at Maria and noticed that her proportions were more balanced. Then she glanced at Enya, who was as thin as a reed. It wasn't the time for comparisons, but the thought lodged in her mind anyway. They need clothes, she said flatly, crossing her arms. Quentin shrugged.
The scientists didn't have any more.
Doesn't their intelligent baroglass produce fabric? Shah Shuvu raised an eyebrow.
They said it doesn't,
Quentin said. David, who had made his way over by now, had his eyes fixed somewhere he shouldn't. Shah Shuvu glared at him. David cleared his throat.
One of you should fly back to the community gardens. Get them something to wear. I'll stay and talk to the scientists.
Shah looked back at Papa. Well, are we going, or is he? The vault rumbled. A vibration travelled beneath their feet. The great doors shuddered and parted. 3 scientists emerged, all clad in slate-grey bodysuits with the insignia of an orange sun and 2 orbiting planets stitched onto their sleeves. She recognized the women from before when Quentin had left his Crowleen bioshell for his cloned human form and when Chairman Vrokala had transferred to an eagle hybrid. The male scientist had a crop of white hair. He wiped his hands on his thighs, looking first at Quentin and his group, then at the 3 bedraggled figures covered in mud.
We did it,
he said simply, voice hoarse with exhaustion.
The stealth-cloaked hoverfish are operational. You had better get in quickly. The Royal Guard have been patrolling all night. They won't detect you inside the hoverfish.
Shah wrinkled her nose. What's a hoverfish? David, however, had no such hesitation. He strode forward, his previous sulking forgotten.
Where are they? Show me.
The scientist turned and gestured toward the vault interior. 3 hoverfish floated just beyond the threshold. Each was about the size of Jenifgar's eagle companion, Zovakar, but their bodies were elongated like stingrays with soft, bioluminescent undersides. Their surfaces shimmered, bending light in a way that made them appear half invisible, their outlines flickering in and out of view. Shah Shuvu stared, taking in the strange elegance of the machines.
These are very common on Luron Moon, Shah,
Anna said.
But you only ever came to my homeworld Zars, didn't you?
And Voria, Shah Shuvu reminded her. When that alternate future took place, remember?
How could I ever forget?
Anna replied.
Hoverfish are similar to hover discs, but change altitude without the need of speed streams made from baroglass.
A Leronese invention,
David hissed.
They used self-molding baroglass from Bara 2 as the material, though, so the Leronese cheated.
These hoverfish use a dynamic cloaking mechanism.
A scientist explained, rubbing the back of his neck.
Not just optical camouflage, true multispectral invisibility. They adjust their refractive index across multiple wavelengths, from visible light to infrared. Even high-bandwidth LiDAR scans won't detect them?
David was already walking circles around them, his golden eyes bright with excitement.
And propulsion?
Electromagnetic lift with quantum stabilization,
another scientist said.
Each hoverfish generates a localized gravitational pocket. They move without inertia drag, meaning they can accelerate instantly in any direction without momentum buildup.
Even through atmospheric turbulence?
David asked, inspecting the underside of one of the vehicles.
Especially through turbulence,
the woman said with a small, proud smile.
They can phase through microdistortions in air pressure, reducing shockwave signatures to near zero.
David was grinning now.
And stealth shielding?
Not just shielding.
The male scientist cut in.
Adaptive waveform nullification. No radio, no EM signature, no acoustic footprint. Even passive detection arrays won't pick them up.
He exhaled, as if the weight of completing the project had only just settled.
They're the best covert transport units ever built.
David clapped his hands together.
Finally, something useful.
His eyes flicked between the scientists, his posture shifting to something more assertive.
All right, that means you've had time to finish a new bioshell for me. I assume you can print a decent mail frame now?
A flicker of awkwardness passed between the three researchers. A woman hesitated, then cleared her throat.
We don't have the resources for that.
David's wings twitched.
Excuse me?
The male scientist shifted his weight.
We used all our available bioprinting materials in the last 3 cycles, printing these 9 shells.
He gestured toward the newly emerged group, the ones still standing naked in the dawn light.
The tanks can only handle 3 at a time. It took everything we had.
David's expression darkened.
So what are you telling me?
The scientist hesitated, as if choosing his words carefully.
We won't have the molecular reserves or viable substrate for another bioshell for at least a week. Maybe longer, depending on the synthesis process.
David scoffed, running a hand through his already messy feathers.
A week? I can't wait a week in this body.
We had to prioritize,
the woman added.
You understand. These weren't just fabrications. They were full consciousness transcriptions, memory stabilization, neural reweaving. Each one took precise resource allocation.
David seemed unmoved by the explanation. His wings fluttered in agitation.
This is why I didn't want to waste time dragging Maria's old body around. If you'd just let me get to the vaults...
Chairman Vrokala, you are not going to blame this on Maria,
Shah Shuvu yelled. The words were out before she realized it. A silence fell, David's face twisting into something ugly, but it wasn't just him. Quentin's brows lifted. Maria stared at David, then at Shah. Falken crossed his arms, glancing between them, but Anna looked the angriest of all.
Chairman Vrokala.
She crossed her arms tightly under her pale and freckled boobs.
The worst man to have ever existed is alive and free here.
Shah realized her mistake too late. Now everyone knew who David truly was. The big, busted, red-skinned women scowled at him, and Anna was seething with rage.
Chapter 21. Hoverfish and Regrets.
David was livid that Shah Shuvu had blurted out who he really was. He forced out a slow breath and adjusted his stance. Anna was still crossing her arms firmly against her chest. She glared at Shah Shuvu, then at David.
Shall we call you Chairman Vrokala instead?
I gave up that title a long time ago.
His lips pinched tightly together.
But not the attitude,
Maria said dryly.
Then when exactly can you start another print cycle?
David asked the scientists. The male scientist gave a tired shrug.
When we get more viable organic substrate. Otherwise, you're waiting like everyone else.
Right now.
Falken said.
I think clothes are a bigger priority.
David, still simmering, exhaled sharply.
Fine. One of you go back and get them.
Shah Shuvu rolled her eyes. He really was an incredibly selfish person. Quentin raised a hand.
Why not just use the hoverfish? If they're stealth-cloaked, no one will see us coming or going.
The scientists exchanged looks.
They're untested in field conditions,
one woman admitted.
So let's test them.
Quentin said simply.
No reason to waste time.
Just make sure to land it somewhere no one will see you get out. The vehicles will remain in stealth mode, so don't forget where you park them,
a scientist said. Shah Shuvu's gaze darted between the hoverfish, the scientists, and her exhausted companions. All right, I'll go. She turned back toward the ridge where Papa crouched. Coming with me, Papa. He hooted in affirmation. Shah gave David one last look before stepping toward the nearest hoverfish. You coming? She asked Quentin. He grumbled.
Okay, but I'll stay inside so no one gets suspicious. We especially don't want the Royal Guard coming after us again.
David sat stiffly at the back of the hoverfish, trying to focus on anything except the fact that he was pressed shoulder to shoulder with Anna, Shah Shuvu, and the Bubo King. He hadn't ridden a hoverfish before, but had ridden similar levitation vehicles on his water world, Bara 2 and on Planet Voria, when he'd lived there with Rose, when she was his concubine. The cloaked vessel vibrated softly beneath them, gliding low over the mist-draped landscape. His feathers itched with frustration. He had been so close to getting a new bioshell, and now he was stuck here, and everyone knew his true identity, increasing the likelihood of his arrest or assassination. Anna was not making it easy.
I can't believe you were the Bara 2 chairman.
Her fingers dug into the hoverfish's frame as she leaned toward him. Her red curls bounced wildly with every motion, a furious halo around her head.
You absolute gutless, power-hungry vulture.
Oh, please, David groaned, resisting the urge to rub his temples.
No.
She snapped.
You don't get to please your way out of this. Not after what you did.
He had never met this redhead before, but her voice was unmistakable. The way she spoke, the certainty in her words. It hit him like a punch to the gut.
I should have known.
Her fingers dug into the hoverfish frame. Her red curls were wild around her face, her eyes burning into him.
I should have realized sooner. You absolute parasite.
He sighed. Anna.
Don't you dare say my name. You don't even remember me, do you? You don't remember the secret agent who occupied your mind, who made you a prisoner in your own body.
His muscles jumped under his skin. That was you. The sensation of another presence forcing him aside, taking control of his limbs, overriding his voice. It had been a nightmare he had never spoken of, one he had tried to forget. And now, sitting here, he could hear it again. Her voice. Anna's laughter was sharp.
Oh yes, that was me.
She leaned closer.
I was the one who silenced you. I was the one who used your own power against you. My team and I, we made sure your empire fell.
David's feathers bristled. What could he say? That he had fought for survival? That he had clawed his way back after what she and the other Laranese secret agents had done to him? David's posture crumpled. He had been powerless then, locked in a struggle for control over his own body, manipulated by forces beyond his reach. He had thought he could stop it. He had thought he could turn the tide. But he had failed. Anna's breathing was uneven.
You don't even have the guts to own it.
David turned away. He had faced death. He had endured exile. He had escaped. His clever butler had used his highly covert equipment to transfer his consciousness into a hybrid bioshell on Polymnia, and only Vrokala's mind-scrambled body had been sent to that asteroid prison. The hoverfish continued its steady path through the mist, the silence between them growing heavier. He had survived everything they had thrown at him. He would survive this too. But the past never stayed buried, and Anna had just dug up everything he wanted to forget. The Bubo King, silent as always, simply adjusted his muddy crown and stared ahead, as if none of this concerned him. Across from them, the other two hoverfish glided effortlessly over the terrain. Quentin rode with the Barcode triplets, their ample figures probably pressed against him as they whispered and laughed. The third hoverfish carried the cat Eon, Vot, Silta and Tlishua, a stunning mix of colors and shapes. He had noticed the brown-skinned cat Eon and albino Vut exchange a kiss before entering their hoverfish.
Oh, and let's not forget how you tried to wipe out the sentient race you had created and used as slaves, and how you had fooled the Euphorion Alliance into believing they were not capable of feelings.
Anna continued.
Or how you wiped out most of the native oceanic creatures of Bara 2 when you invaded and colonized it.
David's cheeks burned, but he held himself tall. The heat of her glare drilled into the side of his head. I didn't have a choice, he hissed.
There's always a choice, Vrokala.
Anna spat his old title like venom. Shah Shuvu let out a sigh.
Leave him be, Anna. It's all water under the bridge.
The Bubo King finally spoke, his deep owl-like voice cutting through the tension.
The past is heavy, but the future moves forward, whether one likes it or not. If we do not find a time key, the lives lost will never live again, and all of humanity in the 7 systems will be forgotten.
There was definitely something important going on. Why else would Bara 2 scientists use their highly classified transluminal neuroimprint cascade technology to help foreigners enter Polymnia via bioshells? The hoverfish drifted in silence for a few moments. David, still boiling, crossed his arms, refusing to acknowledge the way Anna's words gnawed at him. Finally, she sighed, rubbing her forehead.
You know what? Maybe it doesn't matter.
David hesitated. What? Anna stared at the horizon.
Maria, Falken, Quentin, and I are alive.
She turned to him, her voice quieter now.
I don't know if you'll ever make up for what you did, but at least now maybe you'll try.
They were almost at the community gardens, the one place David had hoped to find solace. his wives, his children. A future, despite everything. Then Quentin's voice crackled through the comms.
Stop.
His voice was raw, shaken.
Don't come here. It's...
Static burst through, then came back in a hoarse whisper.
Everything is gone.
David felt dizzy. What? The comms buzzed with interference, but Quentin's next words cut through like a blade.
It's all burned. The Baraglass dwellings are gone. The crops, the people, they didn't just kill them. They melted everything. It's a massacre.
David's feathers stood on end, and suddenly the air in the hoverfish was suffocating. No. The mist below cleared as they approached, revealing blackened ruins where the lush, glowing community gardens had once stood. Everything was charred, twisted, wrong. The Baraglass buildings, once smooth and shimmering in the moonlight, had melted into grotesque, frozen waves of glass solidified mid-collapse. The farmland was nothing but ash, stretching in long, ugly streaks where firestorms had raged unchecked. The hoverfish slowed, descending. David saw the bodies. They were everywhere. Hybrid remains. Some frozen in the middle of a run, others crumbling where they had kneeled, as if begging for mercy. Some looked half disintegrated, their limbs fused with the melted structures. David's fingers turned cold, and he had difficulty swallowing. The hoverfish landed. He stumbled out, barely feeling the ground beneath his feet. Smoke curled from the embers, but there was no fire left. Only the stench of death. He ran on the warm ash. His mind screamed at him not to. That he didn't want to see. That if he didn't look, maybe they would be alive. But he had to see. He sprinted through the ruins, ignoring the others shouting behind him. He turned a corner where his home had stood, and his legs buckled. His 5 wives, Senna. Reka, Rose, Sylvia, Elith. He screamed for them in his heart, but he couldn't find the strength to say their names. Then he saw her. Rose. Her purple skin was now cracked and blackened, but he recognized her long black hair tangled around the bodies of their children, Cammy and Corvin. Their children had inherited his skin. Not the striped tiger skin which some of his later kids had inherited. Cammy and Corvin had inherited genes from his true self, the once great ruler of Bara II. They had been white as snow. They had Rose's hair, thick and black. They had been his joy. All his children had been his joy, for children were innocent. Children were pure. Now they were ash. He stood rooted to the spot, staring and frozen. Rose had wrapped her arms around them, protecting them, even in death. An overall feeling of numbness took over him. His mind fractured. He opened his mouth to speak, to say something, to call their names, but no sound came, no strength remained. His knees hit the scorched ground. His fingers trembled as he reached forward, but the moment his hand touched Rose's charred shoulder, part of it crumbled into dust. A strangled, broken noise left his throat. Everything was dark. Everything was gone. And for the first time in his life, Chairman Vrokala sobbed. A gentle hand rested on his shoulder. He looked up to see the owl woman caked in mud. Tears streaked her filthy face.
Now Anna and Quentin's mission makes more sense than ever. We need to reopen the portals and change time, so this rewinds and never happens again.
Chapter 22. A man called the Cosmic Spider.
Kala's dream took her to a canyon, where her bare feet pressed against warm stone. The waterfall's deep, endless roar crashed down into the gorge and sent a fine mist curling into the air. It smelled of wild nature and untouched places, of ancient landscapes that had never known roads or metal. The air was warm, and birds sang in the pine forests, over the cliffs and beyond. There was no doubt he was a Skywater Shifter. He stretched out with his eyes closed upon a broad slab of stone at the edge of the Whitewater River, with a poncho draped loosely over his chest. Of course anyone could sleep in such a place, but it was the futuristic technology which gave him away, and the ring on his finger. His orb shield radiated around him to keep off the water droplets, which were essential for a Skywater Shifter when meditating at a rain-bathing river. She could see the black gem on his ring, which was the orb shield remote. How interesting to see a Skywater Shifter from outside the Euphorion Alliance. Perhaps this was proof that the Euphorion Alliance wasn't just a simulated reality maintained by ancient dragon priests, as the Satsang folktales told. The sky was bright blue, and it wasn't raining, which would usually disable a Skywater Shifter from journeying. What fascinated Kala was the wide flat cloud which precipitated above him. She had never heard about this and was sure it wasn't from the Euphorion Alliance, since she remembered Anna telling her the Leronese Skywater Shifters had a dome with a sprinkler system connected to the water pipes. Was the technology from Earth, or had he stolen it from another world during his journeying? The Cosmic Spider. What a funny name. He looked nothing like a spider. His dark brown hair was damp at the ends, curling slightly where it met his forehead. The spray of the fabricated cloud and waterfall made the air glisten in rainbows around him and his orb shield. She could see the steady rise and fall of his breath, deep and slow, as if he was part of the river itself. He was holding his breath at the top and holding it again after his exhale, counting to remain on his astral journey. His bare feet were calloused and strong, rested just at the edge of the rock, but within his orb shield. She did not wake him. His body remained, but his soul was moving through the ether, traveling unseen currents that Kala had no map for. She crouched near the river, dipping her fingers into the water. It was cold enough to bite, the kind of cold that would take the breath from a waking body. A small fish darted past her fingertips before vanishing into the deeper blue. Real. This place felt more solid than the previous dream she had walked. She had never been lucid in a dream before, and it took her breath away. If only she could find a key this way and take it back to Anna or Jennifer, but only Skywater Shifters and time travelers could do that, not dream sorcerers, witches, or shamans. She felt it then. The pull. Her body swayed. The dream transformed, trying to pull her consciousness towards something else. Her vision blurred, and the shapes and colors slid apart like wet ink. No, stay. She forced herself to look. The young man's face, the wiry tree by the water's edge, the waterfall, his bare toes, the pattern on his poncho. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. She counted them in a cycle, glancing carefully at each object to fix her energy there. Again. Her body steadied. She remained. And so she waited, watching over the Skywater Shifter, hoping he would return before a new dream tried to steal her away again. Finally, the young man stirred. Then his fingers twitched against the fabric of his poncho. A furrow creased his brow. His lips parted as if to speak, but only a soft grunt came out. He rolled onto his side, then pushed himself upright with one elbow, blinking against the mist. His eyes settled on her.
Of course it's you,
he muttered, rubbing a hand over his face. He stretched his shoulders, his body waking faster than his mind. I am not my grandmother. This is the first time I have dream journeyed.
You look just like her.
He exhaled through his nose.
I remember her. She wanted a key.
Kala's heart skipped. A key. Her fingers pressed into the stone at her sides, grounding herself in the dream. Yes, she said carefully. She needed it to save our people. He let out a breath that sounded almost like a laugh, but there was no humor in it.
The keys are more dangerous than water wayfaring, more dangerous than anything your grandmother understood.
She wanted to disagree and tell him that if it wasn't for her ancestors creating the pyramids on the ether wells of multiple worlds, he would never know how or where to Skywater shift. But she kept her calm and studied him instead. His posture was tense, his fingers digging into the fabric of his poncho. He wasn't just speaking from knowledge, he was speaking from experience. She hesitated, then forced herself to say it. Anna and Darwin are dead. The man flinched. His gaze sharpened on her.
You're sure?
She met his eyes. Yes. He turned and stared at the waterfall, as if searching for something in the mist and rainbow. Then, without another word, he lay back down, resting his head against the stone. His eyes fluttered shut. Kala didn't speak. She only waited. Minutes passed. Or perhaps longer. Time in dreams had no rule. The waterfall roared between them. Her gaze flickered back to the 6 things she had marked. His face, the tree, the falls, his toes, the patterns on his poncho. Again and again to hook her second attention to that world on the almighty etherweb. Then his breath changed once more. A sharp inhale. His eyes snapped open.
She's on Polymnia,
he said.
Anna. But Darwin.
His fingers curled into fists against his poncho.
Darwin is dead.
Kala nodded slowly. She had already known. His expression darkened.
The virus. The man who caused it.
His hands clenched tighter.
This didn't have to happen.
Kala didn't move. The waterfall roared on. The young man pressed a palm over his face and dragged it down, as if trying to wipe away whatever horror he had seen. His shoulders were rigid. Kala exhaled. You understand why I'm here? He laughed, short and bitter.
Yeah, and I really wish I didn't.
He sat up and crossed his legs, staring at Kala. He shook his head.
I only have one key and it's hidden safely away. I wouldn't carry something like that with me and I wouldn't even want to use it. The keys are too dangerous, too valuable.
Kala's heart pounded. She had expected something like this. But can you help Anna find the others? He let out a slow breath, tilting his head as though weighing the cost of his answer.
I can.
His tone was certain, but there was something wary beneath it.
And I will.
Thank you.
But it doesn't concern you. I briefly checked out your world, and it's not even in the 7 systems.
Darwin saved my species from extinction by opening the portal and taking us to that new world. Darwin is a friend to us, and Anna was like my mother. That comment made him flinch.
Huh?
There were 2 versions of her. The older one. Before she changed time. Tried to help the Satsang Sky people, too. She lived with my family for many years on Hukyo Shugon before she changed time.
When was that?
1,000,000 years in the past.
Whoa.
He scrubbed a hand over his face again.
That's crazy. I didn't know that about Anna. That's mental.
He rattled his head as if trying to clear it back to reality.
If we can change time just enough, if we can keep Major Donkora Valak from ever having the chance.
He blew out a quick breath.
That's what one of them can do. But whoever goes into the past will get amnesia if he or she travels back to a time that already existed.
I know, Kala said. That's exactly what happened to Anna, but she traveled with my uncle who didn't exist at that point in time, so he had to teach her everything.
Damn.
The cosmic spider said.
I don't know how they'll get around that because they can only change time so much, which means preventing him from forming the community on that planet near Zars. They need someone young enough so they don't sacrifice their memories.
Kala nodded slowly. The etherweb around her shuddered, and the dream began to pull apart. The sound of the waterfall grew distant, like something playing on the other side of a veil. She fought to hold on to it, but the current of the waking world was already calling her back.
I'll find you again when it's done.
The young man's voice echoed as the dream fell apart, and she released her attention from the section on the living thread where Mexico belonged. Her body drifted toward wakefulness.
Javier ran down from the mountaintop cabin, the scent of pine and earth rising with every fall of his boots. The cool night air filled his lungs, and the stars' light spanned across the Sonoran sky. Rushing of water called to him, guiding his feet over loose stones and dry grass. The ring on his finger felt heavy, not physically, but in another way which made him taste fear. He had worn it for 10 years, way back from the time he was obsessed about Anna and hoped she might have returned his feelings. Before she married Darwin's father. Before he realized that what they had was not meant to be love. Tath and Juanita had told him to listen to his heart, and they had promised not to tell his grandfather Zinon. That should have reassured him, but changing time was a different danger. He scrambled down the steps of the rocky cliff and arrived at the canyon's edge, where the river twinkled in the starlight. It was a new moon, so the stars were brighter than usual. He twisted a button on his bangle to activate his rainmaker and pressed the black onyx on his ring. The orb shield expanded around him, keeping him dry from the rainmaker's precipitation, which levitated over his head. Carefully, he climbed onto the smooth boulder in the center of the river, where the water split and curled around the stone. He lowered himself onto his back, letting the shield keep him dry as the water raged on either side. He exhaled, eyes on the stars. He had always felt something deep for Anna, though she had never returned it. There was no bitterness in that truth, only a quiet acceptance. He had moved on nearly a decade ago, and he had lovers across the stars. Tath and Juanita did not mind. They weren't possessive and only wanted him and each other. Darwin was too young to die. He had been brilliant, maybe even the brightest Skywater Shifter among them, and he had never even had a chance to become a man. Darwin must have been 17 before he died, the same age Javier was when he left his papa to follow the way of the water warrior with Xenon, his great-great-great-great-great-great immortal grandfather. If there was any way to undo what had happened to Darwin, any way to give him a future, then Javier would take it.
Chapter 23.
An entity.
Jennifer lay on her side, shivering on the floor of her cell. The stone walls were damp, and the air reeked of mold. Her body was weak from hunger, her spirit battered but not yet broken. Then there was a presence. Its changing form was darker than the shadows. A cold wind stirred around her, though there was no window for a breeze. Air prickled up the back of Jennifer's neck.
"I've come to free you."
Her eyes bulged. Was this a trick? Was it a hallucination brought on by starvation? But it hurt when she swallowed because her throat was too dry. Her lips were cracked from dehydration. "Then take me." She pushed herself up with what little strength she had. "But not just me. You must free Zovakar."
"Your eagle?"
She nodded. "He is caged, but not here. Likely in the barns, shackled, injured, if they had their way."
"I see him. Fine."
It moved, and the iron bars bent outward like soft clay. Somewhere down the tunnel, the torches darkened as if the light feared to shine in the presence of this being. Jennifer tried to stand, but nearly collapsed. Her limbs were too weak, and her body too brittle. Without a word, the entity extended a shadowy hand, and a silken carpet appeared beneath her feet. She dropped back to her buttocks as it floated just above the cold stone. It lifted her gently, holding her in an invisible grip, and carried her forward. It floated her through tunnels and then whizzed past the phoenixes guarding the outer entrance. They had barely passed them when the alarms rang. Phoenix guards burst into the air. Their burning wings were bright yellow and orange against the starlight. They were armed. Pistols of fire, their human hands gripping the weapons. Plasma beams shot out from their eyes as well, and fire roared from their beaks. Jennifer flinched, bracing for impact. But the entity merely lifted a finger, and the air solidified around them. A shimmering barrier rose, clear as glass but impenetrable, stopping the fiery blast midair. The embers fizzled out, powerless against the conjured shield. More guards swarmed, wings thrumming, fire reflecting off their gold-plated armor. They fired in unison, streams of molten energy crashing against the shield, but it did not so much as ripple. Jennifer gasped, tense and scared. The entity carried her into the night, over the heathland where the dungeons were hidden. They reached a barn. The doors were bolted shut, but they were meaningless before the entity's will. They snapped open, the locks disintegrating, and there, in torchlight, was Zovakar. The eagle was vast, his once majestic wings now bound, feathers torn, his golden eyes burning with pain and fury. He let out a weak cry, struggling against his restraints. Jennifer's breath caught. "Hurry!" The entity did not hesitate. With a flick of its wrist, the chain snapped, and another flying carpet formed beneath the great eagle. Zovakar barely had the strength to lift his head as he was pulled into the sky, floating beside her in a protective bubble of his own. The Phoenix guards screamed in rage while intensifying their attacks, fire swirling around them. Some dove with blades, laser beams shooting down from the heavens, others fired their pistols wildly, but nothing touched them. Jennifer glanced down. They were flying south. "Who are you?"
"The cosmic spider. Your friend, the ugly one, came to me and begged me to help. I know Anna."
Her shoulders hitched, then dropped. He must have meant one of the Satsang twins. She'd hoped they may have inherited their grandmother's gift of dream sorcery. "I'm so grateful. Thank you for saving us. We need to find the Bubo King." The entity made no comment. The wind howled around them as they soared over the darkened landscape. The guards, undeterred, chased them, their speed as unnatural as the entity's. They would never stop. They would hunt her until their dying breath. The entity sighed.
Very well.
It raised both hands and the air convulsed. The Phoenix guards froze mid-flight, their flames flickering as something unseen gripped them. Their screams were swallowed by the night. Then, in a single breath, they were erased. Not burned, not crushed, not torn apart, simply gone. Jennifer stared at the empty sky where they had been, her mind struggling to comprehend what she'd witnessed. The entity lowered its hands, indifferent.
Now, let's find your king.
Jennifer barely had time to process Cosmic Spider's disappearance before the wind roared around her, sending her and Zovakar speeding downward. The protective bubbles holding them aloft shimmered against the dark sky, moving smoothly, while the flying carpets beneath them glided. 15 bubbles rose to meet them, glowing in various colors as they cut through the night. Jennifer's breath hitched as she squinted at the people within. She recognized the Bubo King instantly within a silvery bubble. His 7-foot bulky frame, enormous owl head, ear tufts which looked like great horns, and yellow eyes the size of grapefruits were unmistakable. Beside him, a red and black striped woman floated inside a dark orange-colored bubble. His wife, Jennifer realized. Next to them, Shar Shuvu and a man who had her same sharp features, her brother Shanis. But it was the others that stole her attention. A pale albino man, his face marked with exhaustion and grief. A brown-skinned woman, eyes alert and scanning the sky. 3 striking red-skinned women with matching black bobs. A golden-skinned woman, her hair like molten light. A tall, silvery woman, elegant and almost spectral. An eagle man, his wings tucked close to his sides. And then, him! Jennifer's heart slammed against her ribs. A man, unmistakably human, yet almost unreal in his presence. Dark brown hair, blue eyes like a powder blue sky, steady and piercing. His face was strong, sculpted, filled with something she couldn't name. Recognition? Time slowed. Her heart fluttered. No, this isn't possible. She had been trained in control, in psychic balance, in clarity. She had seen men before, she had known attraction before. But this wasn't the same. A certainty lodged in her chest, so suddenly that it almost knocked the air from her lungs. She knew, not through logic, not through experience, but through intuition, through something deeper than thought. She was supposed to be with him. He would make a good husband. It made no sense, yet it was undeniable. Jennifer clenched her fists against a rush of emotions, forcing her breath to steady. Her gaze flicked away, then back again, as if expecting the feeling to disappear. But it didn't. It grew stronger. She was falling in love with him. Just by looking at him. Her stomach lurched. What is happening to me? She swallowed hard, shaking herself. This was neither the time nor place. She had spent her life trusting her instincts, and she wasn't about to start questioning them now. But she had to push it aside. As their bubbles and carpets aligned, the air shimmered again. The entity's presence returned, but it did not take form. Instead, its voice curled through their minds like a breath of wind.
I can get you the key. But it is better if you wait somewhere safe.
There's a vault not far from here.
Shar Shuvu called out.
It's safe and secluded. We can wait there.
No one objected. The bubbles and carpets adjusted course, shifting in unison toward the vault. Jennifer risked one more glance at the blue-eyed man. He was looking right back at her. She faced forward again, her pulse racing as they soared into the night. All of their steps echoed through the tunnel. The air thickened against her chest as they descended deeper underground. While the others walked ahead of Jennifer, she kept thinking about the strange flying machines they had fetched before their journey to the vault. Fish. 3 enormous, partially visible fish had glided through the sky. The people hadn't needed those bubbles, for they'd abandoned them to ride inside those fish instead. They had arrived soundlessly, their stealth fields shimmering before settling just beyond the hidden door in the ridge. Jennifer had watched in fascination, her fingers brushing Zovakar's feathers as the fish-like machines landed. The Bara 2 scientists had been just as awestruck by the entity flying carpets and bubbles, but he'd explained to them he was there to help them change time. They had admitted a woman called Trix from a faraway spaceship had told them the truth, and though it was hard to believe time travel was true, they knew she was not one to lie. And now Jennifer was walking deeper than she had ever dared, her fingers trailing along the smooth walls coated in barglass. The further they went, the more the pressure of the underground space closed in on her. She hated it. She had always preferred the sky, the clean air, and freedom. But she forced herself to breathe evenly, ignoring the tightness in her throat. The others spoke as they walked. The man with dark brown hair and blue eyes was called Quentin. He glanced back at her and finally addressed her directly.
I occupied the Crowline bio shell that went with Char Shuvu.
Jennifer nodded, unsure how to respond. She hadn't expected him to speak to her so soon, and she certainly hadn't expected him to say that. The albino man, walking beside him, gave her a small smile.
I'm Falken,
he said, meeting her gaze with familiarity.
You and Zovakar guided me before.
Jennifer's breath caught slightly. Falken, oh, you survived. I apologize for...
There's nothing to apologize for.
Falken said before she could finish.
If anything, I owe you thanks.
A pause. Then the brown-skinned woman beside them smiled warmly.
I'm Maria. And, well, sorry that we're all naked.
Jennifer blinked. She had barely even thought about it. The way they moved, their confidence, the way their bodies seemed so at ease. She shrugged, waving a hand dismissively. It doesn't matter. I'm usually half naked anyway. Maria laughed and grabbed Falken's hand.
I like you.
Jennifer didn't respond. She was a psychic and had felt jealousy emanating from Maria when Jennifer had taken Falken on the back of Zovakar to go to the United Wheel. But she did feel genuine compassion now, and that made the tightness in her chest ease a little, even if she felt she would collapse from thirst and hunger at any minute. The entity's voice curled through their minds again, smooth and quiet.
Wait for me. I will retrieve the key. But I cannot guarantee when.
Jennifer sighed. The waiting game again. At last, the tunnel widened and the weight on her lungs loosened slightly. The two Baratu scientists who had led them through the tunnels came to a halt, gesturing ahead.
If you don't mind freeze-dried space food,
one of them said,
you can live here, protected.
Jennifer frowned. Live here. She turned her head and finally took in where they had arrived. The cavern, vast and coated in barglass, gleamed softly in the orange light of the levitating glowballs. The scale of it was staggering. The barglass walls stretched so far into the darkness that she couldn't see where they ended, and the ceiling loomed high above them, vanishing into the darkness. In the center, rising like an ancient relic, was a glass pyramid. It was enormous, larger than anything she had ever seen on Polymnia, let alone underground. The entire structure was composed of a glass-like material, so transparent that at first it almost seemed unreal. But as she shifted her gaze, she caught the glint of light refracting off its angles, solid and undeniable. She pivoted to face the scientists, taking them in properly for the first time. There were more now. They had joined the two ushers. The women had long, straight white hair cascaded past their shoulders, whereas most of the men had cropped their white hair short. They looked orange in this light, reflecting it as the moon reflected sunshine. Their pale skin stretched over their tall frames, but it was their gigantic and completely black eyes, with no whites to them, that unnerved her the most, unblinking, watchful, alien. Jennifer swallowed. What is this? She asked, unable to mask the awe in her voice. One of the scientists blinked, but the lids traveled from the corners of his eyes, and they were thin white films like the eyelids of a cat.
It is a Bara-2 spaceship.
A stunned silence followed. The scientist continued.
This vessel has been stationed on Polymnia for a century. It is hidden beneath the surface, undetectable, as its barraglass hull is constructed using dark matter.
The cavern erupted. Voices overlapped as everyone spoke at once. The red-skinned triplets, the golden-skinned woman, and the purple-silver-skinned woman exchanged suspicious looks before bombarding the scientists with questions.
A ship of this scale. Why haven't we seen a blueprint like this before?
Dark matter? How do you stabilize the hull?
What kind of engine does it use?
How is it powered?
The scientists did not answer. Even those who weren't engineers, the pilots, the ex-military officers, the engineers, looked equally shaken. Quentin, normally composed, stared up at the pyramid with furrowed brows, his arms crossed. Falken was already pacing, deep in thought. Even Maria, standing beside Jennifer, was stunned into silence. Jennifer's mind raced. This had to be a secret. A massive secret. A Bara-2 ship buried underground for 100 years, utilizing dark matter technology. And not a single faction in the Euphorion Alliance had known about it. The triplets pressed forward again.
We need to see the internal systems.
No.
The voice was sharp. The lead scientist, his expression blank, met their gaze.
This information is classified.
The golden-skinned woman scoffed, folding her arms under ample bosoms.
If the Euphorion Alliance isn't supposed to know, why are we looking at it right now?
The scientist did not flinch.
Because you are here. And because there is no other choice.
Jennifer blew out a long breath. They weren't being told anything. They were being shown just enough to know that this place, this ship, this technology, it was not theirs.
Chapter 24. The Forbidden Shift.
Rain pelted the canopy, dripping through the gaps in the leaves. The path ahead twisted in shadow, slick with mud, the roots treacherous beneath her feet. Calla plodded in the mud, still careful not to trip, and fear in her throat. She pulled her cloak closer to her skin. The tribe was asleep, huddled in their teepees beyond the ridge. Their fires were long extinguished. If anyone woke and noticed her missing, there would be questions. She wouldn't be able to answer them. The orb shield amethyst ring felt heavy on her finger. It had been a secret gift passed on to her, and no one knew she had it. She'd never attempted this, even though Anna had taught her about the Wayfarer's pathways. Her late Uncle Book had described the sensation, the pull of water calling her across time and space. She had promised Darwin she would never do this. But Darwin was gone, and if he were alive, he would have wanted her to do this now. When Calla arrived at the riverbank, the current was strong and swollen from the downpour. Her feet sank into the mud as she collected logs and sticks, and placed them in the river, where the sand inclined underwater. She whispered a prayer to Darwin before laying on her makeshift platform, and closed her eyes.
Cavern walls shimmered with barraglass. Anna barely heard the scientists explaining the ship's design to the pretty engineers and Quentin. The Bara 2 scientists seemed to talk about its self-healing hull, but she was not listening. Calla had arrived. She waited in Anna's mind. Anna had not felt her presence since that terrible alien invasion, trapped in a cave 200 years into Voria's future, paralyzed and letting the Satsang twins take care of her. Although their grandmother, the High Priestess, and the Bara 2 chairman had sided to invade Voria, Cal and Calla saw the evil in it, rebelled, and had been Anna's only link to survival.
Anna.
Calla's voice echoed. She still had that sweet little voice even during Skywater shifting.
It's been too long.
Anna almost smiled. Too long indeed. How is life?
There are more important things to discuss. This is the first time I ever Skywater shifted, and I'm doing it without Cal and the tribe knowing. Last night was the first time I had a lucid dream. It was me who sent Cosmic Spider to Polymnia. Did he find you? Did he find the key?
Cosmic Spider? Anna flinched. Was it him? He's searching for the key, but I didn't know it was him. He didn't communicate with me.
He didn't seek you out?
No, but he saved Jennifer and Zovakar. We're safe here. It's dangerous above ground with the Phoenix soldiers, and apparently the virus has broken out. I wonder why the Cosmic Spider didn't say hello. I haven't felt his presence for 2 decades. We are old friends. Calla hesitated.
That's strange. I sent him to Polymnia, but he's avoiding you. Maybe he's being cautious. Or maybe something else is keeping him from reaching out.
Anna's brow furrowed. She had known Cosmic Spider when she was a reckless young woman. Her recklessness to rescue the Fire Slicer's slaves had caused her paralysis. If he was staying hidden, there had to be a reason.
Now listen, Anna. I didn't come here for a friendly chat. What timescale are you and your companions planning to return to? Have you considered how to avoid amnesia? Do your friends know about it?
Anna swallowed. She knew more than anyone about the risks of memory loss. We haven't even found the key yet. We haven't had time to discuss.
But you will, and when you do, you need to be ready. If you go to your own timescale, you'll get amnesia.
Anna inhaled slowly. I know the rules, and so do Shao Shivu and the Bibo King. We just haven't had the time to discuss because the keys are so bloody hard to find.
And who is the youngest?
Hella pressed.
Because you, Anna, are already 44. If you go back to the time just after the nuclear warheads were dropped on Hukyo-shugon, you will be 4 years old. You will lose your mind.
Anna wove her fingers through her curls close to her scalp and pulled. She had done this before, made a copy of herself, and sacrificed her memory. She would not make that mistake again. The last time she had awakened with nothing but instinct. No name, no past, just a void where a life should have been. Hella's late Uncle Burke had travelled into the future with her to kill the leader of the Fire Slicers Syndicate, the man who had made her his beaten and abused concubine. She had walked through that forgotten world like a ghost, relearning herself piece by piece. Burke had kept his memory because his existence was 1,000,000 years before, so no doubles were created for that Satsang Sky person. Carl and Carla's Uncle Burke had perished, but before he did, he told Anna who she was, what her mission was, and what Skywater shifting was. But the truth had felt like fiction. Some memories had returned, others remained lost, untraceable as dust in deep space. That was her previous self, though, who had passed Anna all her memories during her death.
If you go straight to that time unprepared, you will lose your memory, Anna, and create 2 of yourself again.
Quentin is older than me. He'll forget too. Jennifer looks young. Hella scoffed.
You must be joking. She is nearly 50. She just looks young because she is a desert witch.
Anna cocked her head.
Then the golden-skinned woman?
Carla asked.
The purple one. They seem to be in their early 20s, a little younger than the red-skinned women.
They have no experience. We cannot rely on them. Anna frowned. Quentin picked them up. They don't even know how to Skywater shift. We can't base the entire mission on them. Hella's presence in her mind flickered for a moment before steadying again.
Then what about the timing of the assassination? If Major Donkora is the keystone event that led to the catastrophe, decide when to remove him.
Anna hesitated. If we assassinate him on Hukyo-shugon, it could change too much. It might stop the nuclear war.
And wouldn't that be better?
Hella questioned.
Wouldn't a different life be better than no life at all?
The nuclear warheads never being detonated. Anna scratched her cheek. Saving hundreds of millions would be the result. Then Chairman Vrokala would never attempt to change the no access to Hukyo-shugon treaty, because there wouldn't be one. There would be no Armageddon, and it wouldn't be a nuclear wasteland anymore.
That could be a good thing,
Hella said. Anna's fingers curled into a fist. What if I never meet Messias? What if my children are never born? Hella was silent for a long time.
You are still choosing this present over infinite possibilities.
Anna pressed a hand against her forehead while the scientists talked to Falken and the pretty engineers about their technology. Ask Maria. She fought in the war on Hukyo-shugon. She might know the exact moment to strike.
Which woman is that?
The short one with brown skin, Anna said.
But she's not so old, is she? She would have been a child soldier, surely?
She was, Anna confirmed. Maria was only 12. A corrupt faction of the Tsar's military bribed her with lies because she was a brilliant wargamer and her mother had died. They told her that they could bring her mother back to life and make her well. Hella sighed in Anna's mind.
Very well. I will talk to her now. But you need to think, Anna. This might be the last choice you ever make. And where is Cosmic Spider now?
Searching for a time key to give us. Anna shuddered slightly as Kalla's presence slipped away. The scientists' voices came back into focus, speaking of quantum acceleration, particle memory, the fusion of organic and inorganic matter. The Bara 2 spaceship loomed before her, silent and waiting. She stared at Maria, whose eyes were bulging as she most likely conversed mentally with Kalla. How far into the past was she willing to go? And what was she willing to lose? Maria was easily a decade older than Anna. Kalla returned to Anna's mind after 10 minutes.
Maria confessed Major Donkora was her father.
Cold hit Anna's core. Maria had been through war zones and impossible missions. She had saved Quentin's life and was an asset to the Lebanese Secret Service and Tsar's space military. And all this time, the man they fought against, the man who engineered so much suffering, had been her father. Anna turned her gaze toward Maria, who stood near the glass pyramid, arms folded and staring into nothingness. Xiao Shivu had told Anna she was worried since Maria had absorbed Crowleen's memory. But now Anna saw the tension in her shoulders, the way her fingers twitched against her own arms. A secret like that about Major Donkora. How long had she been carrying it?
It's a long story,
Hella said, bringing her back to the present.
She said she would tell you about it sometime, but doesn't want anyone else to know. She only found out recently during that mission to his secret base on an inhospitable planet near your homeworld, Zars.
Velthron, Anna said, still shocked Maria was his daughter.
She wants him dead as much as any, but she says the best time to assassinate him would be after he leaves Hukyo Shugon, after Premier Drastic released the nuclear warheads.
But we all go back to the past, we all lose our minds.
You are wrong,
Hella said softly.
The engineers are not 40 years old, nor the red-skinned women, nor that handsome albino man. If anyone loses their minds traveling 40 years into the past, it will be you, Quentin, and Maria.
Anna thought about all those lives lost again to radiation. How sad. Hella's voice returned to Anna's thoughts, steady and focused. Anna, have you really considered what happened when you sacrificed your memory before? Anna tensed. What do you mean?
You went back with my uncle Boke.
A beat of silence. Boke didn't lose his mind.
Exactly,
Hella said. Anna's breath hitched. If we travel far enough back, we could find someone from that time period to guide the person with amnesia.
Yes, an escort. Someone who never lived through the event, someone who could keep reminding them why they're there.
But the engineers and Saffrons could guide us too. Anna sucked in a breath. The bar are 2 scientists.
What?
They have bioshell technology. What if the escort carried a copy of the memory chip? Once the time traveler reaches the assassination point, they could be restored. Anna reflected on the amazing technology used to come here in a bioshell cloned from her DNA. Hella whispered,
That could work.
Anna nodded to herself. If we send a message to a Bara 2 scientist in the past, someone willing to cooperate, we could prepare a bioshell in advance. If anything goes wrong, the one with amnesia could have their memory chip inserted. Carla snorted.
But the scientist would need a good reason to believe you. If you could send some kind of relevant message, or even bring the gift of modern technology through to them, then it's possible. This mission doesn't have to end in forgetting.
Chapter 25. The Living Ship.
Jennifer's eyes adjusted to the surreal glow of the levitating orange glow balls, floating like miniature suns across the cavernous expanse. The light pulsed gently, illuminating the massive underground complex in a spectrum just outside normal human vision. Quentin double-checked that the Barglass Pyramid wasn't a time portal, and the scientists had assured him it wasn't. As Jennifer's gaze traveled over the spaceship, she realized there were hundreds of figures moving inside. All of them white Bernese, a whole colony. The albino-skinned Bara 2 people, identical in their unnerving features, moved in an organized flow within the multi-leveled pyramid, which was a spaceship of all things possible. Some tended to vertical farms where black-leafed vines with orange-colored fruit coiled up barglass trellises. Others worked with holographic interfaces, streams of data cascading across floating projections. The 2 scientists, still standing beside her, seemed unbothered by the reactions of the newcomers. Jennifer turned to them. "You've been living here all this time?" One of them blinked slowly.
We are generational researchers. This facility has been active for a century.
Jennifer exchanged glances with Quentin, Falken, and Maria. Another scientist gestured toward one of the vertical farm chambers on the 2nd floor of the spaceship.
Our food is grown through precision-controlled bioreactors. Each chamber is a sealed ecological unit optimized for maximum yield and self-sustainability.
Maria stepped closer, staring at the rows of modified crops which glowed faintly under the specialized orange and red lights.
These are engineered?
The scientist, with a similar braided hairstyle as Maria, nodded.
All organic matter here is cultivated, modified, or enhanced to serve specific functions. We cannot rely on traditional agriculture underground. Every organism you see is designed for efficiency.
Maria rubbed her crumpled forehead and cleared her throat so everyone would listen.
I went to a place like this as a child space marine on planet Hukyo Yugon over 40 years ago. It wasn't just the Bara 2 scientists who lived there in secret. There were Bara 1 scientists, too.
She glanced at the others.
But as well as the black and white Buranese, there were the Hukyo Shugon natives living down there, the Cat-Eons and Butts. They were all hiding from the solar communalist militants.
You really have traveled around,
the scientist who had ushered them from the vault said.
I have heard of the colony. Where was it again?
Under the Mazi Pass,
Maria said.
And was there a similar Bara 2 spaceship down there?
The scientist asked Maria. Maria stuffed a loose braid into her top knot and nodded.
But only a few in the colony knew about the spaceship. That was hidden far deeper in the roots of the mountain chain. The colony with the spaceship was different and a secret from the first. Those who lived in the second colony with the underground spaceship, like this one, were.
The scientist held up her hand, glancing around.
Yes. Let's not talk about it now. I know what you are referring to, though.
Does the same thing exist here?
Maria pressed.
No,
she said.
It was not needed here. It was never part of the plan.
The base of Jennifer's neck tingled, and she gazed at the handsome Quentin, who also looked curious as he cupped an elbow with one hand, while tapping his lips with the other.
Well, as you all know by now,
the Eagle Man said.
I was, and still am the all-important chairman of Bara 2, and neither I nor my grandfathers before me knew about any of your secret spaceships in caves on other planets. But I eventually found out and agreed to send provisions to Black Silver on Hukyo Shugon.
You mean one of your grandfather clones eventually found out?
Anna said flatly.
Yes, I carry all their memories,
David said. Jennifer flinched. She hadn't known he was the old leader of Bara 2. Jennifer felt like thanking the Eagle Man since without him as a chairman, Polymnia would not have been technologically advanced in genetic engineering or in the comforts which Barglass provided. It was because of his rule that his scientists had been so innovative, even if he had been cruel and ruled such a dystopian society on that water world they had colonized.
Not everyone thought you were as wonderful as you seem to think, Chairman Vrokala.
The female scientist retorted, while the other scientists around her looked shocked and scared, and while the Eagle Man's mouth and eyes gaped, she jutted her chin and continued.
Before the white Buranese chairman of the Free Land Party forced the other whites to leave the rocky world, Bara 1, they shared with the blacks. A group of black and white scientists formed an alliance called the Circle of Stars. They agreed to leave earlier in separate spaceships and meet on a moon at the edge of their system, where they had stolen and housed an advanced spaceship, like this one.
She gestured at the glass pyramid, towering above them.
They had a time and a date to meet, and from there, they traveled to Hukyo Shugon together, 15 light-years away.
What about this spaceship?
Maria asked.
Did the same thing happen?
Later on, yes, but I cannot tell you from where or how.
But time travel isn't involved, right?
Quentin checked again.
No. It's purely coincidental that the so-called time portals are also shaped as pyramids.
So-called?
Anna asked. The scientist rubbed her thin white hands together and whipped her head around, probably glancing at the other scientists, though without discernible pupils. It was hard to know.
While I am open-minded to believe what Thrix told me, I can guarantee you that most of the colony here won't.
Quentin glowered.
But what about the exodus of white Buranese back to their homeland, Bara 1, through such a pyramid and portal? I was there. I helped them. I know.
Me too,
Anna said.
And we saw it when we viewed Quentin's memory chip.
One of the red-skinned women said.
That was highly classified, and many had memories of that wiped once they arrived at Bara 1. That is what Thrix says, anyhow.
But why did they have to live underground?
Renara the Golden One asked.
Because the solar communalists, the Crimson Collective, did not like foreigners.
Jennifer glanced at a section of the spaceship on the 5th floor, way up high, but possible to see from down there through the countless transparent surfaces of the pyramid complex. On this 5th level up, large, fleshy, plant-like structures pulsed with colorful networks. They had nervous systems. What about those? A male scientist followed her gaze.
Organic machinery.
A stunned silence settled over the group.
Technology made from organic material?
Quentin asked. The scientist's brief frown twisted his nose for a microsecond before his face hung loosely and placid again.
Yes, the Bara 2 do not limit technology to metal and circuits. We have long since moved beyond mechanical dependency.
Falken crossed his arms.
We all know about your superior barraglass and genetic engineering, but You grow machines?
We cultivate them.
The scientist corrected. He pointed upwards.
Count up to the 5th floor and the chamber 4 along from the closest corner.
They did, and Jennifer asked, "That spherical pod pulsating with a faint luminescence?"
That's the one.
The scientist nodded.
Every structure in this complex incorporates living systems. They adapt, repair themselves, and interface with our technology seamlessly.
She hesitated. Does it think?
It doesn't need to think in the way you understand.
He said.
That pod is a quantum organic computation node. It processes data biologically using a neural lattice suspended in a nutrient gel. Each cell in its structure performs calculations much like your brain's neurons, but at a scale where quantum entanglement allows for near instantaneous problem solving across vast networks. It is neither conscious nor sentient, yet it can solve complex equations, predict molecular interactions, and even generate new technological blueprints by analyzing its own genetic code for optimization.
Jennifer stared at the pulsating pod. So it's alive?
It is engineered life, a biosynthetic cognition system.
The scientist clarified.
It grows, adapts, and self-repairs. If damaged, it reconfigures its structure. If outdated, it modifies its own genome to evolve. That pod, for example, is currently designing a new method to synthesize quantum filaments for microgravity energy storage. It will complete its function. Then its material will be recycled into the next generation of its kind.
Falken exhaled.
You're telling me you don't just build computers. You breed them?
The scientist nodded.
We do not create static technology. We cultivate intelligence.
The implications of all this settled in her chest like a stone. Dark matter ships. Living technology. A century-old underground scientific civilization operating entirely outside the Euphorion Alliance's control. They walked up exterior steps leading to the ground floor of the spaceship, for the launch pad was also a construction in itself. The women were whispering frantically together. The red-skinned women in particular kept glancing at the spaceship, struggling to reconcile what they were seeing. Quentin's voice broke the silence.
Why are you showing us this now?
The female scientist finally smiled.
Because you are here, and because soon it will no longer be hidden.
The bar, two scientists exchanged wary glances, their expressions growing tense.
You must keep this to yourselves. The United Wheel of Polymnia must never learn of this place.
A male scientist standing beside her nodded.
If they discover what we have built here, they would stop at nothing to claim it, to use it, to control it.
Jennifer's shoulders tensed. She had already endured their control, their torture. The thought of the United Wheel getting their hands on a hidden Bar 2 stronghold, let alone all this innovative biotech, sent a chill down her spine. Beside her, Zovakar, her massive golden eagle, shifted on his talons, his injured wing tucked against his side. He let out a low, guttural sound. The female scientist peered up at Zovakar, and her black eyes' gaze lingered on his sharp beak and intelligent eyes before speaking again.
That includes you and your eagle. If word spreads about this place, everything we have worked for could be destroyed.
Jennifer steadied herself on her weak legs, knees begging to sit, body wishing to sleep. You have my word. The scientist did not look reassured. Instead, the male one lowered his voice.
There is more you do not know.
The group stirred and stepped closer to listen. The female scientist continued.
We have constructed an extensive network of underground maglev tunnels. They connect the different bioshell vaults across Hearthrum. Now we know your mission to change time. Thrix told us, we want to help you achieve your goal.
Jennifer's breath caught.
Wait,
Quentin's brow furrowed.
you mean there's a high-speed tunnel system under Polymnia?
Only Hearthrum. That's this continent. Thrix told us you will need to travel to Heaven's Island once you have a time key, for that's where the closest amethyst pyramid resides. That's why we created these hoverfish for you.
And where are those flying machines?
The eagle man asked.
They're in a hangar, close to the ground and nearer to this vault's main entrance.
Maria let out a low whistle, glancing at the others. A female scientist who'd been hovering on the outskirts of the group, listening, tilted her chin back to look up at Zovakar.
The giant eagle looks tired. I'll get the vet to visit. We have separate caverns where he can rest properly. It is stocked with hay and straw. He will be comfortable there.
Zovakar turned his sharp, piercing gaze toward her, as if considering her words.
Thank you. That would be wonderful.
just to let you all know.
He stooped over and rubbed the top of his beak on Jennifer's head.
My friend and I have not eaten or drunk anything for days. We were tortured, questioned, and starved at the hands of the Cat Queen's royal guard.
The scientist nodded, still expressionless.
Doctors and vets will see to you and will feed you all soon. There are extra living quarters inside the ship.
At the mention of the ship, Jennifer's gaze drifted upward. The barra-glass pyramid spaceship which loomed over them was utterly enormous, its structure both sleek and incomprehensible. She glimpsed through the walls at the interior layout. Different chambers, barra-glass furnishings, sleeping quarters, control stations. The Golden Woman shook her head in disbelief.
I've worked on military-grade ships. Nothing compares to this.
The silvery purple woman with silver eyes muttered.
The hull alone. How does it even function?
The scientists remained silent, simply watching their reactions. The Eagle hybrid's voice echoed off the barra-glass walls.
How long are we supposed to be down here? A day? A week? A month? We need that damn time key, and we need it now.
No one had been expecting this sudden outburst. Quentin, who had been leaning against one of the barra-glass pillars, straightened and tensed, suddenly alert.
The cosmic spider already told us to wait. He will bring it to us.
The Eagle hybrid's wings flared in agitation.
That's not good enough.
His voice rose, sharp and raw.
I hate waiting. Do any of you understand what's just happened? My whole family is dead.
A thick silence fell over the group. Then Anna exploded.
Do you think you're the only one who lost everything?
She whirled on him, her bright red curls shaking.
I watched my entire family die. Do you hear me, Chairman Vrokala? Every single one of them.
Her voice cracked, but she didn't stop. She pointed at Quentin.
Quentin's family, 6 children, gone.
I don't have a family. I was an orphan.
Maria said.
I know what it's like to lose a loved one, though. By the time my mother finally died, when I was 12, it felt as if I had already lost her 7 years before, after a virus made her so brain dead and paralyzed that she relied on a life support machine.
Falken curled an arm around her.
I helped the Tsar's military assassinate my own father. He was a terrorist leader and I hated him, but that doesn't mean I don't feel grief and guilt.
Anna's breathing was ragged, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. The Eagle hybrid's mouth opened, but no words came out. Anna's shoulders shook violently.
I understand how much pain you're in. But you need to start looking around you, David. You're not the only one suffering. Stop building up these walls, stop pushing people away, and start giving a damn about someone other than yourself.
David's chest heaved and his jaw was tight. His rage had nowhere to go.
Chapter 26. Simulated Waters.
Saffron 1 drifted on her back, staring up at the fall sky. It was a warm, painted blue, the light from an artificial sun shimmering off the soft waves around her. A gentle breeze played with her hair, and the scent of salt lingered in the air. Lyria giggled beside her, splashing water over her bare legs. The little girl's face was alight with joy, her dark hair sticking to her forehead. She kicked her feet, sending ripples across the lagoon of the VR suite, giggling in delight as the unseen glided disc beneath them worked in sync with the VR data globe surrounding them to make the heavenly and place as real as any other. The glided disc beneath them kept their bodies weightless over the surface. In reality, they were inside a chamber aboard the Nebula Strider, but it was easy to forget. The water felt real, warm against her skin, the illusion nearly perfect.
I love this, Mommy,
Lyria said, turning onto her stomach to paddle toward her.
I love that you're really you again.
Saffron 1 smiled, stretching her red limbs in the water, her long earlobes floating on the current. Thrix had been kind to her. The new Bakud clone of the true body she had been born with felt more like home than the borrowed tlishwa she had been wearing. She had been a Bakud from birth, a red-skinned warrior with sharp reflexes, enhanced musculature, and a mind built for strategy. Now she had her true form again, untouched by cybernetic modifications. Lyria grinned and spun in the water,
Mommy, I want to tell you about the game I've been playing.
Saffron 1 adjusted her floating posture. She was exhausted in ways she couldn't put into words, but she nodded. Go on, baby. Lyria launched into a rapid-fire monologue about pixelated soldiers, energy shields, and a heroic character named Draxon the Brave. She was in love with the story and adventure, and her voice rose with excitement as she described the final battle against the Shadowborn, who wanted to erase all the timelines and start over. Saffron 1 let her talk, nodding and murmuring responses, but her mind kept drifting, wondering how Quentin was doing and whether they were all just characters in their own cosmic game. The last time she had felt the hive mind was when they returned for that one day and one night and got together in the spaceship bar. They had been a single network of thoughts, emotions, and purpose, and when one felt ecstasy, they all did. But the hive mind was gone. The moment Thrix severed their connection, they had become individuals. Were they out there, fighting for survival on Polymnia? Was Quentin? Were they dead? The thought made her feel heavier, despite the simulated water beneath keeping her afloat. What if Quentin and the others succeeded, but it didn't turn out as they all hoped? Would she still be here, floating in this lagoon with Lyria? Would she still be Lyria's mother? Or would time snap back into place, rewriting everything? Would she be back in the underworld of Eret's dominion, a nameless Bakut assassin, with no connection to the child she had sworn to protect? Lyria splashed her again, giggling.
Mommy, you're not listening.
Saffron blinked. She forced a smile. Of course I am. Draxon the Brave. He fights the Shadowborn, right? Lyria nodded eagerly.
Yes, and he says, even if I forget, the world will remember.
Saffron swallowed hard and pulled Lyria into a bear hug. The child squeaked in surprise but hugged her back, unaware of the storm in Saffron's mind. A beep echoed through the VR suite. Saffron 1 lifted her head, recognizing the sound. A summons from Thrix. Lyria frowned.
Do we have to go?
Saffron 1 kissed her forehead. Just me, baby. You get to stay and have fun. As if on cue, Saffron heard the baraglass wall zip open. She swiped the data globe remote pendant, and the lake disappeared, replaced with white walls. They floated gently down, with their feet on the glidodisc, and Saffron smiled at the Nebula Strider's doctors in casual athletic gear.
Lyria,
1 said.
Would you like to come to the gymnasium? We're setting up an airball match.
Lyria's eyes lit up.
Really?
Really. We need a sharp little player like you.
Lyria turned to Saffron, bouncing on her feet.
Can I, Mommy?
Saffron nodded, even as worry curled in her stomach. Of course. Just remember the rules, okay? Stay with the doctors. And if anything feels wrong, call me.
I will.
Lyria promised, already running to the women and hugging them. Saffron followed the signs to Thrix's lab through the corridors of the Nebula Strider. Although she'd been before, it was such a big warship and easy to get lost. She didn't know why Thrix had called her, but she had learned that when Thrix needed something, it was usually important. The laboratory partitioning melted open as she walked through, and then it melded back together behind her. Thrix stamped on the floor.
Cozy seat.
Baraglass arose from the floor like a giant transparent water balloon and solidified when Saffron lowered her backside into it. Thrix remained standing, scanning multiple floating data globes. She barely glanced at Saffron. Saffron folded her arms. What's going on? Thrix adjusted the data globe floating near her shoulder.
A Skywater Shifter, who calls herself Color, possessed me.
What?
She wanted to discuss what Quentin should do once he found the time key.
She knows Quentin? Is he okay? She clasped her hands under her chin.
Apparently Quentin and his comrades are in a safe place. They have allies with a secret underground colony of Bara 2 scientists.
Her chair gave way, allowing her to flop back in it, relieved.
Kala suggests they go back 60 years to prepare for the time that they will enter to assassinate Major Donkora. They will get amnesia and need to reverse it with Bara 2 technology.
Saffron frowned. Wait. Who is this Kala? And what do you mean by amnesia? And did they even find the key yet? Thrix finally looked at her, arching an eyebrow.
No, they haven't found the key. That's still a problem. But the amnesia issue is just as critical. If Quentin, Anna, and Maria travel back 40 years into the past to assassinate Major Donkora, they'll be in a time where they were just children. That means they'll lose all their memories. They won't even remember who they are.
Saffron's gaze flitted around the room, and she straightened again in her chair. But the Saffrons hadn't been born yet, and neither had the two engineers, Renara and Inya.
They'll retain their memories,
Thrix said. So, can't one of the younger ones tell them what to do?
If someone who wasn't born yet back then reminds them of their mission, they can still carry it out. But it's risky. If they can't be convinced or guided properly, the mission fails.
Saffron ran a hand over her face. That's insane. Why would Anna and Quentin even agree to this? Once time is changed, won't they just exist again anyway? The new timeline should fix everything, right? Thrix shook her head.
No. Even after time is changed, they will still exist as they are now. But everyone else won't, because they never went through a pyramid's portal. The moment they stepped through, they became time travelers. That means they are outside of the changes they make.
Saffron closed her eyes for a long moment. Saffron thought about Lyria playing airball with the doctors, giggling. Then she thought about an amnesic Quentin, lost somewhere in time, fighting for a future that might erase everything they knew. Her head hurt just trying to keep up. You're telling me a Skywater Shifter invaded your mind? How does this Kala know Quentin? Does she have a key? I thought no one could Skywater shift until it's found.
She has no key. She lives outside the Alliance.
Outside the Alliance? Saffron interrupted. There's life outside?
Yes, and...
But Euphorion citizens can't even get past the boundaries and...
Skywater Shifters can.
How does someone outside the Seven Systems know Quentin? Thrix heaved a sigh.
Have you heard of an SS agent called Anna?
She was a famous SSS agent in that LSS division. Thrix nodded.
The Skywater Shifter who visited me, Kala, is an old friend of Anna's, a satsang sky person.
Saffron bolted to her feet. Her voice shook in disbelief, but they're creatures from legends.
They were real, and Anna, as a time traveler, knew them well and lived with them 1,000,000 years ago after she escaped her slaver.
What the hell? Her skin tingled with discomfort. She'd seen Quentin's mind, but never Anna's. This was crazier than ever.
The satsang, Kala, wants to help Anna. She suggested that when they get the key, they go back 60 years into the past to meet me.
Thrix tapped at a data globe and didn't look up. Saffron frowned. And?
There's a problem. I'm 55 years old,
Thrix said dryly.
I wasn't even born 60 years ago.
Saffron stared at her. Well, that's inconvenient. All right, so what now? If you weren't alive back then who the hell is left to help? Thrix leaned against the console, folding her arms.
They need to use a transluminal neuroimprint cascade and neural transfer pod to give the older ones their memories back. There's an alternative.
I'm listening. Thrix gestured to a hologram where a rotating Baranese genetic model flickered.
They could go back and visit a group of Bara 2 scientists who already know about time travel and Skywater shifting.
Saffron blinked. That's actually smart. Thrix shrugged.
It's our best shot. Some Bara 2 scientists knew about this tech even before the nuclear war on Hukyoshugon. If we find the right ones, we could prepare them in advance to help in the future.
Saffron leaned forward. And you know which ones those are? Thrix's expression darkened.
No.
Saffron frowned. What? Thrix ran a hand through her thin white locks.
I have no idea which Bara 2 scientists knew about time travel. That information was, and still is, deeply classified.
Saffron exhaled sharply. So what? They just have to time travel back and start asking around? Thrix's eyes gleamed.
That's exactly what they have to do.
Saffron shook her head. This is insane. Thrix continued, unfazed.
They need to find the Bara 2 scientists who knew about Skywater shifting. Convince them they really are from the future. Prove it. It's not hard to find things when you're a Skywater shifter. You only need to make your intention.
Saffron sighed. But how the hell are they supposed to prove they're from the future and prove a virus wiped out the 7 systems?
They bring something tangible that couldn't possibly exist yet,
Thrix said.
Technology from our time. Information on historical events that haven't happened yet. Something so undeniable that even the most skeptical scientist will have no choice but to believe them.
Saffron rubbed her forehead. Right. Okay. So they find these Bara 2 scientists, convince them, and get them to meet them before the nuclear war so they can repair their memories before they set out to assassinate Donkora?
Exactly.
And what if that scientist dies before the nuclear war? Thrix hesitated.
That's another problem.
Saffron groaned. Of course it is. Then Saffron's eyes widened. Unless the young ones are sent to check how long the scientist lives for.
True. You Saffrons and those engineers are only in your 20s, aren't you?
Yes. We were born after the nukes. Thrix's gaze sharpened.
Let's say they don't just tell one scientist. They warn an entire group. A team. Enough people that at least one of them will live long enough to follow through.
It's more risky. People can be greedy. Thrix rubbed her pointed chin.
Quentin and his friends will need to do their research.
So this assassination job won't be simple.
I'm afraid not.
We could be living on this ship a long time, never knowing when it will all vanish and we'll be forced unknowingly into different lives.
Yes, but let's not get into that. Fancy a drink?
Thrix asked.
I suddenly have the taste for gin.
Good idea, Saffron agreed.
Chapter 27. Help at Hand.
Jennifer and the others stepped through the massive entrance of the barglass spaceship. Although her feet were bare, the smooth and transparent flooring felt warm and soft underfoot. That was strange since the surface was hard and shiny, so how could it feel as if she was walking on padded velvet? The interior was open and layered with transparent partitions forming chambers. Holographic displays hovered midair, flickering between charts, symbols, and complex equations. Glowing interfaces pulsed with information. Some controls were directly embedded into the walls, the intelligent barglass itself reacting to their presence. This ship wasn't just a vessel. It was alive, its surfaces interfacing with the minds and movements of those inside. Jennifer knew how good Bara 2 technology was, otherwise Polymnia wouldn't have trading agreements with the bug-eyed people from that orange sun system. As they walked deeper, they met more Bara 2 scientists, all of them albino with large black eyes. The scientists varied in age. Some were young, others older and worn, dressed in silver jumpsuits. One of the leading scientists, a woman with long white braids wrapped around her head, gestured at the newcomers as they passed different corridors.
These are the survivors from the apocalypse and the people who occupy those bioshells we created upstairs. They have seen the destruction of the virus and they may stay with us for a time.
Most of the scientists nodded in quiet acknowledgement, their expressions ranging from curiosity to concern. A few whispered amongst themselves, clearly surprised by the outsiders. But one man stiffened as they approached. The moment he laid eyes on Jennifer and the others, his mouth twisted into a sneer.
They don't belong here.
The other scientists exchanged uncertain glances.
Do you have any idea what it means to bring outsiders into this place? They are not Berenice. They were not chosen.
The scientist with the braided hair replied,
Because they need to be here.
The man's glare swept over the group.
You think that justifies exposing them to classified technology?
He gestured angrily toward the floating holographic constructs and the intelligence ship around them.
We have spent a century safeguarding this place, and now you're going to risk everything.
The virus has hit Polymnia, Dr. Viz.
The braided scientist said.
And we know it kills our kind because most of the population on Bara 1 is dead.
There was a collective gasp, and Maria dry heaved. Even the stubborn faces of the Saffrons crumpled. Quentin and Falken exchanged wide-eyed stares. Dr. Viz turned to the scientists, raising his voice.
A meeting needs to be held, immediately. Everyone must understand exactly why they are here, and we must decide what happens next.
The scientist in charge sighed.
Very well, we will hold a meeting.
He glanced at Quentin.
You will explain yourselves and tell them everything. They won't believe you, but what else can we do?
The Bubo King hooted sharply, his golden eyes locking onto the hostile Bara 2 scientist. His ruff of feathers fluffed up, but instead of replying in words, he let his data globe levitate above his massive owl-like head. The small orb hummed as it interpreted his barks, hoots, and squeaks, translating them into a deep, measured voice.
Look at the state of us. We've been through hell and back. At least let us get clean and have something to eat before this meeting.
A murmur spread through the gathered scientists. Some nodded, casting glances at the mud-covered and travel-worn newcomers. Jennifer felt the weight of fatigue settle over her. Dr. Viz's expression darkened, but there was no denying the obvious truth in the Bubo King's words. He tapped the side of his temple and a holographic clock flickered to life in the air beside him.
Fine. You get 10 ticks of the clock. Then you will all report to conference room 10, where the community.
He spat the word like an insult.
And our uninvited visitors will be present.
Jennifer exhaled, barely realizing she had been holding her breath. The Bubo King hooted again, this time a softer sound.
That one has an impressive stick up his bottom.
Sharshuvu snorted, and even Quentin let out a small, tired chuckle. Maria rolled her shoulders and muttered,
10 ticks, better than nothing. Where do we wash?
The scientist with the braided hair gestured down a corridor.
Follow me.
Jennifer blinked hard, trying to stay upright, but the world spun around her. Her vision blurred at the edges, and a strange pressure built behind her eyes, as though her own mind was detaching from her body. The voices of the others faded in and out, distant and distorted. A cold sweat broke out across her back, soaking the fabric of her tunic. Her limbs trembled, her stomach twisted with nausea. She had gone too long without food, water, or rest. Too many days in chains. Too much pain. Her knees buckled. The last thing she saw was the smooth, gleaming barglass floor rushing up to meet her. At least it felt soft when she fell.
Javier drifted above the rolling hills of Harthram, his spirit untethered from his body, which remained in meditation at the canyon in the Sonora Peaks. It was windy this morning, and below, in the dawn's light, the forest swayed in slow waves. He had to find the keys. He made his intention clear. Nothing happened. He focused harder, extending his awareness, scanning for any ripple, any whisper of their presence on Polymnia. But the world below gave him nothing. That meant someone had conjured magic, so even water wayfarers could not locate the keys. Someone had cast a concealment spell. It was a powerful one that blocked the keys from sight and detection. Javier hovered in place as the wind blew through him. Someone had gone to great lengths to ensure that no one, not even an entity like him, could find the keys. If only Javier knew the location of a key, he could force it into visibility, even if a time traveler had hidden it. He would close his eyes, picture the key in his mind, then draw in a deep breath, filling his lungs to capacity. He would hold it, waiting, pushing past the urge to exhale. And when he could hold it no longer, the key would appear. He would have to try something else. Javier pulled away from Harthram's hills. He needed information, and there was only one place to get it. He corkscrewed around and willed himself downward again. The land blurred beneath him, fading into a streak of dark and light as he sank through the layers of Polymnia's crust, ascending toward the hidden cavern where Anna and the others had gone. The Bara 2 spaceship was a marvel. Its barraglass shimmered in the orange light of the glow balls. An invisible force pulled him at his will into a round hall with a central stage and barraglass seating in horseshoes. Remaining invisible, Javier hovered, taking in the crowd of Baranese scientists, whose skin and hair reflected the orange light. At the front, behind a long barraglass table, Anna and her friends sat. Their postures were tense, and they faced a cluster of furious scientists. One scientist slammed a flat metal device against the table. His voice rang sharply with contempt.
This is madness. Time travel? Portals? You're all delusional. How can you possibly stand here and claim that such things exist? That you, unwanted intruders, could somehow change time?
Murmurs of agreement rippled through a portion of the scientists. Others shifted uncomfortably, glancing between the angry voices and Anna's face. An older woman with high cheekbones and eyes that seemed even blacker than the rest steepled her fingers under her chin.
You are asking us to abandon reason, to abandon everything we know about physics and temporal mechanics.
She shook her head.
Time travel is impossible. Portals do not exist.
The kind scientist who had welcomed them at the vault and ordered other Bara 2 scientists to store their hoverfish. The woman who had escorted them to the secret colony stood near Anna's group.
But what if it is possible?
She yelled.
What if they're telling the truth? What if the history we think we know is only one version of what could have been?
The room erupted.
The envoy of the Baranese Intelligence Directorate says time travel is real,
she insisted loudly. Some scientists scoffed, others shouted. A few remained silent, observing. Javier drifted closer. If the Baranese were this divided, then the mission was already in trouble. If they couldn't convince the right people, there would be no support. Anna and her friends needed somewhere safe to stay while he searched for the key. It wasn't safe above ground anymore. He'd heard scientists discuss how the virus had reached Polymnia while they'd accessed the vault. If those Bara 2 scientists against them being there were to throw them out, he might have to conjure a safe place in isolation against viruses for them to stay in. But that would mean he'd have to meditate for a very long time without food, drink, or rest. Anna's curly red hair was wild, and her pale face looked as orange as the albino scientists. Her jaw was set with determination as she held her ground. The freckles on her skin, the way she held herself. It hadn't changed. Neither had the way his chest tightened at the sight of her. It was foolish. It had been nearly 2 decades. He had sworn to never see her again after Darwin had told him she'd married his father. It had wrecked him. He'd dreamed up this romantic fantasy about them getting together, yet she'd never even known who he truly was or that he had such strong feelings for her. But none of that mattered now, because as he watched her and felt the magic of her electric field, he knew he still loved her. He swallowed the ache inside him, pushing it down deep where it wouldn't surface. It didn't matter that she had aged and thickened around the waist. It didn't matter that her forehead had permanent wrinkles, even when she didn't frown. He still felt something powerful. She couldn't know he was here. She couldn't know he was the one who freed Jennifer and Zovakar. She couldn't know he had promised to find the amethyst star key for them. He had stayed hidden for a reason. Instead of reaching into Anna's consciousness, he searched for the petite brown-skinned woman who walked about topless. She wasn't there, so he made his intention to find her. He appeared in the spaceship, where she lay on a floating media deck with a drip and a medical orb shield around her. She looked better than before, though. She looked hydrated and more alert. There were kind ones here, too. Javier floated toward her, extending his voice in thought. Jennifer. Her breath hitched. Don't speak out loud, I'm Cosmic Spider. Her expression hardened slightly, but she remained still. I need to know where the keys are. Intention isn't enough to find them. Someone has hidden them from all detection. Do you know where they are?
Yes, I know where the keys are.
His body at the river relaxed at the shoulders, but with a hopeful heart, he forgot the special breathing pattern for waterway faring. The river splashed around him, and the scent of pine returned to his senses. He forced his breathing sequence again, relaxed his limbs and spine, and returned to her mind. Where?
The Cat Queen told me. The keys are at Heaven's Island.
The name meant nothing to him. Heaven's Island?
It's a volcanic plateau so high that even though it's in a tropical country, it's cold and damp up there.
She paused.
They grow cabbages and strawberries at that altitude. That's what Sharshivu told me.
Jennifer's next words struck him deeper.
There is a pyramid there too, an ancient satsang pyramid.
His muscles went numb.
But the paragons of Vulesha believe those pyramids are theirs.
Jennifer continued.
They claim them as their own, but it is indeed a time portal.
A silence settled between them. A satsang time portal, millions of years old, built by the Sky People. There was one at the Sonora Peaks in Mexico too, but he'd never set foot inside. Even with grandfather's time key, he dared not to. Had the satsang Sky People lived all over the multiverse? Because the pyramids were certainly located all over it. His mind reached further into Jennifer's. How big is Heaven's Island?
Easily 50 miles across, perhaps 200 miles wide.
Back at the river, his neck stiffened, and he forced it to relax again.
And it's dangerous,
she continued.
Sometimes poisonous gas rises from the volcanic vents and poisons entire villages. It stinks of sulfur.
He had been hoping for something simpler. How am I going to find them? Jennifer paused, thoughtful.
Maybe it would help to spy on the United Wheel of Polymnia. The Cat Queen said she'd forced Corleen to hide the keys there and that we would never find them because they were invisible.
The ninja crow with a sheath of daggers? He asked.
You knew her?
I met her once. He confessed. Javier considered going to the United Wheel. I'm going to go now.
Okay, good luck and thank you.
He had to see Anna again to watch her from afar, but when he returned to the meeting, the scientists were still arguing loudly. Some, their orange-lit faces tight with tension, shouted over one another, furious that these outsiders had seen their cloning technology, their hidden vault, and their secret spaceship.
They could be spies.
One bellowed.
They've seen too much.
Or they could be telling the truth.
Another screamed back.
The envoy of the Burmese Intelligence Directorate confirmed that time portals are real.
This is madness. We should have never let them in.
We need to protect our people, our technology. They'll bring war to our colony.
Javier didn't trust these people. His body was still in the canyon. He must have been gone for hours. Tath and Juanita would be wondering about him. With a final glance at the chaos, he pulled his spirit away, threading his consciousness back across the stars, through the unseen currents that bound all things. He was home.
Chapter 28. Disaster. Quentin sat at the long barraglass table, his fingers pressed so tightly against the surface that his knuckles turned white. The underground conference hall felt too hot, too cramped. Despite the vibration of ventilation shafts, the air reeked of sweat and fear. The scientists had been arguing for hours. Some demanded proof of time travel. Others scoffed at the idea entirely. Some believed them, but only as far as their technology could stretch. That the cloning, the bioshells, the quantum displacement field could allow for deep stasis, but not true travel through time. Then there were the skeptics. A faction of them had been glaring at Quentin and his group since they had arrived, whispering among themselves, their black eyes twinkling under orange lights. They distrusted him and his team. A nervous voice crackled over the intercom.
The virus has broken out in the lower labs. The lockdown has failed. Infected scientists are dying.
For a moment, there was nothing. No sound. No movement. Then, screaming, scientists sprang to their feet, knocking over chairs, shoving past one another. Some bolted toward the doors in a blind panic. Others stood frozen, hands shaking, their eyes locked on one another, as if waiting for someone to make sense of the nightmare. Quentin's legs tensed. He'd seen panic before. He knew what was coming next. Someone hurled the first accusation across the room.
This is your fault.
His pulse slammed against his ribs.
They brought the virus here.
They've doomed us all.
The same group of scientists who had distrusted them from the start turned in unison, their eyes narrowing, and their gazes locked onto Saffron 1 and the other clones. A woman, one of the older scientists, white hair cropped short, a deep scar running across her cheek, reached for her belt. She pulled out a plasma machete. Cold hit Quentin's core as chills swept through him. No. The blade ignited, hissing with energy. It glowed bright yellow and pulsed against the air. She pointed the weapon at Renara and the 3 Saffron clones. Her face twisted with rage.
You hacked into our system. You brought your infected minds into our network.
A Saffron stumbled back.
That's not true.
But the woman was already swinging. The blade sliced through the air. The clones, no longer cyborgs, never had time to react. Not even with mutated genes for warrior strength. One clean strike. 4 heads hit the floor. Their bodies collapsed seconds later. A wet, sickening sound. Quentin staggered back, bile rising in his throat. His ears rang, a strange, distant buzzing noise drowning out the fresh screams. He had fought in wars. He had seen death. But this was butchery. Inya let out a sharp, choked sob, her hands clasped over her mouth. She stood rooted to the spot, unable to tear her gaze away from the bodies of her best friend and the Saffrons.
Run!
Someone hollered. Plasma bolts fired. A red-hot streak of energy tore past Quentin's head, scorching the wall behind him. The female scientist who had been helping them grabbed his arm, yanking him toward the doors.
This way. Hurry.
Quentin moved on instinct. He snatched Inya's wrist, dragging her forward. Maria and Falken followed close behind, but Quentin barely saw them. His focus was on the exits and dodging the plasma bolts streaking through the air. The Bubo King, Shar Shuvu, and Chairman Vrokala scrambled behind them, the latter panting heavily, barely keeping up. Another bolt struck the floor inches from Quentin's foot. A scientist was raising a plasma pistol, his black eyes gleaming with cold certainty. Falken reacted first, in a blur. He dodged left, twisting his body at the last second. His foot slammed into the scientist's wrist, sending the pistol clattering to the ground. Before the scientist could react, Maria was there. She grabbed the weapon and fired. The scientist disintegrated. Another shot rang out, roaring as it burned the air. Falken stiffened. A hole appeared. A perfect, burned-through wound centered on Falken's chest. Maria's scream split the air. Falken's mouth opened, but no sound came. His body swayed. His gaze flickered to Maria and then Quentin. Falken's body shattered into dust. Maria collapsed to her knees, her hands scrabbling against the floor, reaching for nothing.
No.
Quentin grabbed Maria's arm and yanked her up. She was shaking. But she ran. At a hidden elevator shaft, the scientist woman waited.
Go.
No, Quentin said. Jenifgar and Zovikar. Let me get them.
Everyone else, then go. Wait for us in the hangar. Your hoverfish are there. I'll fetch the eagle, and Quentin can get Jenifgar out.
Maria was still shaking, still breathing too fast. Then she saw the scientist who'd shot Falken. He was still holding his plasma pistol, still alive. His expression was blank, as if he hadn't just erased a life. With a wild, grief-fueled scream, Maria lunged forward. The man staggered back, but she was too fast. Her hands closed around his wrist, twisting hard. The plasma pistol slipped from his grasp, clattering to the floor. Maria snatched it up. She didn't hesitate, didn't blink, didn't breathe. She turned the weapon on him and fired. a flash of white-hot plasma. The man ceased to exist. Maria's chest heaved, her hands shaking as the gun slipped from her fingers, hitting the floor with a hollow clatter. She didn't even seem to notice as Quentin grabbed her by the arm and pulled her into the elevator with the others. The doors slammed shut, and the scientist said,
Quick, get your friend from the 7th floor of the spaceship. I'll get her eagle.
Quentin sprinted through the upper corridors of the pyramid spaceship, breathing raggedly. He had no weapons, no plan, just his own fists and the desperate need to save Jennifer. He arrived at the medical bay on the 7th floor, after sprinting up glass steps 2 at a time. Here, the pyramid's architecture curved into a perfect glass-walled infirmary. Jennifer lay on a levitating hospital bed, barely conscious. Quentin didn't have time for gentleness. He bashed a palm on the bare glass, begging to get inside. A doctor, one of the neutral ones, looked up in alarm and swiped a hand through the air, so a partitioning opened for him.
What are you doing?
Taking her. The doctor hesitated, but then nodded.
We'll do it fast. I heard the latest.
Quentin scooped Jennifer into his arms. She was so light. She stirred weakly, blinking up at him.
What?
I've got you, he murmured. He had to move fast. The infirmary bare glass partitioning slid open again, revealing the chaos outside. The corridors of the pyramid spaceship were blazing with emergency lights, pulsing in sharp bursts of amber and red. A shrill alarm rang through the ship, a voice echoing warnings in a language he didn't understand. As he sprinted, Jennifer's body was feather-light against his chest. The glass stairs curved downward in long arcs, merging seamlessly into the ship's alien design. He took them 2, sometimes 3 steps at a time, the soles of his feet slapping against the translucent surface. On the 5th level, scientists poured into the corridors, their pristine silver and white bodysuits streaked with sweat and fear. Some had data globes stretched around their face, heads, or eyes, scanning them frantically, data flashing. Others hurried in clusters, whispering urgently, as though any wrong step could seal their fate. Quentin's muscles burned. Move. Faster. On the 3rd level, a pair of scientists staggered past him, a woman holding a man up by the shoulders. His face was covered in boils, his breath rasping and shallow. Their eyes locked onto Quentin. Their gazes dropped to Jennifer. Fear flickered through them. A silent question.
Is she sick?
Quentin shook his head, pressing Jennifer closer to his chest, and tore his gaze away. He couldn't stop. The ship's base opened into the enormous cavern, and its once clear floors were now littered with scattered equipment. A dozen more scientists were hurrying down them, heading for another corridor on the far end. Some glanced over their shoulders, their faces drawn tight with fear. Quentin forced himself down the last flight of steps, Jennifer's weak breaths hot against his chest. The scientist who had helped them from the beginning stood near the hidden elevator shaft, wringing her hands. Quentin's gut clenched. What happened? She swallowed hard.
Zovakar is dead.
Quentin felt Jennifer go rigid in his arms. Her fingers clutched his shirt, knuckles white.
No.
Her body quaked, and when the sobs tore from her throat, they were jagged. The scientist wiped at her face, her own black eyes rimmed red.
Elevator. Hurry.
Quentin didn't wait. He adjusted his grip on Jennifer and stepped inside. The doors hissed shut, sealing them away from the chaos. In the hangar, Maria kneeled on the floor, still shaking from grief. The Eagle Man took her by the elbow and led her into a hoverfish. Shar Shuvu, with tears still fresh on her face, pulled at Jennifer's hand.
Come with me and Papa.
Quentin lowered the petite woman onto the floor and let Shar Shuvu drag her away and into another vehicle. The Bubo King followed. Quentin forced himself to take steady breaths as he climbed into the hoverfish. His muscles burned from the tension, from the flight through the corridors, and from carrying Jennifer's trembling body through chaos, only to let her go. He had wanted her to ride with him and keep her close, but she had gone with Shar Shuvu instead, curled against the Bubo King, the only people she trusted enough to let witness her breaking apart. There was no time to dwell on it. He settled into the pilot's seat. Inya climbed in beside him, her movements wooden and mechanical, as if the horror of what had just happened had disconnected her from reality. She hadn't spoken a word since the conference room. Her hands trembled in her lap. Quentin could still see the moment it happened. Her best friend, Renara, falling alongside the saffrons, their heads hitting the floor in unison like discarded dolls. She had been right there. Close enough to feel the heat of the plasma blade, close enough that if the scientist had swung differently, she would have been next. Quentin swallowed hard and turned toward the scientist who had guided them here, their last remaining ally on this godforsaken planet. Her fingers tapped and pulled swiftly over the hoverfish's hollow interface, sending out silent commands. A moment later, the other two hoverfish hummed to life, their controls syncing with Quentin's vehicle. With a quiet whir, the hidden hangar doors began to part, revealing a passage carved into the rock. The walls were lined with bare glass which pulsated softly with glyphs as if reacting to the movement of the crafts. Beyond the threshold, the night was dark and vast, distant ridges barely visible beneath the faint glow of Polymnia's triple moons. Quentin gripped the controls as the hoverfish lifted, their anti-gravity fields distorting the air around them. The other two rose alongside them, ghost-like in their silent ascent. Chapter 29. Tath and Juanita's permission.
Javier didn't take his body back home, only his astral form. His log cabin on the mountain stood nestled beneath the night sky. The familiar scent and warmth of the wood stove made him grateful for his home and lovers. Inside, Tath and Juanita were curled on the couch, snuggled beneath knitted blankets, steaming mugs of cocoa in their hands. He had picked up Juanita when he'd gone on holiday in Bali with Tath, not long after getting help from water wayfarers in another dimension to bring Tath and her parents back from a planet called Ochre. Despite being from a different universe, Tath looked like a girl from the Mediterranean, with her olive skin and thick brown hair. She could even pass as a Mexican. The TV flickered, casting a warm glow across their faces. For a moment, Javier simply watched them. Juanita's shiny black hair fell over her shoulder as she shifted slightly, resting against Tath. Tath's petite frame was tucked close, her large, dark eyes flicking to the screen. They were content. They were safe. Then, as if sensing him, Juanita's gaze lifted to where he stood.
Have E.
She grinned.
You're checking in.
Tath turned, tilting her head slightly.
Worried about your body at the river?
Javier appeared and nodded. And about both of you? Tath scoffed.
We're fine.
Juanita stretched, shifting the blanket around her shoulders.
It's 10 o'clock. We weren't expecting you back tonight.
Stay out there and finish what you need to do.
Tath added.
It's better if you just find the star key for your friends as soon as possible.
But take care of yourself, too.
Juanita said gently.
Don't start thinking you're invincible.
Javier felt the warmth of their concern settling in his heart. I'll be careful, he promised. Tath waved a dismissive hand.
Good. Now let us watch our show.
Javier chuckled softly before pulling himself away. Back to Polymnia, back to the mission. In the data vaults at the United Wheel of Polymnia, Javier's consciousness slipped between layers of encrypted barriers. The tech was totally new to him. Organic and inorganic tech were together, with data flowing through it. Everything changed and moved, like it had a life of its own. It wasn't just code, it was growing, evolving, reacting. The Bara 2 scientists had built this. They had sold it at a price so high a ruler could only afford it, the Cat Queen of Polymnia. Javier sifted through memory-encoded filaments, holographic pulses, and information lattices suspended in artificial proteins. It was less like reading a file and more like walking through a reshaping maze, where the walls breathed and the floors rewrote themselves underfoot. He needed help. There was only one person he knew who understood this kind of tech. His friend was a scientist on Laron Moon. The man had told him about the fusion of matter and mind, the future where data could self-replicate like cells, the thin line between a machine and a living organism. If anyone could decipher this, it was him. Javier made his intention to find his friend on Laron, but he found nothing. That meant he had died. Laron Moon was a place of scientists, engineers, thinkers, place where knowledge was protected. If his friend was gone, the virus had taken him. At the United Wheel of Polymnia, he moved like a whisper. The Cat Queen's mind stretched around him like a vast and quiet jungle. A kingdom of thought. He settled within it, careful. Silent as a mouse, he waited. If the answers weren't in the files, then the Cat Queen herself might be the only one left who knew the truth. Javier listened inside her mind. But it was useless. Anxious thoughts looped in her mind, cycling through the same concerns. The Crolene bioshells, the mystery of where they were made, and the spreading virus. None of it helped him. If she knew where the keys were, it wasn't in her conscious thoughts. He floated out of her aura and slinked through the palace corridors. It was all made of diamond, and the reflections of lanterns tricked him like a hall of mirrors. Javier floated over the canyon and found dungeons carved into the rock on both sides. He found a lone guard patrolling the outskirts near the caves beside the gorge. Javier possessed him, ignoring the panicked guard's voice in his mind. He walked back toward the other guards and adjusted his stance. A little less fluid, a little more rigid, like a soldier. The moment he joined them, one of them grunted in greeting. Javier smirked, slapping one on the back. Some mess, huh? First bioshells, and now they're talking about time portals. What's next? The guards frowned, looking at him strangely. One tilted his head.
Don't you remember?
Javier froze internally, but he forced a casual chuckle. Remember what? The second guard scoffed.
The strange, ugly people.
Javier's pulse jumped. Ugly people? The guard continued, rubbing his face.
And the enormous dragon in the sky. The one that forced the Phoenix Royal Guard back while those little short, ugly people streamed into the Amethyst Pyramid.
Javier's hands stayed loose at his sides, but his mind raced. The Amethyst Pyramid. The guards were still talking.
They just vanished.
Another muttered.
Into the ultraviolet light.
Javier forced out a loud laugh, shaking his head as if it were all ridiculous. I'm only kidding. Of course I remember. Who could forget something like that? The tension eased. The guards chuckled, shaking their heads.
You had us there. Of course portals and time travel are true.
Javier grinned, keeping up the act, but he saw it. A glance, a flicker of hesitation, a shift in their posture. They weren't convinced. His stomach tightened, but he kept his expression loose and natural.
Sees him. He's a spy.
The shout came like a whip crack. Before Javier could exit the body he'd possessed, a heavy blow smashed into the side of his skull. The world flashed white, and then darkness. Cold water lapped at his skin. Javier gasped awake, blood streaming from his forehead, his body sprawled across the flat stone at the canyon's edge. Tath and Juanita were kneeling in the shallow water beside him, shaking him, their faces streaked with tears and panic.
Javi, wake up, please.
Juanita sobbed. Tath's hands pressed against his chest, desperate, trembling.
We thought we lost you. You weren't breathing.
Javier groaned, forcing his vision into focus. The night sky swirled above, blurred with streaks of starlight. His skull throbbed where he had been struck. It took him a moment to separate memory from reality. Juanita's hands cupped his face, her thumbs wiping at the blood on his temple.
It's too dangerous,
she whispered.
Javi, you can't keep doing this.
Tath nodded.
Did you even find the key?
Javier swallowed. His throat was raw, nowhere near it. Tath shook her head.
Then stop. Give up.
Javier closed his eyes for a moment. Not give up the mission, he murmured, voice heavy. But give up on finding a key on Polymnia. Juanita and Tath exchanged worried looks. Juanita touched his arm.
Then where?
Javier pushed himself upright, the night air cool against his wounds. He peered at each in turn. I need a key from another world. Tath frowned.
That's still dangerous,
Juanita said.
If you're going to do that, at least find one within the Euphorion Alliance.
Javier shook his head. No, that won't work.
Why not?
Juanita asked. He looked between them, his mind piecing together what he already knew. All the keys in the Euphorion Alliance were collected and hidden from water wayfarers. Javier wiped the blood from his forehead. I have to find a key from outside the Euphorion Alliance. It's the only way. If I'm going to bring the key back, I'll have to shapeshift. The women stared at him.
Into what?
Juanita asked. A spaceship or a space dragon? Javier nodded. Whichever can survive the journey. Juanita scrubbed a palm over her furrowed brow.
If you're doing this, we must watch over you.
Tath nodded.
And make sure your rain simulator stays on.
Javier smirked, exhaustion creeping in. I knew I kept you two around for a reason. Javier let his consciousness drift between the three hoverfish, feeling the distinct emotions in each one. In the first, Maria sat hunched over, her body shaking with silent, gut-wrenching sobs. Falken was gone. His name echoed in her mind, a jagged, painful sound. Chairman Vrokala sat stiffly beside her, not out of indifference. Javier could sense the old strategist calculating his next move. The man had always been pragmatic, ruthless even, but something had changed, and he had learned to put himself in others' shoes for the first time in his century's worth of life. Javier pulled back and focused on the second hoverfish. Quentin was gripping the controls too tightly, tension coiled in every muscle. He was focused on flying, but underneath it, Javier could sense his terror. The way he kept replaying the moment Renara's head hit the floor, how he had reached for her, too slow. How Enya had screamed, how she had frozen, unable to move. Enya sat beside him, staring forward but not seeing. It wasn't just shock. It was dissociation. She had lost her best friend. Her mind was still back in that conference room, watching Renara die over and over again. Javier's heart clenched when he observed their thoughts without them knowing. He'd had to conjure a spell to do that, but as Xenon's grandson and apprentice, he had learned many spells from him. The third hoverfish pulled at him the strongest. Jenifgar's grief was a beacon, a crushing force that made it hard to breathe. He materialized inside the hoverfish. Shar Shuvu squeaked in surprise. The Bubo King merely pivoted his massive head toward him, his expression unreadable but somehow knowing. Jenifgar, however, didn't react at first. She was curled inward, arms wrapped around herself, shoulders shaking. The pain coming from her was so raw, so bottomless, that it was all Javier could do to anchor himself in his own form. Zovakar was gone. She had lost not just a companion, but a piece of herself. Javier sank into a crouch before her, keeping his voice soft. Jenifgar. Her fingers clenched tighter against her arms, her whole body curling in deeper. Shar Shuvu's wings ruffled as she leaned forward.
She has barely spoken since we left. I don't know how to help.
Javier whispered, I am so sorry. For a long moment there was no response. Her fingers loosened slightly from where they dug into her arms. Her voice came small and broken.
He was all I had left. He was strong, so strong. And yet, this virus took him like he was nothing.
Javier glanced at the Bubo King, who nodded solemnly. Javier turned back to Jenifgar. You are not alone. Her breath shuddered in her chest.
It feels like I am.
You aren't. She finally looked up at him. She was too exhausted to cry anymore. After a long silence, Shar Shuvu asked,
What do we do now?
Javier straightened. We fly to Heaven's Island.
Is it safe?
The Bubo King asked. Do you have food on board? Javier asked.
Yes, there's dry food and water.
Shar Shuvu said.
Enough for a week.
Good, Javier said. And you can contact the others?
Yes,
the Bubo King said.
In fact, Zila might want to talk to you now.
The Bara 2 scientist? Javier asked.
Indeed.
The Bubo King reached for the hoverfish's communication interface, his fingers surprisingly nimble as he activated the secure channel. A soft chime echoed in the cabin as the interface connected. A moment later, a grainy but recognizable hologram of Zila, the female Bara 2 scientist who had helped them escape, flickered into view. Her pale features were drawn tight, her black, pupil-less eyes urgent. Javier was in his true form, and he wondered if Anna would see him too. A flush crept up his neck and across his cheeks.
Cosmic spider,
Zila said.
So you're the entity who's been helping them all along.
Javier exhaled slowly. He had wanted to remain hidden, but the time for that was over. Yes. A frown dissected Zila's face from her hairline on the right to her left jawline, and her nose twisted to the side in the process.
Have you found the key?
Javier hesitated. No, Crowleen hid them well from water wayfarers. She used the ancient spells.
And I can't remember her hiding them.
Maria piped in from the other hoverfish.
It would be good to get rid of her memories. It's kind of messing with me having them here.
Shar Shuvu crossed her arms.
Then what now? You're telling us to go to Heaven's Island.
Javier shook his head. The pyramid's there. I need to find a key from outside the Alliance.
Outside?
Zila's pitch rose.
There's life outside the boundaries.
Yep.
But
I know your spaceships can't penetrate the edges of your Alliance, he interrupted.
Damn.
Zila ran a palm over her face, closing her eyes from the lids in the corners. The hoverfish will run out of solar energy eventually, he said, and you'll need a place to land. That island has a pyramid time portal. Zila's eyes flashed open again.
That's not enough. If we don't have the key, all of this is pointless.
Javier's jaw clenched. I'm working on it. Zila studied him for a moment before nodding.
Then work faster, because time is running out. We have enough to survive on for a week, as well as a toilet and a place to wash.
Javier nodded and turned to the Bubo King. Before I go, I need to make sure no viruses can get into the hoverfish. Zila frowned.
A spell?
Javier nodded. It's a strong one. But there's one condition. No one can open a partitioning. If you do, the protection will break. Shar Shuvu frowned.
Not even for a second?
No. The virus is already spreading across Polymnia. I need to confirm something at the United Wheel, but once I do, I'll return. Just don't open anything. No exceptions. The Bubo King inclined his head.
Understood.
Javier turned to Jennifer. Hold on a little longer. Jennifer barely nodded. She had turned inward again, silent and grieving. Shar Shuvu placed a gentle hand on her shoulder, and Javier exhaled. Then he closed his eyes and let himself slip away, back to the United Wheel of Polymnia. Javier materialized inside the Cat Queen's palace, this time not lurking in her mind but scanning the halls. The vast corridors of pure diamond that twisted like an endless labyrinth. It took mere moments to confirm what he feared. The virus had spread here too. Servants and guards moved with wariness, some coughing into their sleeves, others whispering urgently into their data globes. The Cat Queen herself stood at the head of the great hall, her towering feline form tense with suppressed anxiety. Her black fur bristled, her large, slitted eyes scanning the gathered officials who argued over containment efforts. And Javier didn't need to listen to their words. He could feel it. The virus was no longer contained. This world was slipping into chaos. But the Cat Queen still didn't want the keys to be found or the time portal to be opened. Javier's stomach turned. He turned away, retreating into the shadows before any telepathic guards could sense him. There was no more time to waste. He had to find that key. And he had to find it now.
Chapter 30.
Azrek's choice. Azrek stood at the edge of the Grand Archive, his talons curled against the polished stone floor. The cavernous vault was filled with suspended data globes, glowing manuscripts and relics of Polymnia's past. The air was thick with history, melded old books and sterile preservation. But history was breaking. Polymnia was infected. The United Wheel was crumbling. Despite the burning chronomancer's hatred for time travel, the Phoenix Lords were incorrect this time. The warlord Major Donkora had to be stopped. For decades, leading scientists working under the United Wheel of Polymnia had been vanishing. Not dying. Not falling ill. Ceasing to exist. As if they had never been born. A scholar mid-sentence. Gone. Their words dissolving like mist, their names erased from records, as though time itself had folded over them, smoothing away their existence like a mistake on parchment. Azrek had witnessed it firsthand. He obeyed the Phoenix Lords without question. But in his heart he suspected those missing scientists had been studying the anomalies of time travel and consciousness transferal. The United Wheel had tried to suppress it, but the Order of the Phoenix was not so easily deceived. The Phoenix Lords did not need archives or records to uncover hidden truths. Their magic revealed what others sought to bury. The Phoenix Lords demanded war. The Queen was little more than a figurehead. It was the burning chronomancers who had invoked the ancient laws, time above all. And they had decided the solution to this crisis was not in understanding but in extermination. The time travelers had infiltrated Polymnia, and for that they would burn. Azrek was chosen to lead the first assault, but doubt coiled in his chest like a smouldering ember. He approached the archive's central pedestal, where the sacred chrono tablets stood. The towering slabs of crystalline memory were inscribed with the oldest laws of the Phoenix Guard. The Phoenix shall guard the flow of time. No ruler, no kingdom, no desire shall outweigh this duty. To break the laws of time is to invite the undoing of all things. To intervene is to preserve. He had sworn this oath. Every Phoenix had. Azrek reached out, activating a data globe hovering before him. Holographic glyphs flickered to life, reshaping into the latest intelligence reports. He flicked through them with a talon. The time travelers were on the move. They had left Hearthram. Their hoverfish skimmed low over the ocean, bending light and warping sound, their stealth technology rendering them nearly undetectable. Nearly. But the Phoenix Guard had spells older than cloaking fields, older than the Cat Queen's rule. The Searing Gaze was one such spell, a ritual bound to the very fabric of Polymnia. It was cast by fire and wind, embedding itself in the planet's natural forces, cloud patterns, ocean currents, the migration of birds. Anything moving through the world that did not belong would be revealed, outlined in the invisible light of Phoenix sight. It did not break stealth, but it whispered its truth to those who knew how to listen. That was how they had found the hoverfish. No alarms had been tripped, no signals intercepted. And yet the Phoenix Guard knew. The ripples in the ocean had spoken, the wind had carried their passage. The time travelers thought themselves hidden, but Polymnia itself had betrayed them. Azrek exhaled slowly, flexing his talons. He should be preparing for battle, rallying his phoenixes, strategizing the assault. But instead, he searched for something the Lords weren't speaking of. Where were the keys? Time travelers needed keys. The Phoenix Lords insisted these invaders were reckless interlopers, meddling where they did not belong. There was another spell, the Celestial Brand. It would do more than detect their presence. It would mark them. Their trails would burn into the air, glowing in the vision of any phoenix attuned to the old ways. No matter how far they fled, no matter where they tried to hide, the sky itself would betray them. But Azrek had hesitated to cast it himself, and that was what troubled him most. He knew the words, had chanted them in his mind a dozen times since the order had been given. If he released them into the air, the time travelers would have nowhere to hide. They would be seen from horizon to horizon, no shadow deep enough to conceal them. And yet something held him back, like a talon pressing against his chest, a whisper of doubt. Azrek's feathers ruffled. If the time travelers had a key, they were not just meddling. Were they the disease or the cure? A presence stirred behind him. He turned to see Vailora, one of the Phoenix Lords, stepping into the archive. Her golden-plated armor gleamed, and her wings were tucked tight against her back, a sign of restraint.
You hesitate,
she said. Azrek puffed up his chest. I seek understanding. Her sharp amber eyes narrowed.
You seek doubt.
He had fought beside Vailora for decades. He respected her. But this was something different. If the time travelers possess a key, it means the path they take is not their own design. Someone placed it there. Vailora's beak clicked softly.
A key in the wrong hands is a weapon.
Azrek held her gaze. And a key in the right hands is salvation. Silence stretched. Vailora's wings hitched and dropped again.
We have orders. The burning chronomancers have spoken.
Orders. Azrek had spent his life obeying them. He had never questioned the Guard's purpose to uphold time's law and ensure stability. And yet, here he stood, looking at a paradox. If they struck the time travelers down, would they be stopping the crisis or causing it? The Phoenix Guard does not bow to rulers, he murmured, repeating the ancient vow. We bow to time. Vailora's expression did not change.
Then let us do our duty.
She twisted around and stalked off, beak in the air and red tail feathers trailing behind her. The assault was happening. The hoverfish would be burned from the sky, the time travelers captured or killed. Azrek turned back to the glowing text of the chrono tablets. His talons flexed at his sides. He had to make a choice. If he disobeyed, he could be marked as a traitor. But if he obeyed, he might be complicit in breaking time itself. Azrek lingered in the Grand Archive long after Vailora's footsteps had faded down the corridor. The glow of the chrono tablets cast long shadows over the ancient vault. The Phoenix Guard does not bow to rulers. We bow to time. And yet, the Lords were preparing to break that vow. They had drawn a line between themselves and the time travelers, but time itself did not recognize sides. It only moved forward. Azrek's wings tightened against his back. If he was going to act, he had to do it now. He activated the celestial brand, but not in the way the Phoenix Lords intended. Rather than marking the time travelers with an unshakable trail, he diluted the spell, spreading it thin over Polymnia's entire atmosphere. Instead of isolating the intruders, it would create false echoes, scattering their traces across the planet. To the Phoenix Guard's seers, the readings would be fragmented. It would buy them time. The flickering glyphs of the celestial brand faded from the air as Azrek finished the incantation. The illusion wouldn't last forever. The Phoenix Lords would eventually realize the spell had failed to pinpoint the exact location of the hoverfish. He needed a second layer of protection. The searing gaze had already been cast, revealing the travelers' movement through the natural world, whispering their passage in the shifting wind and ocean currents. That was how the guard had found them. But the wind could be redirected, currents could be misread. Azrek extended a human hand from his red and yellow feathered torso into the archive's control sphere, accessing the planet's elemental balance. He wasn't a scientist, but as a Phoenix captain, he had clearance to shift battlefield conditions by adjusting temperature, wind speed, and cloud coverage to favor their warriors in flight. He whispered an adjustment. Above the amethyst pyramid, the wind began to change. Storm fronts that should have taken a week to form now accelerated, weaving together into a slow-moving mass of dark clouds. It wasn't a full storm, but it would be enough to distort the searing gaze's readings, turning the time traveler's passage into a blurred anomaly instead of a clear trail. It would force the Lords to hesitate, to reconsider their next move, and to wait. Tension gripped his spine. He had committed no treason. He had only slowed the process and introduced doubt. If the Phoenix Lords truly sought to uphold time's law, then they would pause before rushing blindly into battle. If they insisted on moving forward without question, they were not the guardians of time, they were something else. Azrek turned from the tablets, his decision made. He would not fight blindly. Not for the Phoenix Lords of the burning chronomancers. He would fight for time itself. And if that meant helping the strangers to change time so the interstellar pandemic never happened, then so be it. Azrek stood before the celestial brazier, the great flame that burned at the core of the Phoenix Guard's stronghold. It was the ancient eye of his people, where the memory of fire lingered, able to watch across distances no mortal sight could reach. But the fire had gone blind. He had done that. Clenching his beak, he tucked his human hands under his elbows. The celestial brand had not been cast in full. Instead, he had altered the spell, disguising the time travelers not just from his fellow phoenixes but from every force seeking them across Polymnia. It was a deception written in fire itself, woven into the laws of sky and wind. No one could see them, but he could. If he burned his own presence into the flames, if he gave his identity in exchange, the fire would allow him alone to witness what others could not. He flexed his talons and stepped forward, his golden eyes locked onto the embers flickering within the brazier. Taking a sharp breath, he exhaled a word not meant for mortal tongues. O Veeroth. The flames flared, morphing from their natural gold to a deep, smouldering violet. The world around him faded, and suddenly he was watching. The hoverfish skimmed low over the ocean, its sleek form bending light, hidden from all but him. Inside he saw the outsiders, not from this world. Anna, Quentin, Maria, Enya, Javier. 2 were time travelers. They were not celebrating. No gloating, no triumph. They sat in quiet tension, their faces drawn, their bodies bracing for something they knew was coming. They were not reckless interlopers playing with forces they did not understand. They looked exhausted, wounded. Azrek's gaze sharpened as the flames revealed more of the hoverfish's occupants. Shah Shuvu. He recognized her immediately, the one who had evaded the Phoenix Guard more times than should have been possible. She was definitely a time traveler. Her father was too, and there he was, the Bubo King. Traitors. Jennifer, the brown-skinned desert witch from the psychic underworld of Polymnia, was there too. She had close connections with the Clay tribe. And then the human-headed Eagle Man. What the purple flames told him made Azrek's breath hitch. The Eagle Man was a bioshell, and the consciousness within was Chairman Vrokala, the overthrown tyrant of Baratu and Hukyo Shugon. He stiffened, barely stopping himself from stepping back from the brazier. It was impossible. Vrokola had vanished years ago, presumed imprisoned in the lunar system of Leron's gas giant Trion. He was a traitor to the Seven Systems, a fallen autocrat whose ideals had cost him everything. But here he was, alive, traveling with the time travelers and space shifters. Azrek's reasoning looped into uncertainty. If Vrokola was with them, it meant he knew something dangerous. And then the Bara 2 scientist caught his attention. The flames told him who she was and exposed her shadows to him. Azrek's feathers ruffled with unease. Zila, the exiled scientist, the woman who had defied the Baronese elite, whose experiments had been deemed heretical, dangerous. She had delved too deep into the nature of time and memory, had spoken of ways to unweave the mind from the constraints of chronology. The burning chronomancers had banished her from the united wheel of Polymnia's laboratories, and now she was here among the travelers, a hidden blade in their ranks. His talons tightened. Javier, who called himself the Cosmic Spider, wasn't even from within the boundaries of the Euphorion Alliance. He was from a planet called Earth. The dark-haired young man sat apart from the others, his dark eyes half-lidded, his fingers tapping lightly against his knee. This astral shifter was about to fight something unseen. It could cost him not just his life but his soul. He was searching for a key and was about to go somewhere dangerous. Azrek's breath slowed. The Phoenix Lords had declared some of these travelers a disease upon time. But Azrek saw something different. He saw desperation, people who had hope for all who had died from the virus. Could it be that these time travelers were not the sickness but the antibody? A presence stirred behind him. A shadow fell over the brazier. His pulse spiked. He pivoted around, but he already knew he had made a mistake. Vailora stood behind him. Her amber eyes burned with a mixture of rage and shock. The flames had gone blind to all but him, and she had seen it. Azrek's mind scrambled for an explanation, but none would save him. The fire had revealed nothing to the others, yet it had obeyed him. That alone was treason. Her voice was quiet, deadly.
What have you done?
He straightened, forcing himself to keep his voice even. I sought clarity. Vailora's feathers bristled, her beak tightening.
You concealed them. You blocked the celestial brand.
He let out a slow breath through his beak nostrils. They are not what we think. Her hands curled into fists.
You cast a spell of deception upon the lords of the burning chronomancers and you.
She stepped closer.
You think you get to decide?
Azrek did not answer. She was right. Vailora's wings flared slightly.
The lords must know.
Wait. He reached for her arm. Don't. She jerked away, her fury sharpened like a blade.
I have no choice.
You do.
No, Azrek, you had a choice. And you chose treason.
His stomach coiled. If she told the lords, he would be stripped of his rank, cast from the guard. Or worse, branded a traitor, hunted alongside the very people he had protected. He stepped closer. Vailora. She stiffened, nostrils flaring, but did not move away. You don't understand, he murmured. They are not what we thought. If they had a key, that meant someone put it there. If they are meant to be here.
Enough.
Her voice was sharp as iron.
You want to betray the laws of time, then stand alone.
His talons curled. You haven't told them yet. Vailora narrowed her eyes. He had one chance. One. Why? He pressed. You could have gone straight to them. You didn't. Her feathers twitched. He leaned in slightly. Because you have doubts too. Her gaze flickered. Not with agreement, not yet, but something close? Let me prove it, he said. Give me time. You don't have to tell them. A puff of smoke escaped from Vailora's beak. She turned slightly, but he could see the battle happening in her mind. For a moment he thought she might agree. Then she smirked. It was not a kind smirk.
Fine.
Azrek blinked. Fine?
I won't tell them.
Relief flooded his chest. Vailora.
But you owe me.
His breath caught. Her gaze pinned him in place.
I will not report you, Azrek. But in return, when the time comes, when I do demand something of you, you will obey. No questions, no hesitation.
This was not a gift. This was a debt. A dangerous one. But he had no choice. Slowly he nodded. Agreed. Vailora smirked again.
Then you'd best pray these time travelers are worth the price.
Chapter 31. A starship beyond the borders.
Javier's head throbbed. The blood at his temple was drying into a crusted stain. His vision was still hazy around the edges, and every breath felt like dragging air through wet cotton. Tath was watching him closely, her arms crossed, her dark eyes sharp with concern.
You have a concussion.
Juanita kneeled in the water and grabbed his face gently, but firmly.
You need to go home, Javi, eat, drink, rest. You can't keep doing this. You're bleeding. You're pushing too hard.
Javier's voice was hoarse when he told them everything.
My God.
Juanita grimaced. Tath's jaw clenched.
Then go, find that key. Now.
Javier hesitated. I can't leave you two here alone. What if something happens? Juanita grabbed his hand, pressing it between hers.
Nothing will happen. You're the one in danger. You go, and we will sit by you. We'll make sure your rain simulator keeps working. We'll stay up all night if we have to.
Tath nodded.
No food, no drink, no sleep. We'll watch over you.
Javier grimaced. He didn't deserve them. He took a slow breath and focused his intention. The closest star key outside the Euphorion Alliance. Darkness folded around him, then light. Javier hovered in a cavernous hall, metal walls shimmering like polished obsidian. A starship. Massive, ancient. And at its center, floating above a gravity well, was the star key. A hand-sized, 8-pointed star of dark amethyst, its crystalline planes catching and refracting light, revealing an inner depth. But before he could move, a presence loomed. His astral body shuddered involuntarily. The mole men. The drawers. The space wizards. Tall, bipedal creatures with mole-like heads, their snouts twitching, tiny black eyes gleaming with cosmic intelligence. Their robes dripped with flowing symbols, a language older than the Euphorion Alliance itself. They could sense him. They could detect water wayfarers. Javier's breath bottled in his lungs at the canyon as one of the drawers turned. Its gaze sliced through dimensions, locking onto his form like an anchor in an ocean current. A force wrapped around him, tight, suffocating, dragging him through invisible corridors, through walls of warped light, until he materialized on the bridge of the starship. It didn't matter that his breath came in frantic, shallow bursts. He couldn't wake up in the canyon. He couldn't return to his body in Mexico. 3 drawers stood in the center of the bridge, around a pedestal. Upon it sat a bowl of crystal orbs. Each one shimmered with swirling galaxies, like frozen fragments of time. Minds. Suns. Planets. Souls. The realization sent an icy bolt through him. They had done this before. They had taken Anna, Matthias, and Fuyuka all those years ago, had sealed them within these luminous prisons. It had taken Darwin and the others, 4 children, to undo the spell. But that ritual was beyond him now. There was no time, no allies. Only him. Javier's chest seized. His spirit convulsed as the pull intensified, as his form bent toward the crystal bowl, toward a glimmering capture sphere. No, they could trap him, they could own him. He had to escape, but the force dragged him downward, closer and closer. Then a voice. An echo from another time, another place. His grandfather Zinon.
The wind cannot be chained, Yabi. The river cannot be caught. If they try to bind you, make yourself ungraspable. A thing unseen. A thing untouchable.
Javier's thoughts snapped into focus. There was a spell to slip through the cracks of reality, to become something they couldn't hold, couldn't see, couldn't claim. His lips moved without sound, the words forming in the depths of his heart, carried with every pounding beat. Crepúsculo yola, velo y mengua, que ninguna mano aferre, que ningún ojo tenga. Susurro y brisa, sombra y vaivén. Soy neblina, me esfumo también. Gloam and ripple, let no hand clutch, let no eye claim. Wisp and whisper, slip and stray, I am mist. I drift away. A shudder ran through his spirit. The drawer's pull faltered. He was no longer solid, no longer a shape they could grasp. The drawers hissed, and smoky, colorful hieroglyphs floated out from their snouts. That was how they talked. Their elongated fingers swiped through him like grasping at vapor. Javier wrenched his will free and tore himself backward, the force nearly ripping his essence apart as he hurled himself away. Back through the fabric of space, back through the spiraling corridors of unseen dimensions. And then darkness. Then the cold rush of rain pressed against his face. His body heaved, his lungs dragged in the air. Tath and Juanita's hands shook him as they called his name. He was back. But the drawers would know his scent now, and they would be watching. Javier's breath came fast as he jolted upright. His body was slick with cold sweat, despite the warm night air. Juanita and Tath kneeled beside him, their faces tight with fear.
Juanita
whispered.
You weren't breathing.
Tath's fingers dug into his skin.
You were convulsing.
His pulse was still hammering from the encounter. His head throbbed from the effort of tearing himself away from the drawers, from that crystal prison they had nearly sealed him inside. But it wasn't over. They had his scent. He stared at the moonlit ripples in the water. His body might be safe for now, but his spirit was a beacon to them. And if they tracked him here, goosebumps slid along the back of his neck. Tath and Juanita, his women, his home, everything he loved, they would come for him again. And next time he might not escape. He forced himself to breathe through the panic. There was only one way to stop this before it got worse. He had to erase his trail. Tath, he rasped, looking at her sharply. Go to Xenon's cabin and find one of his books, the one wrapped in black leather with the silver ink. Her eyes flickered with understanding, but she hesitated.
Javier.
It's okay, he's still in Italy. You know where the key is, right?
Under the doormat.
Good, be quick. Get a pouch of his obsidian dust, too.
The black pouch?
Yes. She didn't argue. Sprinting over the ridge on her slim and muscular legs, Tath disappeared towards Xenon's cabin, just half a mile away. She was athletic, and he felt physically broken. Tath would get the book quicker than him. Juanita's grip on his arm tightened.
What happened?
They found me, he said hoarsely. The drawers. She sucked in a tight breath. He reached for her hand. I can hide from them, but I have to act fast. After 20 minutes, Tath returned, clutching the heavy tome against her chest. She dropped beside him, flipping through the pages with care.
To walk unseen, one must slip between what is and what could be. The hunter sees the trail, but the wind erases the footprints. The scent dissolves in rain, the shadow merges with the dark. To be lost is to be free.
Javier's fingers traced the passage. He remembered now. His grandfather had taught him this spell, but he had never needed it until now. The false echo, he muttered. Juanita's brows knitted together.
What?
Tath leaned over his shoulder, reading the text.
You're going to scatter your spirit.
He nodded. If I do this right, they'll sense me in dozens of places at once. They won't know which trail is real.
But how?
Juanita asked. 3 rivers. He glanced at the canyon. This was one here, and I needed 2 more.
The old spring at the foothills.
Tath murmured.
And the flooded cave south of the ridge.
Javier nodded. We need water from all 3.
Now, I wish you'd told me to get some bowls from your grandpa's kitchen, too.
But Juanita was already moving.
I have bowls. I packed them with our picnic.
She had a copper bowl in her hand and scooped. Tath rummaged through the bag, pulled out another copper bowl, and ascended the ridge.
I'll fetch water from the spring.
Javier hopped over to the riverbank and sat in the grass. He closed his eyes, centering himself. He only had one chance to do this right. They cannot hunt what does not stay still. He inhaled deeply, letting the night settle into his bones. After Tath returned with the bowl half filled from the spring, Juanita came with water from the cave. Javier found a 4th bowl and swirled the 3 waters together, whispering to them. Mix, blend, become one. He raised it to his lips and drank deeply. The shift was instant. His spirit stretched, pulled in multiple directions. His sight blurred, splitting. He could see the canyon, the spring, the cave all at once. His presence flooded outward, spilling into the world in fragmented echoes. He felt weightless. The drawers wouldn't be able to lock onto him now. Tath swallowed.
Did it work?
Yes, but I'm not done. He turned the page, reading the next incantation.
To close the hunter's eyes, veil the sight, scatter the scent. Bind the self in secrecy.
This is the sealed veil technique, he explained. Juanita noticed his expression and shook her head. He knew she liked to read Xenon's adventures as if they were space fantasy books. Juanita was such a bookworm.
No, Javi,
She said.
That one's dangerous.
I don't have a choice. Juanita grabbed his wrist.
You'll be cutting yourself off. No more visions. No more dream walking. It's like blinding yourself.
Better blind than captured. He reached for the pouch at his waist, pulling out the obsidian dust. He traced a circle around himself in the dirt, whispering the words in Xenon's language. The air thickened. His body felt distant. Like he was sinking into shadows, becoming part of the void. The wind shifted, curling around him, then dispersing. The drawers wouldn't be able to see him in the dreamscape anymore. He had closed the door. Tath stared at him.
Can you still?
I can still wayfar, he assured her. I just won't be able to see everything like before. Juanita rubbed her arms.
This better be worth it.
Javier stood, brushing dirt from his hands. Now there's just one last thing. Tath narrowed her eyes.
No, you're done.
He shook his head. Not yet. I must perform the shrouded current. He had to visit the Mother River, erase his crossings, and wipe his history from the waterways. If he didn't, the drawers could still trace him. His gaze darted between his women, his anchors to this world. Stay here. Guard my body. Juanita scowled, a small furrow appearing between her thick black brows.
Of course we will.
Tath crossed her arms.
If you die, I'll kill you.
Javier chuckled. Love you too. He closed his eyes, and his spirit slipped free, flowing into the rivers, following the call of ancient water. Mother River was not like any other. It existed beyond the physical, beyond time, beyond mortal eyes. It was the oldest waterway, the source of all wayfarer paths, where echoes of the past and whispers of the future intertwined like ribbons in the current. Javier had been here once before. That had been when he was 18. Xenon had guided him through the currents and shown him how to erase his traces from multidimensional entities. But back then, he had been too young to understand what it meant to wipe his path from existence. Now he understood. If the drawers traced his spirit crossings, they would find him. They would unmake him. If they could follow his footprints in the river, they could drag him out of time. All his souls and subsouls of the multiverse would vanish. No more reincarnation, no more skins for the cosmic game of life. But if he had no path, he'd not have a trail or a scent. He had to become nothing. The water shimmered with light that was not light, glowing with the memories of those who had passed through before him. Reflections of past travelers flickered in the currents. Ancient wayfarers, lost souls, forgotten whispers of civilizations long buried. He let the Mother River carry him toward the massive barrier of swirling silvery mist. Beyond it, there were no echoes, no history. Just blank, empty water. This was it. Once he crossed, he would erase every trace of his spiritual movements. The rivers would no longer know him. He would be invisible to any hunter who tried to follow his wake. But there was a cost. Any place he had ever been before, any crossing he had ever made, would be forgotten. The river would no longer remember him either. If he needed to return to a place he had wayfared before, he would have to find it again the hard way. No shortcuts. No spiritual imprints. It would be like he had never existed in the waterways at all. Better to be lost than captured. He placed both hands against the veil and whispered the incantation his grandfather had taught him. Ni agua me carga, ni sombra me nombra. La corriente se rompe, mi rastro se borra. No water carries me, no shadow names me. The current breaks, my trail is erased. The veil rippled, then opened. Javier floated through. A cold rush slammed into him, like being plunged into a void, like every memory of his crossings being scrubbed away all at once. He gasped or tried to, but there was no air here. For a terrifying moment, he felt nothing, before his spirit broke free on the other side. The Mother River was still there, but different. It was no longer part of its memory. He was a phantom to it, unseen, unmarked. He exhaled in relief. It was done. Javier turned, following the pull of his body back to the canyon. Time to go home. Javier gasped as he snapped back into his body. Tath and Juanita flinched, their hands pressing against his chest, as if they had been afraid he wouldn't wake.
You took too long.
Tath scolded. Juanita's Indonesian face was a shade paler.
We couldn't feel you.
Javier blinked up at the night sky, the stars still steady overhead. His heart pounded against his ribs, his body still cold from the veil's touch. I had to finish it, he rasped. They can't follow me anymore. Tath studied his face, then nodded, her usual sharpness softening just a fraction.
Good.
Juanita exhaled shakily.
Then, can you finally rest now?
Javier swallowed hard. The spell had worked, the protections were in place. He had bought himself time, but he still didn't have the key. And time was running out. He sat up, rubbing his temples, the exhaustion of the ritual settling into his bones. One more thing. Tath threw her hands in the air.
No, Javier, enough magic for one night.
Juanita gave him a warning look. I swear, this is the last one, he promised, raising a hand.
Chapter 32. The Ones Who Won't Return. Quentin sat in the hoverfish, staring at the distorted ocean through the transparent barraglass floor. The stealth fields bent the surrounding light, warping the world outside into an eerie shimmer. They had been flying low over the waves for hours, silent except for the occasional hum of the engine. He was still reeling from what happened, but one question kept nagging at him. What now? He should have felt relief. They had made it out of the underground colony alive. But all he felt was a slow, creeping dread. Inya sat stiffly beside him, her arms crossed, eyes unfocused. She had spoken little since they left. He felt weird for the passion between them at the bar. He had happily slept with her, but didn't know the first thing about her. Just like that blonde and her cat hybrid friend. Man, he was so weak. Across from them, Zila had her data globe open, scrolling through lines of ancient Burmese records, as if answers might emerge from the past. Quentin doubted any amount of reading would prepare them for what lay ahead. In the levitating holograms of the other hoverfish occupants, Chairman Vrokala remained quiet, the hologram of his eagle form hunched near the window. Even the usual static crackle of the comms had faded, leaving only a dull, empty quiet. Quentin's breathing was slow and deep, but his chest was tight. He wasn't ready for this. He wasn't ready for any of it. He thought of Saffron 1, of Lyria. Were they still alive? Did the virus penetrate the Nebula Strider? If they were alive, was there anywhere they could get food when the rationings depleted too much? Maybe it was a good thing the Saffrons had massacred so many. He winced, feeling guilty quickly for that thought. Was it even possible to kill Donkora without changing time too much? What if they failed? Would they vanish from existence? Would the universe rewrite itself, stripping them away like they had never been? He should have told Saffron 1 goodbye. He should have held Lyria one last time. And then there was Liran. Zars. His home. Were they gone? Had the people he loved been erased? He was sure they had, but couldn't help imagining one of his kids, immune, rummaging for food, and trying to survive in an apocalyptic environment. He clenched his fists against his knees, unable to know. The uncertainty burned worse than any definite loss for him. He wanted to believe they had survived somehow, that they had outlasted the human-made extinction-level pathogen, but the rational part of his mind told him otherwise. They were gone. He just hadn't caught up with the truth yet. He had lost too much already. Renara, the 3 Saffrons. People who had trusted him, followed him, died because of him. A slow ripple spread through the hoverfish. It wasn't a physical ripple, but something deeper. Quentin's skin tingled, his breath bottled in his lungs. A presence had entered. Inya tensed beside him, her fingers clenching against her arms. Anna shifted on her seat. A figure emerged, its appearance starkly different from anything natural to their time. It was ugly as hell, and matched the predicted simulations of the Satsang Sky people, reconstructed from ancient skeletal remains and fragmented skull models. A being thought lost to history was now standing before them. The sight of her sent a cold jolt through him, but not out of fear, out of respect. She had done more for them than anyone. She had got the cosmic spider to come and help. A heavy cloak draped her short and stocky gray form, and her beady black eyes twinkled. She was strange, yes, unnerving, even. But she wanted to help them because Darwin and Anna had helped her and her people.
Kala,
Anna said, relief clear in her voice. Quentin activated the comms, ensuring the others could see her holographic form. He knew they had mixed feelings about Kala, but this mission would be impossible without her.
I see you have arrived.
Chairman Vrokala said.
Is it not you who sent the cosmic spider to help us?
It is,
Kala said in a surprisingly gentle voice.
Well, I thank you,
Vrokala said.
If it wasn't for you, I'm sure we'd all be dead.
Quentin raised an eyebrow. That was something he'd never expected to come out of the chairman's mouth. Kala's gaze swept across them, taking in their tired, battered forms.
I have already spoken with Saffron One and Thrix on the Nebula Strider.
Quentin pressed a hand against his chest. They're still alive.
They are very well,
Kala said.
Saffron loves you, Quentin.
He swallowed hard. I know.
Good. Then you must listen closely.
She turned to the gathered holograms of the others in their respective hoverfish.
The moment you step through the time portal to a point in time where you already existed in this life, you will forget everything.
Inya finally looked at her.
Everything?
Yes, if you enter a time before you were born or after you died, no problem. You will remember. But if you step into your own past, your mind will become blank, and you will create a second version of yourself. Whatever age that might be.
Quentin's stomach tightened. He had known the risk, but hearing it again made it real.
Can it be reversed?
Zila asked, her voice steady, clinical.
With the transluminal neuroimprint cascade technology and neural transfer pods.
Yes,
Kala said.
But only with the right preparation. You must find the Bara 2 scientists who studied time displacement and who want to help reverse the Euphorion apocalypse.
Zila perked up as if she'd had a eureka moment, but she gestured for Kala to continue.
We need Bara 2 scientists who knew of Skywater shifting long before the war. If you reach them in the past, they may be able to restore you when you do step into the time of the nuclear war on the Red Sun world.
I doubt anyone knew.
Chairman Vrokala said.
I certainly didn't, and I was the Bara 2 leader for centuries, each time inheriting the accumulated memories of my forebear across every clone I occupied.
Ukyo Shugon.
Maria murmured.
There was, and probably still is, a secret society underground there. Much like the underground colony we were just thrown out of. There were 5 Burmese women called the Sisters. They ruled the colony. I hid down there after the nuclear warheads were detonated. They were kind. They may still be okay.
Thrix and I discussed that colony. We think it is better to stay in Polymnia, but go back 60 years.
Kala stared into Zila's enormous eyes and gave her a small nod.
And if we fail?
Zila asked. Kala rubbed her noseless gray face with a stumpy hand.
Then you will wander a time that is not yours. Of course, you can return to this time, even if the key is no longer in the slot. It will be like a return ticket.
Silence filled the hoverfish. The ocean blurred beneath them, endless and indifferent. Enya let out a shaky breath.
That's mental.
Yes.
Kala agreed.
But it is the only way.
Quentin flexed his hands. He had to act brave, but the dread inside him was rising like a tide.
Anna,
Kala said.
Do you remember the glyphs for the worlds? Of course I do.
Anna said.
But say we got a key. Where and when would we go? Would it definitely be here 60 years ago? Yes, I think so. Stay in Polymnia,
Kala said.
Bara 2 scientists have been here for a century.
They don't believe in time travel,
Maria said.
Some did,
Zila said.
Some were researchers for the United Wheel.
Everyone seemed to straighten in alarm, and Shar Shuvu gasped the loudest.
I thought the United Wheel didn't know about Bara 2 scientists living here.
She looked angry and distrustful.
That's what you and your friends told us.
Zila's chin quivered.
It is partly true. They don't know about the underground maglevs, the vaults, or the colony.
Chairman Vrokala's feathers ruffled.
How do you know that?
Zila met his gaze.
I was one of them. I was exiled.
A heavy pause settled over them. Kala tilted her head slightly.
Did you know anyone who believed in time travel?
Zila nodded slowly.
Even better. I knew someone who studied it. My mentor.
A Bara 2 scientist?
Kala asked.
No.
Zila said.
A hybrid.
Quentin's pulse quickened. And where is your mentor now? Zila stared at her empty hands.
Dead. Murdered on Polymnia before the nuclear war on Hukyo Shugon. So if we want to kill Donkora after Premier Drastic nukes the planet, then my mentor won't be able to help us transfer our memory chips into bioshells.
How long ago before the war did he die?
Sharshuvu asked.
She.
Zila corrected.
She died 5 years before Premier Drastic pressed the button.
Can't we go see her, get our bioshells, then hop forward 5 years?
Chairman Vrokala asked. Zila stared at him, and he blew out his cheeks, answering his own question.
Of course we can't.
Quentin closed his eyes for a moment.
So, should we try to prevent your mentor's death?
Anna asked. Kala studied them all.
You will need allies. You will need proof. And you will need faith.
Maria glanced between Kala and the others, arms crossed.
So, I assume we're going back 60 years in the Euphorion calendar. Based on Czar's time?
Kala inclined her head.
Yes, that is the time reference you will follow. But when the cosmic spider comes with the key, he must let you through immediately. Stay in your hoverfish. Do not set foot outside until the transition is complete.
Maria frowned.
Why?
Because the virus is everywhere. Nearly everyone is dead.
Kala's black eyes gleamed.
The manipulation of the star key's dials will have to be based on Polymnia's time. So tell the cosmic spider that the pyramid and its keyhole altar are on Polymnia. That means all calculations will follow Polymnian planetary cycles.
Maria's frown deepened.
What the hell is 60 Czar's years in Polymian? I have no idea.
Zila's fingers flew across her data globe, and holographic numbers flickered into the air. She barely looked up as she spoke.
Mars orbits its sun once every 342 days in the Euphorion standard calendar, whereas Polymnia's orbit is longer. 405 days per year. So 60 Czar's years means 60 times 342 days.
She tapped the display, and the calculation appeared.
60 times 342 equals 20,520 Czar's days.
Maria nodded.
Okay, and in Polymian years.
Zila adjusted the numbers.
20,520 days, divided by 405 days per Polymnian year gives us.
Another tap, and the answer flashed.
50.7 Polymnian years.
Maria blinked.
So, the cosmic spider has to set the dials to minus 50.7 Polymnian years?
Zila nodded.
Exactly. If you want to arrive at the correct time in Polymnian reckoning, that's what he needs to enter. Otherwise, if you just put minus 60, you'll end up too far back.
Kala gave a small, approving nod.
Good, you understand. Do not make a mistake. Time will not be forgiving. Please, Kala?
Sharshuvu said.
Before you leave, please check to see whether my mother is dead or alive.
Kala nodded once, and then she was gone. Silence. Quentin looked at Anna, then at Zila. The scientist's jaw was tight. Although it was hard to read her because of her alien face and strange expressions, it seemed as if she was calculating, already running probabilities in her mind. Chairman Vrokala watched the space where Kala had stood, his feathers twitching slightly. When Kala returned, she said,
I'm sorry, but your mother is dead.
The Bubo King squealed, and his daughter sobbed.
I hate this,
Inya muttered, clinging to Quentin's arm. In a strange way, even though he didn't know Inya at all, it felt comforting that someone wanted to touch him and hug him. Quentin let out a slow breath. I hate this too, Inya. I hate this too.
I wanted to give you some of your technology to take back to the past with you,
Kala said.
But it's too heavy for me to carry, and if I split a hoverfish partitioning, it's likely you will catch the virus.
So how do we prove we're not lunatics?
Chairman Vrokala asked.
History. Tell them what will happen,
She said.
That's all I can offer.
Kala suddenly vanished. Chapter 33. Fire over the ocean.
Azrek tore through the wind, his golden eyes locked on the open sea below. The hoverfish skimmed over the water like a phantom, its cloaking technology useless now. The deception had failed. Vailora had seen through him, had cast the brand anew, and now the time traveler's trail blazed across the sky in fire. He should not have hesitated. The Phoenix Guard was already descending. Dozens of warriors in golden armor, their wings spread like banners of war, their weapons alight with righteous fury. He had fought beside them for centuries. Now he was the only thing standing in their way. His ancestors would suffer for this. Their spirits would be torn from the cycle, flung into the cold abyss for the sin of their descendant. He was breaking the oldest oaths, shattering the very foundation of the Phoenix Guard. And for what? A handful of travelers? A chance. Only a chance to prevent the slow erasure of everything. Yes, he had seen the disease creeping through time, swallowing people like they had never existed. Even the phoenixes, immortal in their cycles, were disappearing. The strongest of them, the eldest lords, simply gone. Not dead, not reborn. Erased. If time itself was unraveling, then what was a vow made in fire when the fire itself was being snuffed out? Azrek folded his wings and dived. The heat of the air crackled around him as he plunged past the formation of Phoenix warriors, their eyes widening as he passed. He had been given command of this hunt, yet here he was, defying them. A burst of golden light streaked past him. A fire lance, meant for the hoverfish. He intercepted it. His talons wrapped around the burning shaft, and with a flick of his wrist, he hurled it aside. It veered off course, exploding harmlessly in the empty sky. His momentum carried him forward, toward the warrior who had thrown it. A younger phoenix, his crimson feathers still streaked with the bright gold of recent rebirth. The young one hesitated.
Azrek?
Azrek struck before he could finish. His spear met the warrior's weapon in a clash of sparks. He didn't want to kill him. He didn't want to fight his own. But there was no other way. With a powerful wing beat, he twisted midair and slammed the young phoenix aside, sending him spiraling off balance. He would recover, but not in time. More were coming. Too many. Azrek's mind raced. He could not defeat them all. He could not explain, could not make them see what he had seen. Not yet. But he could delay them. He lifted a talon, and the wind answered. A sudden, unnatural gust exploded outward, sending several of the Phoenix Guard into disarray. It was not an attack. It was a diversion. A disruption in the sky, enough to buy the hoverfish the time it needed. Vailora watched from above, her golden armor glinting like a second sun. She was not attacking. She was waiting. Waiting to see how far he would go. Azrek forced himself to keep moving. The hoverfish was nearly out of range. If they could escape beyond the brand's reach, if they could reach the pyramid. A blast of fire struck him from behind. Pain erupted through his back, searing through muscle and feather alike. He gasped, his wings locking up from the force of the blow. The sky lurched. Then he was falling. The ocean rushed up to meet him. His mind screamed at his body to move, to recover, to regain flight. But another lance of fire struck his side. Darkness bit at the edges of his vision. The last thing he saw was the hoverfish vanishing into the night, escaping. And Vailora, her gaze sharp as a blade, watching him fall.
You stand alone, Azrek.
The ocean swallowed him. Azrek woke to the taste of salt and blood. Waves lapped against his broken body, the rhythmic pull of the ocean tugging at his limbs as though the sea itself wished to claim him. His wings were half buried in wet sand, their once pristine crimson and gold now charred and tattered. The pain was unbearable, a deep, searing throb where the fire lances had struck him, and worse still, where the impact of the ocean had nearly shattered him upon the reefs. But he was alive. He forced himself to move, talons clawing at the shifting sand. Each breath felt like it dragged molten rock into his chest, but he had no choice. He had to reach the pyramid. The tide was rising. He had little time. Azrek pulled himself onto his knees, then his feet, swaying unsteadily. His left wing hung wrong, the fire wound across his back refusing to let it extend properly. Flying would be dangerous, perhaps impossible, but walking was out of the question. He turned his golden eyes inland. The volcanic plateau loomed in the distance, a jagged crown of black rock rising over a bed of mist. The mountains surrounding it stretched for miles, their ridges a fortress of stone that walled Heaven's Island from the rest of the world. And at the peak, waiting in silence, was the pyramid. Azrek exhaled sharply and spread his wings. The pain made his vision flash white. His legs nearly buckled, his body rebelling against him. But he dug his talons into the wet earth, braced himself, and jumped. The air caught beneath him, barely. His wing beats were erratic, unsteady. Every pulse of his wings sent another jolt of agony through his ribs, but he kept going. He had no other choice. The ocean fell away beneath him as he rose, too slowly, too weakly. He skimmed dangerously low over the waves, his shadow flickering over the churning waters below. The volcanic cliffs grew closer, their blackened faces sheer and merciless. A normal flight would have taken mere minutes. This one stretched into eternity. His breathing became ragged. His vision blurred at the edges. Halfway up the cliffs, the winds betrayed him. A sudden downdraft slammed into his battered wings, sending him reeling. He twisted, barely managing to keep himself from crashing headfirst into the rock face. Instead, he scraped against it. The pain was blinding. He bit back a scream, his talons scrambling against the stone for purchase. He clung there for a moment, panting. If he had fallen any further, he would have never risen again. He couldn't stop. Gritting his beak, he pushed off the cliffside and beat his wings once more. His muscles screamed in protest, but he climbed. The plateau was within reach. With one final surge of effort, he cleared the last ridge, his body breaking through the mist that curled around the volcanic summit. The heat of the earth welcomed him, the scent of sulfur and stone filling his lungs as he finally crashed onto the hardened basalt. He did not move. For a long while he simply lay there, the warmth of the stone soaking into his feathers, his chest rising and falling in ragged gasps. When he finally lifted his head, the pyramid stood before him. It was massive. Built from amethyst, its crystalline walls pulsed with the faintest light, older than the Phoenix Guard, older than the Queen's rule, older than even the first written laws of time. Azrek had never been this close to one. He forced himself to stand, swaying slightly. The pain had not lessened, but he had made it. That was all that mattered. The time travelers were coming, and he would be waiting.
Chapter 34. Heaven's Island.
Javier needed to take a leak, so returned to the canyon. It was already dawn and Juanita was reading a book she'd brought, while Tath was doing Tai Chi. He held out his hands. "Don't stop. I just need a pee." After he settled back on the slab with the technology activated, he sank into his meditative state and made his intention to find the dragon he had rescued 5 years ago. The ocean consumed his spirit. He shifted into a serpentine shape with powerful fins and scales. There she was, the water dragon he had rescued from slavery. She was colossal, coiling through the darkness. Her fins glowed turquoise and green. Her luminous silver eyes watched him as he approached. "Zara." Javier released a stream of bubbles, like Morse code. "It's me, the cosmic spider." Zara's long body stilled, her glowing tail wrapping gently around a jagged rock. More bubbles rippled from his nostrils. "I rescued you 5 years ago." She was silent. Then, with the smallest shift of her gills, a single bubble rose from her snout.
"I know."
His muscles relaxed. "She remembers me." She drifted closer, her massive fins shifting the current, sending a slow, rolling pulse through the water.
"Why have you come?"
Her bubbles whispered. He told her everything. Her glowing eyes darkened.
"It is dangerous."
Javier let out a reluctant stream of bubbles. "I know." She uncoiled her body and slid through the dark water, circling him slowly.
"If I open a dragon pathway, I will be sick for half a sun rotation."
His heart ached. He blushed and scratched at his face with a claw. He had known this would happen. "Would you survive?" Izara's eyes narrowed, then softened. A single bubble rose from her snout.
Yes.
His luminous dragon eyes met Izara's. She circled him slowly. Her enormous fins brushed against unseen ley lines in the water. The bioluminescent turquoise and green flashed with ambiguous emotion. Her previous words, spoken in bubbles and pulses of light, remained in his mind. If I open a dragon pathway, I will be sick for half a sun rotation. She would suffer for him, and for a world she owed nothing to. I wouldn't ask if I had another way. Zara's glow flickered from silver green to a deeper turquoise. She had already decided. Now the pulse emanating from her body was a slow rhythm. It vibrated through the water. It shook his bones and teeth. She was calling to the ether web. He was uncertain about this choice he'd made when the ocean darkened. Izara's luminous scales dimmed as she exhaled a long, powerful burst of bubbles. The surrounding water shimmered, vibrating with invisible lines of energy. Then, a rift in the ocean appeared. It was a raw wound in the fabric of space and time. A vortex of blue and gold twisted. The current spiraled into the maw of the rift, pulling sand and microscopic life into its depths. Izara trembled, her fins twitching with effort. Her bubbles came slower now, each one a strain.
Hurry!
With a powerful thrust of his body, he dove into the rift. Javier was stretched, unsnarled, and rewoven by the universe. He fell through a dream, but not alone. Izara's presence held the rift open. A drumbeat resonated through his core. The pathway wasn't merely a spatial void. It lived. The crystal key floated in the rift. It slowly spun amidst twisting lights. He grabbed it. Scorching heat overwhelmed him. Unfamiliar tongues, yet somehow understood, whispered together. He saw timeless wayfarers drifting between worlds. The key burned. Not physically, but in his spirit, in his existence. It was too powerful. Too much. Izara roared. The sound slammed through the rift, breaking its pull. He kicked off with all his strength and shot back through the rift. He slammed into the ocean floor. Deep pressure crushed him. The rift sealed behind him. Trembling, Izara lay curled on the ocean floor. She looked lifeless. She breathed weakly, her gills struggling. Javier felt a pang in his chest. His actions betrayed her. Her life was slavery. She gave him more than enough. He felt guilty. He coiled his body around her, pressing his forehead against hers, a slow pulse of gratitude flowing between them. He released soft and slow bubbles. Thank you. I'm sorry. A single bubble drifted from her snout.
Go.
Usually if he woke without carrying the key back through space in some kind of vessel, the key would simply vanish when waking from the meditation. Of course, it was possible to carry things through the pyramids, simply setting the time to a day or week in the future, but he feared the pyramids, and he feared time travel. This key was different. It had traveled through a dragon's pathway. Take me to Anna. Nothing happened. It hit him why. The river had forgotten because of the veiling spells he had cast against the mole men. He had to explain his intention now. Take me to Anna, who I first saw water wayfaring from Ghost Creek in Dragonmouth. She was the first water wayfarer I ever talked to, except for my ancestor grandfather Xenon. She was such a humanitarian and became paralyzed trying to save the sex slaves at the fire slicers. The dragon's pathway cut short his sentence as his spirit body fragmented and teleported. The first thing Javier noticed was the hard key in his ghostly hand. The second thing he noticed was the cold of the high-altitude wind. It wrapped around him in a thin, swirling mist curling over the barren ground, whispering against the purple crystal of the pyramid. He wasn't in the hoverfish. Half present, he hovered above the landscape. The amethyst pyramid, softened by fog, absorbed the faint dawn. It silently stood on the barren plateau. There was no grass, no lush growth, only dry, cracked earth and a few gnarled trees. Beyond the pyramid, in the distance, the land sloped downward into a valley of turquoise pools, their surfaces bubbling softly and releasing plumes of sulfuric steam into the morning air. The scent reached him, sharp and eggy, stinging the back of his throat. It was a dead place. No birds called. No insects hummed. Only the occasional gust of wind disturbed the silence. And then the hoverfish. 3 near-invisible shapes. They were parked in a tight cluster just outside the pyramid's entrance. His gut tightened. This was it. Javier had first wanted to talk to Jennifer, but she wasn't the right person. Jennifer had no prior time travel experience. Anna Sharshuvu and the Bubo King were the only ones with experience in what he was about to do. And of course the mind of Crowleen, now part of Maria's consciousness. He shifted to the hybrids and psychic first, though. Sharshuvu's feathers ruffled in shock. The Bubo King's massive yellow eyes fixed on him. Jennifer's breath hitched. She had been curled in on herself, but now she looked up, her grief momentarily overtaken by sheer disbelief. "I'm going to talk to Anna," he said. "Turn on your comms so you can all hear." When he shifted into her hoverfish with Quentin, the engineer called Enya and the scientist called Zila, Anna turned sharply, her curls bouncing.
Are you Cosmic Spider?
"Yes."
I thought you were hiding from me.
Javier hesitated.
Is this your true form?
She asked. "Yes." She nodded and nibbled her bottom lip.
Handsome.
His heart pounded as he met Anna's piercing blue-green gaze. "I wasn't hiding, not exactly."
Then what exactly?
Javier let out a low chuckle, half self-deprecating, half weary. "I've been in love with you since your first water wayfaring mission." Anna blinked.
What?
"You were a fly, Anna. A damn fly. And I still knew." Anna's lips parted, but for once no words came. He shook his head. "That's why I didn't come to you. Because I wasn't sure I could handle it." Anna searched his face. For a moment, something unreadable passed through her expression. Anna opened her mouth to talk, but then her eyes dropped to his hands.
Oh my gosh, it's the key?
He lifted it, holding it out to her. "I went to another world for this. Now let's open a damn portal."
I will do it,
she said.
"I know where and when we must all go, so none of us loses our memories."
"No," he said, "it's dangerous. I will do it for you, and then I will take out the key and make it invisible in the caves where Crowleen used to live."
I know where they are.
"I know. So do I."
On her shelf?
"Yes, I'll hide it there and cloak it in invisibility."
Okay, I trust you.
Anna said.
I didn't know you looked like this. I imagined you as a spider.
"Come on," he chuckled. She sighed under her breath and shook her head sadly.
Love,
she murmured. Tell me where and when," he said, "and I'll slot the key in."
Have you done it before?
She asked. "No, but I've watched it done, and I've studied it."
Draw the hieroglyph of Polymnia for me,
she said. "You don't trust me?"
I don't trust that you won't make a mistake,
she said. "Fine, it looks like this." With his index finger, he carved it in the air. Anna gazed at the glyph with a satisfied smile.
That's beautiful and correct. Well done.
His heart swelled. Javier stood before the amethyst block altar, the star key cool in his grip. He knew more than many that deep under that altar rested a fossilized dragon's egg. There would be a spring somewhere down there too. This was it. They were counting on him. The keyhole yawned before him. An 8-pointed depression in the altar, perfectly shaped to accept the key. He took a slow breath, then slotted the key inside. Keeping his grip firm, he turned the key, its one silver point gliding across the engravings, searching. Passing over the hieroglyph of Luron, brushing past the mark of Zars, until it aligned with the glyph of Polymnia. Click. The altar trembled. Javier ran his fingers along the silver point of the key. Once, twice, 3 times. A hiss escaped from within. The silver point of the star opened. 7 delicate dials revealed themselves, embedded within the ridged grooves of the geometric form. He had only watched this done once before at the pyramid in the Sonora Peaks. Back then, Xenon had left the silver spine aligned with the Earth hieroglyph. Now Javier was setting a course for something far more dangerous. He hovered over the first dial. The decision maker. It was Polymnia's time, not Zars. He gripped the first small, rotating wheel, closest to the center of the star, between his fingers and turned it counterclockwise, ensuring it read negative for backward in time. Xenon had taught him that the second dial was for megacycles, the great planetary cycles each marking 100,000 years. In this case, Polymnian years. He left this dial untouched at 0. No need to overshoot their mark by an era. The third dial was for kilocycles. Each click shifted them by 10,000 years. Again, untouched. 0. The fourth dial was for millennia. Each notch represented 1,000 Polymnian years. Javier turned it carefully, counting each movement. 0. The fifth dial was for centuries, 100-year shifts. He ignored it and also left it at 0. The sixth dial represented decades. Each increment was 10 years. He twisted it back 5 notches to -50. The seventh dial meant years, and it was the final precision setting. He turned it just shy of the first marker, adjusting carefully until it locked at -0.7. -50.7 Polymnian years. Ultraviolet light pulsed from the altar, radiating outwards in shimmering waves. A shiver ran through the air. The symbols blazed. Javier pulled back his hand. The past was waiting. The time gate was opening. 3 hoverfish shimmered through the pyramid's entrance. Engines thrumming, they hovered above the altar, reflecting the portal's glow. Javier's fists clenched. It was the final piece. Their hoverfish vanished into the past. He was left behind. But a shadow cut across the light. A royal guard also went through. Before vanishing, its golden armor gleamed. Javier's stomach plummeted. No, no, no. He hovered his palm over the key and whispered, "Take you back." The silver point closed, so the dial sealed again. The light went out, and the time key floated into his palm. Javier swallowed hard, staring at the space where the time gate had been. The hoverfish were gone, and so was a phoenix guard. His fingers curled around the key. The past had just gained an unexpected traveler, and Javier could do nothing but hope they survived it. To be continued.
Don't forget to listen to Cyberstars Book 6, Ghost Born.